My name is Lin Shu. I've lived once before, and I waited a full 18 years just for this moment, the moment of awakening. But what I never expected was that on the very afternoon after I awakened, someone would put me over the fire and squeeze me, forcing me to hand over the thing I valued most in the world, just like that, for nothing. Let me lay it out first. In the world I live in, a person's life has two major turning points. The first is birth. The second is the career awakening at 18. I didn't get a choice about the first one. The moment I opened my eyes, I'd been born into an ordinary working-class family. Both my parents were C-rank career holders, grinding away their days in a factory. Not poor, but nowhere near rich. But the second turning point, that one, I'd thought, was my chance to turn my life around. That day, the awakening ceremony was held in the gymnasium of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Over 3,000 senior year students stood in a long line, and above their heads hung a massive awakening array, glowing with a faint golden light. When it was my turn to step onto the stage, I'll admit it, even having lived a whole extra life, my palms were slick with sweat. The teacher running the ceremony read out my file in a flat, expressionless voice. First in the grade for academics, fifth in the grade for combat evaluation, overall rating A-rank potential. The crowd below erupted into chatter, saying someone like me would awaken at least an A rank, and with a little luck, might even brush up against S rank. There was a boy in the crowd wearing a designer tracksuit who curled his lip. I knew that look all too well. His name was Li Hao, the rich kid of the school, family sitting on a fortune, and his uncle happened to be the principal. His grades were mediocre, his combat skills average, but thanks to all the resources his family threw at him, he'd still landed an A-rank rating. He and I had been at odds for a long time. Because he loved to bully other students, he'd force people to eat cigarette, but just for kicks. I couldn't stand it, and I'd stepped in to stop him more than a few times. That's how the two of us ended up locked in a feud. I pressed my hand against the awakening stone. A cold sensation crept up from my palm, and then a massive surge of energy poured into my body. The awakening stone lit up. Its color shifted from white to green, then to blue, then to purple, climbing higher and higher. Someone in the crowd shouted, "It's purple. At least A rank." Even the teacher's face showed surprise, because the color was still deepening. S rank. The looks around me changed all at once, full of envy. Because you have to understand, awakening a useful S rank career basically means you're set for life, never having to worry about food or clothing again. But the next second, the light of the awakening stone turned gold, so blinding that people couldn't keep their eyes open. 3 characters surfaced on the stone: Sacrificer. The whole place went dead silent for a full 3 seconds. Then, a system prompt that only I could hear rang out in my head. Ding. Congratulations, you have awakened an SSS rank career. Sacrificer. Career trait. You may permanently enhance any skill by sacrificing life value, attributes, items, and so on as the cost. The greater the sacrifice, the stronger the enhancement. Warning: the sacrificer is extremely dangerous. Each sacrifice consumes an irreversible portion of your life essence. Please use with caution. In that moment, I was completely stunned. SSS rank. This was a level I wouldn't have dared to dream of in my past life. All of Qinglong continent only produced a few dozen a year. The crowd below had already gone absolutely wild, some cursing with red-rimmed eyes, others saying my family's ancestral graves must have blessed us. I knew full well, the most valuable part of an awakening isn't the career itself, it's the talent tied to the rank. An SSS rank career meant an SSS rank talent, plus the resource subsidies handed down by the Great Xia government. And most crucial of all, an SSS rank career certificate. With that certificate, leveling up before level 60 was practically without obstacles. Just like that, my fate was supposed to flip completely around. At least, that's what I believed at the time. What I didn't notice was that down below, Li Hao had pulled out his phone, head down, thumbs flying as he sent a message to someone. As I was escorted off the stage, my classmates crowded around me, calling me Shu, our champion, over and over, telling me not to forget them once I made it. I'd always been well-liked. For one, my mental age gave me an edge, so handling these hot-headed kids was child's play. For another, to help my family out financially, I regularly shared study tips openly. And I'd even self-taught an F-rank healing spell to serve as a combat sparring partner for classmates, charging way less than what you'd pay outside. People trusted me. Right in the middle of the excitement, someone came running over with a message. Lin Shu, the principal wants to see you. Immediately, people around me started teasing, saying that senior last year who awakened SSS rank got a speech and a bonus from the principal. So this time I was probably going to get a payout too. I smiled but didn't respond. Because inside, that string in my gut had already pulled tight. The principal's office was on the top floor of the administrative building. The moment I pushed the door open and stepped in, a blast of cold air hit me and made me shiver. Out there in this blazing heat, the busted fan in our classroom spun so fast it blurred and still couldn't cool anyone down. But this guy, he sure knew how to live comfortably. Behind a rosewood desk sat a man in his 50s, square-faced, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking every bit the upstanding gentleman. But I knew better. This old codger Li Jianguo had a heart as black as coal. I quickly put on a smile and stepped forward to greet him. Just then, Li Hao came sauntering out from behind a folding screen carrying 2 cups of water, and the first thing out of his mouth was "Uncle." Li Jianguo frowned and said that at school he should be called principal. Seeing this setup, that little bad feeling I'd had was now completely confirmed. Li Jianguo smiled with the picture of kindness, gestured for me to sit, and pulled a document from a drawer, sliding it in front of me. The title read, SSS Rank Career Holders Special Subsidy Agreement. I knew about this. To encourage high-rank career holders, the state paid out subsidies to those S rank and above. S rank got $50,000 a month, SS rank $200,000 a month, and SSS rank $500,000 a month. $500,000 a month. My mom and dad's salaries combined didn't even add up to $10,000. Just as I was thinking about that money, Li Jianguo tapped the desk twice with his finger and spoke slowly. You're the only SSS rank at our school this time. Sure, Sacrificer is an unpopular, obscure career, but SSS rank is still SSS rank. Your file has to be compiled and submitted by the school, and whether the higher-ups approve it, well, that's still up in the air. I frowned. What do you mean, whether it gets approved? As I recall, that senior last year had his subsidy come through the same day. That was last year. He leaned back in his chair. Policy changed this year. There are more and more SSS rank holders, and plenty of people awaken a high-tier career and then never work hard again. Just lie around collecting checks every day. The Great Xia government has caught wind of this. Jiangzhou City is cracking down hard this year. Obscure careers, people with bad records, they could get cut with one clean stroke. At that point, he shifted gears, his eyes locking onto mine. You're a diligent student with a good attitude, but I received a complaint letter. It says you've been bullying classmates under the guise of sparring and forming a little clique against the school to isolate Li Hao. My face darkened instantly. Principal, that's a vicious lie. He raised a hand in a fake, soothing gesture. I know there's got to be someone jealous of you behind this, filing false complaints. But you and Li Hao really do have bad blood between you. You even wrote a formal apology over it before, didn't you? Sacrificer is already an obscure career with heavy side effects, and now add these complaints on top. Even if the school wanted to help you apply, it'd be tough. I lifted my head, finally seeing crystal clear what this old bastard was after. So he'd been taking this whole roundabout route just to take advantage of my situation and shake me down. I wiped the smile off my face and kept my tone as calm as I could. So how does the principal want to handle this? Simple. You just reconcile with Li Hao. The complaint letter and all that false information, I'll bury it for you. As he said this, he spread out several sheets of A4 paper that Li Hao had just handed him. Big characters at the top read, Transfer Agreement. The contents were just 3 pages, but stripped down to the core, it came to one thing. I sign away my subsidy, and I also have to write something like, I have no confidence in developing my career path, and to avoid wasting national resources, I voluntarily recommend a more capable classmate, handing over both my subsidy eligibility and my career certificate at once. I laughed coldly. Principal, if I'm giving it all up, why do I still have to name a beneficiary? Isn't that contradictory? Let me guess. That beneficiary is the Li Hao standing behind you, right? Li Jianguo had a thick skin. He wasn't the least bit fazed. You're a person of high principle, promoting talent over connections. Yes, The beneficiary is Li Hao. But we won't let you walk away empty-handed. Li Hao took a step forward and held up 3 fingers. I'll buy you out in one lump sum. I looked at those 3 fingers of his and sneered. 30,000 or 300,000. Li Hao's expression darkened, but Li Jiangguo smoothed it over with a smile. Classmate Lin, this is a transaction. 30,000, 300,000. Those numbers are an insult to SSS rank. 3 million, one lump sum, buying out 3 years of your subsidy plus the career certificate. And in light of market rates, I'll take it upon myself to have Li Hao throw in another 2 million. 5 million. That's enough to keep your whole family fed and clothed without a worry. I almost laughed out of sheer anger. An SSS rank subsidy is 500,000 a month, 6 million a year. So 3 years is 18 million. He opens his mouth with 5 million, which doesn't even cover the loose change. Not to mention that SSS rank certificate, which starts at several million minimum on the open market. 5 million to buy the whole thing out. In his dreams. Too low, I said, forcing down my anger. And besides, the subsidy is mine. I have no reason to transfer it. The smile faded from Li Jiangguo's face. Classmate Lin Shu, you need to face reality. Your career is obscure, so it already carries a risk of being cut. Pile on these complaints and evaluations, and if you really lose your subsidy, you'll have lost far more than you gained. You're threatening me. Don't put it so harshly. I'm helping you analyze the reality. He unhurriedly took off his glasses and wiped the lenses. I hear your parents are both factory workers? Take this money, and they can retire in comfort, buy a villa out in the suburbs, live out their days in peace. Wouldn't that be nice? I took a deep breath and forced down my temper. Because I knew better than he did, what this year's policy was going to cut wasn't SSS rank at all. At most, it would reach S rank or SS rank. That whole cutting subsidies line he was feeding me was pure scare tactics. But if I actually signed, all Li Hao had to do was pull a few tricks, dock the payments, drag his feet, and in the end shove a few 100,000 my way to send me packing. And me, a broke student, what could I possibly do about it? Thinking of that, I stood up. That was a nice speech, I said. But I don't agree. The little smug smile on Li Jiangguo's face froze. What did you say? I suggest you think it over some more. Are you deaf? I slammed my hand down on the desk. I said I don't agree, and I don't need to think it over. If you actually had the power to do this, would you be bothering to negotiate with me? What the hell is Li Hao? He's not even worth it. Li Hao slapped his palm on the desk, about to blow up, but one glare from Li Jiangguo forced him back down. I leaned in and stared this old bastard dead in the eyes. I'll admit that power runs this world. But you, at the end of the day, you're just a principal. Don't go sticking a green onion up your nose and thinking you've turned into an elephant. Let me tell you, if you dare touch my subsidy, I'll make sure you learn that this life of mine may be a worthless one, but the blood of an SSS rank career holder splatters higher than anyone else's. Push me hard enough, and worst case, I'll die on the steps of City Hall, on the steps of the Qinglong Continent Career Association, on the steps of the Great Xia Government Memorial Plaza. And don't even think about quietly having me killed. I've already handed this whole ugly business between us to someone you'll never find. The moment I die, you, Li Hao, and that pack of people behind you, you all go down with me. I've even come up with the headline for you. An SSS rank genius killed by his own before he could grow. Is this the tragedy of the Great Xia government, or the playground of the powerful? My worthless life means nothing to me. I just wonder whether Principal Li has the guts to play this game with me. The air in the office plunged to freezing all at once. A cold glint flashed behind Li Jiangguo's lenses, and the aura pressure of a level 40 career holder came crashing down on me from every direction. The way he looked at me was like looking at an ant that didn't know it was about to die. Li Hao jumped up too, pounding the desk. Lin Shu, you're fucking asking for it. But right then, Li Jiangguo suddenly whipped around and slapped Li Hao across the face. Li Hao, what are you saying? Apologize to classmate Lin Shu. Li Hao clutched his cheek, dumbfounded. Uncle? Slap, another blow. Apologize. Li Hao gritted his teeth and forced out 3 words through them. I'm sorry. Li Jiangguo turned back to me and squeezed out a smile. My apologies, classmate Lin Shu. I only wanted to help you secure your subsidy smoothly, and it's blown up into this big misunderstanding. If you don't want to sign, then forget it. With that, he picked up the transfer agreement, gave a flick of his fingertips, and flames leaped up from the paper, burning it to ash right in front of me. All right, please, see yourself out. I understood perfectly. This was him showing me the door. I took a deep breath, turned, and left. The door shut behind me. The anger on my face vanished in an instant. Because I saw right through it. Burning that agreement wasn't him backing down. It was him destroying a piece of paper evidence. A dog that bites never barks. Given the kind of man he was, there was no way he'd let this go. Sure enough, the moment I stepped out, I ran straight into my homeroom teacher, who grabbed me with a look of panic on his face. Lin Shu, I just saw in the office. Director Wang pulled your career trial registration form. My heart dropped. Pulled it? On what grounds? They said it's to protect quality young people. That the sacrificer has too many drawbacks, so they want to report your case up separately first. The moment I heard that, I understood. This Li Jianguo really was an old dog. Protection, reporting up, all of it was just an excuse to push my paperwork from one department to another, stalling and stalling until it just fizzled out into nothing, keeping me pinned dead in place. The most disgusting part was that he'd done it so airtight, I didn't even have anywhere to lodge a complaint. Let me explain what this career trial is. It's the first official challenge every career holder faces after awakening. The better you perform, the more attention you draw. Right now, we're at the critical moment when policy is about to be reformed, so every high-rank career holder is straining to push their way up, terrified their subsidies will get cut. But me, I've had even my registration eligibility snatched away. Just as I was debating whether to storm back in and cause another scene, my phone rang. It was my mom. Little Shu, I heard you awakened SSS rank. Is it true? I pushed down my temper and forced out a smile. It's true. Truer than gold. Wonderful. Our Lin family's ancestral graves are finally blessing us. Mom's taking the afternoon off work. I'll buy you all your favorite foods, so come home early. When I got home, the whole apartment was filled with the smell of good cooking the second I opened the door. The table was loaded with a big spread of all my favorite dishes, and my mom was smiling so hard her eyes crinkled into little slits. There was no point telling them about all the mess. It would only make them worry for nothing. I swallowed my frustration and stepped forward with a smile. After dinner, I went back to my own room. Outside the window, the sky went dark, then bright again. I didn't sleep a wink all night, one thought turning over and over in my mind. I awakened the best career there is, so how the hell did I end up in this situation? I hadn't done anything wrong, so why should everything I had be so casually torn away from me? By the time it was full daylight, I stood up. I refused to accept my fate. For the career trial, aside from the school route, there are also individual and corporate routes. Li Jianguo had blocked the school route dead. The only path left open to me was the individual trial. But to take that route, I first had to figure out exactly what cards I was holding. I pulled up my own career panel. Career, SSS rank Sacrificer. Level 1. Health value 100, mana 100. Talent, SSS rank Sacrifice. Can sacrifice health value, attributes, and items to permanently enhance any skill. The greater the cost, the stronger the effect. Only 2 skills, the talent skill Sacrifice and 1 F-rank healing spell. The Sacrificer really was an obscure career, riddled with drawbacks. To unleash its full power, you had to feed it your life, sacrifice your health value. And it was precisely this fatal weakness that gave Li Jianguo the nerve to squeeze me so shamelessly. I looked at the boy in the mirror, eyes bloodshot, complexion ashen, and I laughed, a laugh uglier than crying. My mouth said I refused to accept my fate, but in the state I was in, what could refusing even accomplish? I had an SSS rank career, yet my chance to grow had been cut off by others, and the only thing I could actually use was a healing spell. But right then, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. No, I had more than one skill. Besides the healing spell, I also had that SSS rank talent, Sacrifice itself. A crazy idea shot up all at once. For everyone else's career, you have to slowly level up to unlock power. But the Sacrificer was different. As long as you dared to gamble your life, as long as you paid a big enough price, the greater the return. So what if I used Sacrifice to sacrifice in order to enhance Sacrifice itself? The me in the mirror smiled. Isn't this just gambling my life? Fine, then let's gamble. A panel instantly popped up before my eyes. The sacrifice conditions I could choose from were health value, memory, emotion, skill, career, body part. I stared at it, gritted my teeth, and made a choice only a madman would dare to make. I want to sacrifice my SSS rank career, sacrificer, plus 99% of my maximum health value. I deliberately chose maximum health, not current health. Current health, even if drained dry, could slowly recover, but the maximum cap, that was the harshest cost of all. And I didn't just stake that. I threw in my SSS rank career too, all at once. Just like I said, isn't this just gambling my life? Worst case, I gambled the career away entirely, using sacrifice to boost sacrifice. The sentence was such a mouthful it tripped up even me, but it was the best plan I could come up with. Ding! That prompt rang out again, identical to when I awakened, and yet somehow different in every way. The panel began to shake violently, splitting open a crack like glass. The next second, with a bang, the entire sacrifice panel shattered. In its place appeared a brand new interface. You have unlocked a brand new rank, EX rank career, Fate Sacrificer. You have obtained the sole EX rank talent, Life Echo. Effect, with every breath, permanently increase your maximum health value by 1 point. This talent cannot be stripped away, sealed, copied, or transferred by any means. I stared hard at the health value row on the panel. It was leaping upward like crazy. 1, 16, 32, 50. With every breath I took, the cap shot up another notch. My pupils slowly went wide. I'd bet right. The rule of the SSS rank sacrificer was, the greater the cost, the greater the reward. But never in my wildest dreams had I imagined the reward could be this enormous. SSS rank. The Great Xia government still produces a few thousand a year. But EX rank, in 2 whole lifetimes, I'd never even heard of it. As for that 99% maximum health I'd staked, it all came flooding back in the blink of an eye. My status now, EX rank Fate Sacrificer, level 1, maximum health 358 and still climbing, strength 12, agility 13, both higher than a normal person's. Skill bar, EX rank Sacrifice, F rank Healing Spell. The one letdown was that while my cap was climbing, my current health value didn't recover along with it. But that was no problem at all for me. I immediately spent 100 points of maximum health as the cost to enhance that unremarkable F rank healing spell. In an instant, the healing spell, which used to give off nothing but a faint green glow, suddenly burst out with a dazzling holy light. Its level shot up like a rocket. Level 1, Level 2, all the way up to Level 10, then a blurry flash, and it jumped straight to max. F rank healing spell has reached its limit, max rank. I gave it a test. Deducting 5 mana, restored 1000 health. A surge of vigorous life force poured through my whole body. You have to understand, the most this thing used to heal, best case, was 10 points per use. Now it was a flat 1000, a full 100 times more. And I'd now completely cracked the way the sacrificer worked. Other career holders would need to grind for decades to bring an F rank skill to max level. But for me, it was a matter of a few breaths. Once it hit max, every future use cost nothing but a bit of mana, no other price required. This was exactly why those ascetic cultivators would spend their whole lives obsessively drilling one single skill. I'd heard of someone who trained a B-rank blade draw skill to max level, and a single strike could split mountains and cleave the seas. But everyone assumed max was the ceiling. Me, having just gotten an EX rank career, knew better. This was nowhere near the top. With that thought, I started breathing hard, gulping down big lungfuls to bank up my cap. In a matter of moments, my maximum health surged past 1800. I was breathing so fast that the instant my health refilled, the cap jumped up again. TSK. When I get the chance, I really need to grab a few passive skills. I spent another 100 points of my cap to keep enhancing the already maxed healing spell. Enhancement complete. F rank healing spell max. Instantly restore 1000 health and restore 100 health per second for 10 seconds. An improvement, but still not touching the EX threshold. I did it again. Enhancement complete. F rank healing spell breaks its limit. EX rank. Heal. Instantly restore 1000 health. Restore 200 health per second for 10 seconds. Overflow. When cast on yourself or an ally. If health is already full, the excess healing converts into defense-ignoring damage that slams into surrounding enemies. I stared at that line, overflow, stunned for a moment, then broke into a grin. Holy shit, a poison heal. From being trampled under someone's heel to holding an EX rank skill in my hands that could both heal and kill, it took me a single all-nighter. Li Jiangguo, Li Hao, you'd better pray I don't get a free hand. I ran the numbers. If I slammed this healing spell on myself at full health, the overflow portion alone would deal a straight 1,000 points of defense-ignoring damage to enemies, plus 200 per second for 10 seconds. Another 2,000 in sustained damage. Together, 3,000 points. 3,000 points. Who'd believe that came out of an F-rank healing spell? Forget F-rank. Even an A-rank attack skill might not put out numbers like that. And a hit like that cost only 5 mana. And this was still just F-rank. If I trained C-rank, B-rank, even A-rank skills the same way, what would that look like? I could hardly wait to charge out and find something living to test it on. Too bad Li Jiangguo had my trial eligibility frozen dead. Let me explain just how nasty this eligibility freeze was. The Sacrificer is an all-rounder career, and by the rules, its subsidy includes the starting skills of every career, precisely so a Sacrificer can freely mix and match. If I got that whole skill set in my hands and trained them all to EX rank, even just the F rank versions, me single-handedly crushing an entire career category of people wouldn't even be a dream. But right now, I couldn't get any of it. Don't get ahead of yourself, I told myself. The pressing matter is getting the career trial done, and fast. The school route is blocked dead, so all I can take is the individual path. Under the rules of the Great Xia government, after awakening, you must pass the career trial to obtain your career certificate. Only then are you an officially recognized career holder. And there are exactly 3 paths to getting that certification. The first is through the school. Since everyone has to be 18 to awaken, the overwhelming majority take this route. But this one, Li Jiangguo had already sealed off for me. The second is through qualified large corporations, government agencies, and well-reputed career holder teams. They hold slots, bought with money, and the experience is far better than the schools. The children of great clans basically all go this route. But if an SSS rank sacrificer like me went and stood among them, who could guarantee they wouldn't be like Li Hao, coming after me precisely for that SSS rank eligibility? I had no interest in escaping the wolf's den only to walk into a tiger's lair. That left only the third, individual qualification. And its requirements were the harshest. Complete 3 level 10 elite dungeons solo. Usually only seasoned veterans who'd been through the grinder for years dared take this path. Fine, then the individual route it is. And while I was mulling all this over, back at the school, Li Hao was already unable to sit still in his uncle's office. Uncle, Lin Shu hasn't made a single move all day. He barged straight into the office and plopped down. Li Jiangguo, though, was perfectly steady. Give the young man some time to think. But that's an SSS rank certificate. My whole future rides on it. Li Hao was getting frantic. Why don't we just go all the way? Storm into his house and force his head down to sign. Li Jiangguo let out a cold snort. You think the Career Holder Association eats free lunches? As useless as he is, he's still an SSS rank. There are plenty of eyes on him. You pull something that heavy-handed, and you'll be behind bars the very next day. Then what do? We can't just let it go, can we? Of course not. A trace of sinister malice surfaced on Li Jiangguo's face. Lin Shu's parents. They're factory workers, aren't they? Li Hao froze. Then his eyes lit up. Yeah, should we kidnap them? Li Jiangguo nearly choked to death on his idiot nephew. Don't your first instinct always be force? Use your brain. Have your uncle pull some strings and get his parents promoted into management. Then find a way to make them slip up, a loss to the factory, a death, whatever, as long as Lin Shu's parents end up the ones at fault. When it comes time to pay compensation, no matter how tough Lin Shu acts, is he really going to stand by and watch his parents get thrown in prison? Li Hao listened, jaw-dropping. Damn, uncle, you're a principal. How is your heart this black? Li Jiangguo's face darkened, and Li Hao quickly changed his tune. I'll go take care of it right away. Wait. Li Jiangguo remembered the vicious words I'd left behind in the office and grew a little more cautious. Always keep a backup plan. I'll freeze his school eligibility on my end. He's bound to go looking for another way. You go block his corporate and team routes ahead of time too. Your uncle still has enough clout in Jiangxing City for that. As for the individual qualification, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Individual qualification means diving into dungeons. You get people to watch him like a hawk. Absolutely do not let him find a suitable team. I refuse to believe a sacrificer with no skills and no money can turn the whole world upside down. Li Hao left looking utterly confident of victory. Once he was gone, Li Jiangguo pulled out his phone and dialed his elder brother, Li Jianya. Li Jianya, a level 50 career holder, carried real weight in Jiangxing City. This call was to have his brother quietly cover for Li Hao, to keep that fool from botching the whole thing. Setting down the phone, Li Jiangguo smiled smugly. To deal with a mere rabbit like me, this pack of lions had all but emptied their whole arsenal. Too bad they had no idea that this rabbit had, overnight, grown a set of fangs. Having enhanced my skill, I headed straight for the Jiangxing City Career Holder Dungeon Hall. It was a drab gray building in the heart of downtown, with a massive screen mounted on its outer wall, scrolling in real time through the clear records and leaderboards of each dungeon. The doorway was packed with young people coming and going, all 18 or 19, faces full of excitement and nerves. Clearly newbies who'd awakened yesterday and were diving into their first dungeon today. I pushed open the glass door and went in. Inside was even bigger than it looked from outside, with several holographic projections hanging from the domed ceiling, each displaying the entrance to one of 4 dungeons. The service desk in the very center had a long line, all people there to register their eligibility. I looked up at the 4 projections. For dungeons, 1 permanent, 3 special. The permanent one was called the Goblin Outpost Camp, difficulty F to E rank, recommended level 1 and up, clear rate 87%. The Wailing Mine and the Corrupted Woodland were both E to D rank, recommended level 5 and up, with clear rates of 43% and 38% respectively. The bottom one was the Blood Moon Graveyard, D to C rank, recommended level 8 and up, clear rate 19%. My gaze lingered on the Blood Moon Graveyard. That clear rate was brutal. "Hey man, you here to run a dungeon too?" A round-faced boy next to me grinned at me, the leather armor on his frame clearly a size too big, a registration form clutched in his hand. "I'm a shield knight, F rank, can main tank. Looking for some DPS to team up with. What's your career?" "Sacrificer." The smile on his face froze instantly. He stood there blankly for 2 seconds before he remembered the career's reputation, then said awkwardly, "A sacrificer, huh? Well, I'll keep looking around." Watching his back as he hurried off, I shook my head. This was the reality of being a sacrificer. The core of the career is sacrificing things to trade for power, and who knows what you'll end up sacrificing. Online, people were always spreading stories, claiming that after teaming up with a sacrificer, they felt weak and drained all over. And even though they hadn't been in a fight, they were dead certain their health had been sacrificed away. 1 tells 10, 10 tell 100, and the sacrificer became a plague god everyone ran from. I couldn't be bothered to explain myself to anyone. I found a quiet corner with few people and sat down, gulping in air to bank health cap, while listening to the people around me chat. That rat king in the Wailing Mine is so nasty, it can heal the little spike rats. We wiped 3 times and still couldn't clear it. The poison bees in the Corrupted Woodland stack poison way too fast. I chugged 2 antidote potions and still couldn't hold up. Don't even get me started on the Blood Moon Graveyard. My brother took a 5-man team in yesterday and got booted out in 30 seconds. I quietly ran the numbers in my head. With my current health, plus the safety net of my healing spell, as long as I didn't get one shot, running a dungeon should be no problem. Still, to play it safe, I took a few more deep breaths. Just as I was thinking this, a commotion suddenly broke out in the hall. Someone cleared it. Blood Moon Graveyard, Elite Difficulty. I looked up. On the biggest screen, the Blood Moon Graveyard leaderboard refreshed, and a 5-man team leaped to the top. Clear time, 47 minutes. It's the Thunder Squad. Team leader Zhang Lei, S-rank Berserker. They cleared even Elite Difficulty? They come from a great family. Their gear, skills, and potions are all top tier. How can it be the same as ours? Yesterday, there was even an SSS rank Frost Spellblade whose speed cleared the Blood Moon Graveyard in 12 minutes. and that was the elite version. Holy shit, SSS is that strong? That still depends on the career. A strong career paired with a high talent is what makes you strong. An ordinary career is another matter entirely. I heard Jiangxing number 1 high produced an SSS rank sacrificer. A sacrificer, huh? Unless the underlying logic of that career gets changed, it's a lost cause. Shame. Listening to these two well-dressed young men murmuring beside me, I actually found myself agreeing a little. It was precisely because nobody could figure out how to play the sacrificer's logic that I dared to sacrifice my entire SSS rank career outright, essentially forcing my way through a loophole. Just then, a burst of noise came from the hall's entrance. A team walked out of the dungeon passage. 5 people, 3 men, 2 women. Their gear clearly a notch above everyone else's, but right now all of it was battered and bloodstained. The man walking at the front had a face covered in blood, his left arm dangling at a grotesque angle, obviously broken. Behind him, a female mage was being propped up, her face white as paper, a ghastly wound on her legs still oozing blood. All 5 were wounded, and 2 could barely stand. It's the Iron Blood Squad. Someone recognized them. They're a level 10 team. Weren't they off running the corrupted woodland on elite difficulty? Beaten up this bad, it's brutal. The broken-armed leader gritted his teeth and made his way to the service desk, pulling a scroll from his chest and slapping it down on the counter. 5-man team, corrupted woodland elite, quest failed. The staff member glanced at the scroll. Challenge failed. We recommend raising your level before attempting again. The hall went quiet for a few seconds. Then the chatter started up again, only much softer this time, a suppressed worry threading through the tone. Even the Iron Blood Squad couldn't get through? They're level 10 on average, and their gear isn't bad either. If the corrupted woodland is this hard, what's the Blood Moon graveyard going to be like? I stared at the backs of those 5 people and frowned. A level 10 team. All of them awakened yesterday and leveled up today, their career ranks at least D, maybe even C or B. Their gear was solid too. That breastplate on the leader glowed blue, rare quality at the very least. A team like that, running the corrupted woodland elite, had come within a hair of total wipeout. I'd originally meant to start straight from a special dungeon, but I steadied my nerves and shifted my gaze to the permanent one at the top. Goblin Outpost Camp. All right, goblins, here I come. Just then, a mocking voice came from behind me. Well, if it isn't Lin Shu. I stopped in my tracks. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Li Hao was wearing a brand new silver breastplate, a longsword gleaming with a cold light hanging at his waist, 3 people trailing behind him. He sauntered up in front of me, looked me up and down, his face full of contempt. What? You here to run a dungeon too? Fallen this far into poverty? Can't even afford a decent piece of gear, showing up in a t-shirt? You here for the sightseeing? His 3 lackeys behind him burst into laughter. Several people nearby who were forming teams turned their heads, their eyes darting back and forth between the 2 of us. I wasn't the least bit provoked by this childish attempt to bait me. I just spoke up, dumbass. Did your uncle's leash come loose, so he let you out to bark in the dungeon hall? The smug look on Li Hao's face froze instantly. Then a wave of sinister malice welled up. Teeth clenched, this guy was clearly reciting from a script he'd prepared in advance. You're a sacrificer with no certification, no gear, no level. He paused deliberately, and even raised his voice. Who would dare team up with you? Who knows what you'll sacrifice when the time comes? He shouted it out so everyone around turned to look at us. His lackeys chimed in, egging it on. Maybe the first thing he'll do in the dungeon is sacrifice his own teammates. The group broke into laughter again. Only then did I understand. Li Hao had gotten word that I'd come to the dungeon hall and had rushed over specifically. He'd originally planned to sabotage any team that tried to recruit me. But seeing me all alone, he'd seized the chance to start mocking me first. The corner of my mouth twitched. Out of lines, so you're just improvising, huh? I shook my head. Pure dumbass. The way I saw it, Li Hao was putting on a cringeworthy performance. But that little speech of his had, in fact, worked. The people who'd been secretly sizing me up, weighing whether to team up, now all pulled their gazes back. This was exactly the effect Li Hao wanted. He patted my shoulder, leaned close to my ear, and lowered his voice. Lin Shu, stop struggling. With this career of yours, nobody's going to team up with you, and you won't be able to protect that subsidy anyway. If you're smart, sign the agreement while my uncle still has some patience. Take a few million home. That's enough for your parents to retire on. With that, he straightened up and swaggered off toward the service desk with his 3 companions. Bro, how? Which dungeon are we hitting? Blood Moon Graveyard, normal difficulty. Warm up first. I stood there where I was, everyone around me deliberately keeping their distance from me. I took a deep breath, glanced at the maximum health that had quietly ticked up another point on my panel, turned, and walked toward the service desk. Registration. How many people? Which dungeon? 1 person. Goblin Outpost Camp. The staff member looked at me, then glanced at the empty space behind me, not even the shadow of a teammate, and hesitated. Are you sure? Even though it's a permanent dungeon, we still recommend that newbies team up. I'm sure. She didn't ask anything more. Once the registration was done, she handed me a teleport voucher. I took it and walked toward the dungeon passage. At the end of the passage, the teleport array lit up. The light faded, and my feet came down on soft soil. All around me were interlacing tree branches, sunlight scattering across the ground in broken fragments, the damp scent of rotting leaves drifting through the air. In the distance, I could make out several huts thrown together from animal hides. The Goblin Outpost Camp. I'd arrived. I didn't rush forward. First, I opened my panel to take a look. EX rank Fate Sacrificer, level 1, health value over 8,300. In just half a day, by breathing non-stop, my health had almost hit 10,000. Fill it up first. I raised my hand, and a gentle white light glowed in my palm. Vigorous life force poured into my body, warmth surging through every limb and bone, my health bar maxing out in an instant. The overflowing healing energy turned into a halo of light, spreading outward from me for 10 meters before it dissipated. I surveyed my surroundings. Dense shrubs on either side. 50 meters out, a fence made of thick wooden stakes, and farther beyond, the chieftain's tent. Too quiet. The instant that thought surfaced, a faint whistle of cutting wind was upon me. On instinct, I dodged to the left. The next second, a crude wooden arrow punched through my right shoulder. Sharp pain shot through me, blood streaming down my arm. A crimson number popped up over my head, -50, and it came with a bleeding debuff attached. The Goblin Outpost's first lesson was a harsh one, tailored specifically to teach newbies. In an unfamiliar environment, an arrow can come flying from any direction. If an ordinary career holder took a hit like that, the trip would end and they'd be sent straight home. Too bad. Even with the bleed, this little bit of damage couldn't so much as make my health bar flicker. A green-skinned goblin crouched on a tree branch, the one that had ambushed me, clutching a short bough, its yellow eyes twisted into a sneer. Right then, chaotic footsteps broke out on both sides. 3 goblins came charging at me from different angles, brandishing stone axes and shrieking. I narrowed my eyes. I had a heal spell ready in my hand, but I didn't cast it. I wanted to test out exactly what this overflow effect actually did. The moment those goblins rushed into my 10-meter ring of light, the instant their feet crossed the line, a layer of glowing green energy wrapped around them. The next second, sput. Like flowers bursting up out of the soil, the green light punched straight through the goblin's skin in a flash, blood spraying everywhere. Before it could even scream, sput, sput, more vines drilled out from inside its body, and in the blink of an eye, they twisted it into a human-shaped plant. One shot. Even I was stunned. The overflow damage was 200 per second. From the moment it stepped into the circle to the moment it dropped dead was maybe a single second, which meant these low-level goblins didn't even have 200 HP. The archer up in the tree gaped, its jaw hanging open, and nearly dropped its short bow. That scream of its gave me an idea. A thought popped into my head. What if I flung the heal spell directly at an enemy? I raised my left hand, and green light flared to life in my palm again. Before it could react, bang. A surge of raw life force detonated inside its body, and the escaping energy even made the surrounding trees grow lusher. And just like that, this goblin squad, the one that had given so many rookies nightmares, was wiped out completely. I did the math. A goblin archer, without a crit, tops out at 50 damage. I hadn't actually tested those stone axe grunts, but I figured they were around 52. Meanwhile, just by standing near me, they lost 200 HP a second, and I still had over 3,500 HP myself. I slowly lifted my head. Have I maybe been a little too careful? I think I can just steamroll this. Once that clicked, I stopped holding back and marched straight toward the goblin camp. The moment I reached the entrance, a goblin with a spear came shrieking out at me. I didn't even bother to look at it. The instant it stepped into my 10-meter radius, it became a shrub. The goblin up in the watchtower screamed its lungs out, calling all its kin out of the camp. It raised its spear to hurl at me, and I tossed a heal spell its way. Schwip, a little tree sprouted right out of the top of the tower. As for the goblins charging at me, the fast ones managed 2 steps, and the slow ones turned into saplings the moment they entered the circle, scattered here and there, looking just like a row of welcoming pine trees. 5 minutes, start to finish. I stood in front of the big tent deep in the camp, a lush green forest trail stretching out behind me. FWSH. The tent flap was thrown open, and a figure twice the size of an ordinary goblin stepped out. The goblin chieftain. It stood a full head taller than me, with rough dark green skin, gripping a spiked club studded with rusty iron nails in its right hand. Its orange pupils were locked dead on me, and it could actually speak simple common tongue. Human, where are my people? I pointed at the little grove behind me. They're all right there. The chieftain let out a furious roar, raised its club, and charged. I didn't dodge. The moment it stepped into the green ring of light, a blood-red health bar appeared over its head because it was a boss. 1 second, 2 seconds. In just 2 seconds, it lost half its health. But this thing was big and fast, and in those 2 seconds it had already closed the gap. The club ripped through the air, coming straight down at my skull. The green light in my hand burst, instantly engulfing the whole creature. In that instant, surging life force tore open countless gashes across its body, vines drilling through it with wet sput sounds, twisting and swelling, and in the blink of an eye it grew into a big tree right in front of me. The club that had been coming down at me froze in midair. I reached out and gave it a light flick, and the rotten thing crumbled into a puff of ash. A system prompt chimed. Slain, LV5 Goblin Chieftain. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon, Goblin Outpost Camp. Clear rating. SSS, solo, no damage, total annihilation, speed clear. Gained 500 experience. Level raised from 1 to 5. All attributes plus 10. When out of combat, mana and health naturally regenerate 1 point every 5 seconds. Obtained 1 dungeon treasure chest. A warm rush from leveling up flowed through my body. I didn't rush to check my stats. I walked straight over to the glowing chest in the corner of the tent and opened it. 3 things inside: a spiked club, a brown leather armor set, and a bone-tooth necklace strung on a grass cord. The club was F grade, plus 15 attack, 10% chance to crit. The leather armor was E grade, plus 10 defense, plus 20 max HP. The necklace was E grade, plus 1 agility, and plus 1 strength each. I swapped them on right there. The armor was a bit big, but at least it protected my vitals. The club looked unremarkable, but it felt surprisingly good in my grip, worthy of being an F-grade weapon. The bone-tooth necklace rested against my chest, carrying a faint chill. The panel flashed. Goblin set, 3 pieces, activated. Max HP plus 100, attack and defense plus 5 each. A goblin set. I murmured. On the market, a single E-grade piece didn't fetch much, but a full set was a different story. This should sell for a bit. These pieces weren't suited to my class anyway. Rather than force myself to wear them, I might as well sell them and trade for skill books. I took one last look at the grove of lush green trees filling the camp, then turned and walked toward the teleportation array. Light flared, and I vanished from the dungeon. Back in the lobby, I stepped out of the teleportation passage, the leather armor still carrying the smell of dirt, the short sword at my waist swaying with each step. There were so many people at the permanent dungeon that no one paid any attention to a solo player like me. I walked up to the service desk and set down my teleportation ticket. Dungeon complete. Register it. The staff member took the ticket, glanced at the system data on it, and their eyes went wide. They looked up like they wanted to say something, but I'd already turned and walked off. Step right up, don't miss out. Rookie gear, tested over and over by veteran class holders, top quality, great bang for your buck, on special sale now. Outside the dungeon lobby doors, hawking cries rose from every direction. Not everyone clears a dungeon and gets the gear they want, so plenty of people just set up stalls on the spot to trade for something handier. And with so many rookies around lately, there were more vendors than usual. I swept my eyes over it and got ready to leave. What I wanted was skill books. I had no interest in gear. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Hey, boss, how much for this armor?" The person stopping at the stall was Li Su, my classmate, and also a childhood buddy from the family compound. His mom and dad worked at the same factory as my mom and dad, and the families had always gotten along. I stopped in my tracks. The vendor saw a fat sheep walk up, and his face instantly split into a grin. "Ah, you've got a real eye for this. This here is F-grade armor, Moonlight Iron Plate. Limited time special, 5,000 Great Xia coins." Li Su's expression stiffened. 5,000? That's way too expensive. You get what you pay for, the vendor said, thumping his chest. If it weren't for this armor, I'd have died in the mine shafts long ago. It's only because my level's high enough now that I don't need it that I'm selling. You rookies, we're just one piece of this and you can take most hits. Li Su was clearly tempted. He gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone. Didn't even call home first, just ready to pay. I shook my head, stepped forward, and grabbed his hand. "Hey, who are you, Shuji?" Li Su saw me and visibly froze. "How many times have I told you? Out in public, call me by my nickname, Shu Shu," I teased. Li Su's chubby face instantly twisted. When we were little, he didn't know any better, and since I was the most mature-seeming kid in the compound, he'd trot after me calling me Lin Ji. Later I told him that to show how tight we were, he should call me Shu Shu, and he didn't think twice about it. It wasn't until one day someone asked if he and I were related that he finally realized he'd been had. Note: Shu Shu also sounds like the word for uncle, so calling him that made Li Su unknowingly address me like an elder relative. "Shu Ji, quit messing around," he said, all embarrassed. "All right, let's go." "Go where, man? I haven't bought my gear yet." "Yeah, hey, friend, what are you doing?" The vendor, finally getting a chance to cut in, called out quickly. I curled my lip. "Buy it, my ass. If I'm remembering right, you awakened as a mage class, didn't you?" "Yeah, C-grade mage," Li Su said, full of pride. "Then do you know that mages can't wear plate armor?" Li Su's expression stiffened. "Huh? They can't. I told you a long time ago. You should pay attention in your academic classes." I turned back to the vendor. "Boss, I know you all treat rookies as fat sheep to fleece during the newbie period, but selling my friend this about-to-crack plate for 5,000, isn't that a bit much?" As I spoke, I flipped the armor over and pointed at a few cracks on the back. The vendor, caught red-handed, didn't get angry. He just chuckled. "Yeah, there's a bit of cracking, but even you can tell, junk or not, this beats mainland mass-produced stuff. Patch it up and it's still usable. And I've already had this one repaired." He pointed at the layer of soft leather lining. I didn't argue. From the style and condition, the armor's quality had taken a hit, but it really had been repaired, and the value was quite a bit better than the ordinary junk that drops in most dungeons. At most it'd cost you some money, not your life. The problem was, Li Su couldn't wear this plate armor at all. Usable, sure, but the stats definitely take a hit. I pointed at the spot. See, 3 cracks meeting at one point. Clearly took a heavy blow. The smith did repair it, but the defense still dropped. Actually, I know a way. Use melted refined steel mixed with bone-piercing powder to restore it, though the cost is a bit steep. I'd read this stuff in extracurricular books. Since I'd already ruined the guy's sale, I didn't mind throwing in a couple more remarks. The vendor was stunned at first, then shock spread across his face as he looked me over again. "You know your stuff?" He pulled a business card from his jacket. The name's Sun Chungyue, level 16 class holder. I deal in gear, weapons, and skill books. Level 16 and still running a street stall? I was taken aback. Sun Chungyue caught my confusion and chuckled. "A hobby, purely a hobby. Got any gear, weapons, or skill books to sell, just come find me. Fair prices, bulk discounts, and rebates too. Way more worth it than the Gear Bureau." I'd been about to walk off, but that made me pause. "I do actually have gear to sell." I waved my hand, and the goblin set stored in my class inventory appeared in front of him. "Oh ho!" Sun Qingyue's eyes lit up. "The goblin 3-piece set? With the club and the necklace too? Not bad, man. This only drops at SSS rating or above, and the quality's excellent." These are in short supply during the newbie period right now, so prices are hot. 5,000 for the club, for 1,000 for the necklace, for 1,000 for the armor, 13,000 total. Seeing as you're a new customer and it's a full set, tell you what, I'll give you 20,000. Ask around all you want, I'm not shortchanging you. I'd also glanced at the going rate for goblin weapons in the market, and this price really was fair, so I nodded. Works for me. Sun Xingyue was about to accept the goods and pay right then. I raised a hand to stop him. Do you have any skill books? Oh, you short on skills, man? What class? What type do you need? I've got F-grade Fireball, E-grade Iron Body. He rattled them off like a menu, and something stirred in me. Don't underestimate this little stall. The guy had a deep stockpile. Sacrificer skills would be best. If not, mage or warrior ones will do. Sun Qinghua paused. Every class, huh? Man, your class isn't Sacrificer, is it? Of course it is. My Shuji is an SSS grade Sacrificer. Li Su blurted out again. Sun Qinghua. You're that Sacrificer? I shot the loose-lipped Li Su a glare and nodded helplessly. After I awakened yesterday, word had spread through Jiangxing's classholder circles. The whole city had only produced a few SSS-grade awakeners, and one of them was actually a Sacrificer. At the time, he'd been wondering whether that Sacrificer must be grief-stricken and despairing. And here he was running into the real person today. I thought he was going to say something, but the next second, the panel popped up. Sun Qinghua has sent you a friend request. I looked at him, a little surprised, and he was all excitement. Man, accept it. Don't worry, I'll just keep a friend slot open. From now on, any gear or skill books you get from me, flat 20% off. Gear I can't get, I'll get it for you. Skill books I can't get, I'll get those for you too. Keep a friend slot open, deal? Seeing how eager he was, I accepted the request. The instant the friend request went through, Sun Qinghua nearly wept with joy. What I couldn't see was the little scheme in his heart. Sunya, I've got an SSS grade heavy hitter now too. If you don't have Sacrificer skills, then that Fireball. I started. After all, most Sacrificers rely on sacrifice-boosted skills. Dedicated class skills were rare to begin with. Sun Qinghua waved a hand. Don't ask if I've got it. If you ask, the answer's always yes. And he sent me a whole batch of skill books. F-grade Sprint, plus 30% speed for 10 seconds, 20,000. D-grade Water Arrow, condenses water into an arrow, 100 base damage, costs 30 mana, 30,000. D-grade Stone Skin, has damage taken but slows you, lasts 1 minute, 10,000. C-grade Sacrificer exclusive Life Shield, consumes 15% of current HP to generate a shield lasting 15 seconds, with a shield value 1.5 times the amount consumed, 30-second cooldown, 30,000. How come these skills went up a grade? I remembered he'd just listed E- and F-grade ones, and now the lowest was D-grade. How could I give one of my own people the crappy stuff? Sun Qinghua said, utterly self-righteous. An SSS grade class holder using E- and F-grade skills from me. Sun Qinghua? Isn't that a slap in the face of all Jiangxing? Isn't that a kick in my ass? Me. Li Su. Realizing he'd let something slip, Sun Qinghua chuckled. But Sacrificer skills really are rare. This life shield is the only one I've got. I'll dig around for more later. I looked at the skill prices, then at my balance. Adding the 20,000 I'd just made from the set, my entire fortune was only about 28,300. Sun Qinghua seemed to read my hesitation and waved a hand. This life shield, the price was just something I slapped on because I couldn't sell it. You know the Sacrificer class has huge drawbacks. Tell you what, to make a friend, I'll sell it to you for 20,000. But I shook my head. Charge me what it's worth. If I'm short on money, I can go earn more. I just hope you'll hold it for me, Boss Sunday. A flicker of surprise crossed Sun Qinghua's face. The first time he'd wanted to give something away and hadn't been able to? Then he smiled, probably thinking of what his sister Sunya always said about the pride of the strong. Fine. We're friends now anyway, so I'll hold it for you. Then thank you, Boss Sunday. Hey, don't call me boss. That makes me sound old. I'm a rookie too, just awakened yesterday. If you don't mind, call me Xiao Sun or Changhua. I was taken aback again. Just awakened yesterday, and already level 16 today? Sun Qinghua scratched his head, a little sheepish. My family carried me through it. My family carried me. I don't like running dungeons. I just like tinkering with this stuff. He pointed at the little stall in front of him. I was about to leave when I caught sight of Li Su, who hadn't been able to get a word in the whole time. I turned back to Sun Chunghua. Sunji, set my friend up with some suitable gear. Forgot all about that. He nimbly pulled out a few good value pieces. These are all right for a mage. After leaving the stall, Li Su played with his new staff and robed the whole way, both F-grade, and he'd only paid 8,000, whereas on the market they'd go for 10,000 minimum. Man, with this gear, I'll be solid on my next dungeon run. Which one are you planning to run? The goblin one. Made plans with Chun, Xin, and the others. Li Su said, then looked at me. Go, why don't you come with me? Just follow behind me. I heard sacrificers can't burn through too many of their stats early on, so if you take it easy, you're actually pretty strong. Don't worry. You looked out for me when we were kids. Now it's my turn to look out for you. He thumped his chest. The way he carried on, someone who didn't know better would have thought he was the SSS grade mage. I smiled and shook my head. It's fine. You've already made plans, go on. I've got something to take care of. My target was the mine shafts. Having just tested the waters in the goblin dungeon, I found the difficulty was nothing special. Now that I had nearly 10,000 HP, I figured I should be a bit bolder. Besides, the gear goblins dropped wasn't worth much. Li Su didn't press further, but just before parting, he said something that made my heart sink. Shuji, don't push yourself so hard. My dad said your uncle and aunt both got promoted at the factory. They're management now. Their income's definitely going to jump. I froze. My mom and dad were hardworking, sure, but at the end of the day, they were only C-grade class holders, with no background and no connections. They'd been nailed to the same posts for over a decade. How did they suddenly get promoted? And both of them at once? Having lived 2 lifetimes, I instinctively caught the whiff of something off. In my past life, I'd been a company executive, and I'd seen plenty of dirty tactics. When a position stays frozen for decades and then suddenly starts moving, there are usually only 2 possibilities. Either they're pulling you in to take the fall, or they want you to screw someone over. And on top of that, it happened right at the exact moment I awakened as SSS grade. At that thought, I frowned and patted Li Su on the shoulder. All right, got it. Go on. Watching Li Su head into the dungeon, I glanced at my nearly 10,000 HP, hesitated a moment, then pulled out my phone and called my mom, hinting at my worries in a roundabout way. She said she'd keep an eye out, talk it over with my dad, and if worst came to worst, they'd hash it out together at home tonight. At most, they'd just change jobs. At a critical time like this, they couldn't afford to derail their son's future. Hearing that put me a little more at ease. Seeing my HP break the 10,000 mark, I walked straight to the front desk to handle the paperwork. Wailing mine, normal difficulty. The front desk worker looked up. It was that same girl from before, Wang Xiaoli. When she saw it was me, she paused. Didn't you just clear the goblin dungeon? Not going to rest a bit. No rest. Tight on time, lots to do. The corner of Wang Xiaoli's mouth twitched. She was probably thinking this guy was here to speedrun records. But looking at my plain face and unassuming getup, she gave a light cough. Solo runs are too risky. Why not put together a team? I can post a recruitment for you. Even though a teleport ticket keeps you alive and deaths are usually rare, the casualty rate is a lot higher when you go solo. I smiled and shook my head. I'll go alone. The front desk didn't push it, but she took out a defensive scroll and handed it over. This works for anyone under level 10. I haven't been running dungeons lately, so take it for now. If you run into danger, it can block 1 fatal blow from anything under level 10 for you. I froze. I was certain I didn't know this front desk girl, so why would she give me a life-saving scroll? This thing went for 5,000 apiece on the market. Come on, take it. She smiled. There's a rule from up top about supporting high potential class holders. If you make it out of the dungeon alive, just do me a favor down the road. Having said that, Wang Xiaoli raised her hand and stamped my dungeon application form. Thanks. Go on, go on. I headed toward the passage. The moment my figure vanished, a round of teasing broke out over at the front desk. Oh ho, Miss Wang. If we didn't know better, we'd think you were the god of wealth handing out cash. A 5,000 coin defensive scroll, just gifted away like that? What's the deal, you into him? That kid is pretty good looking. It was her co-worker ribbing her from the side. No way. Wang Xiaoli waved her hands, a little flustered. I just think he's got potential, so I'm investing early. If he really turns out to be a big shot someday, won't he remember this favor of mine? Her coworker looked unconvinced. How many big shots are there, really? How much potential can a rookie have? Even at his best, could he top yesterday's Frost Battle Mage? We don't even get a shot at serving guys like that. But Wang Xiaoli calmly recited a string of data. Permanent dungeon, Goblin Outpost. Solo. 5 minutes, 28 seconds. SSS rating. What? Her coworker blew up on the spot. Solo? Cleared in under 6 minutes? And an SSS rating? Wang Xiaoli clapped a hand over her mouth. Sure, keep it down. Even with her mouth covered, stars were already sparkling in her coworker's eyes. Now she finally understood why Wang Xiaoli had been willing to give away her own defensive scroll. The bar for an SSS rating was terrifyingly high. Not only did you have to take 0 damage the whole way through, even your boss kill time was tightly capped. The Goblin Outpost might not be considered hard, but as a permanent dungeon, it crammed in nearly every pitfall a class holder would face down the line. Like the entry ambush, the moment you land, a goblin squad sneaks up on you. Then inside the camp, another wave of small mobs, and if you clear them too slowly, the chieftain joins in to surround you too. Plenty of rookies got left dizzy and disoriented by that chain of attacks. And a 6-minute clear meant that from landing to clearing, you'd barely stopped fighting. People had tested it. Just walking from the entrance to the chieftain's tent took over 5 minutes. That's exactly why I gave him the scroll, Wang Xiaoli said. Someone that fast, Solo. If something happened to him in the Wailing Mine, it'd be such a waste. And the Wailing Mine is way harder than the goblins. And while these two were talking, I was already standing inside the Wailing Mine. This is even easier than the goblins, I couldn't help but remark. The reason the Wailing Mine was classified as a special dungeon was its cramped environment. The tunnels were narrow, so you couldn't spread out into a battle formation, and there were clusters of small mine passages alongside where a monster might dart out to ambush you at any moment. But none of this mattered to me. There was just me, so the mine actually felt spacious. As for the ambushes, rustle rustle, dust kicked up in a small passage beside me, and a green sprout poked out. The tunnel was too narrow. Some monsters didn't even have time to move. The instant they stepped into my healing aura, they turned straight into little plants, one after another. The deeper I went, the louder the wailing grew all around. Shrill, ear-piercing, this was the origin of the Wailing Mine's name. The main monster here was called the Spike Rat, which would leap at you from every direction and could also shoot out ground spikes. The nastiest part was that, thanks to the tunnel's echoes, their howls kept amplifying right beside your ears. Stay in that environment too long, and you'd catch fear-type negative effects. Your mana costs go up, and you become anxious and irritable. Honestly, that shrieking plus this stifling, cramped tunnel made for a truly awful experience. And precisely because it was so awful, I went from my initial stroll to gradually picking up the pace. Soon I arrived outside a huge cavern. Inside, faintly glowing or lit up the whole space. An exceptionally massive spike rat lay in the very center, ringed by a circle of monsters bigger than the ones outside. For any other class holder, this would be the moment to pile on all your buffs and then unleash wide area skills, killing as many as possible before charging in, to gain an edge for what came next. But the only thing I needed to do was jump down. I backed up a few steps, took a hard running start, and leapt high off the edge of the rock. Whomp. Ow, damn it. Even though hitting level 5 had boosted my physical stats quite a bit, falling from that height still left my feet aching. The commotion startled every spike rat into raising its head, a few of them still with food in their mouths. Still eating? I'm here to collect on you. I snapped my fingers, and a ring of green light enveloped everything within 10 meters of me. Before the spike rats could react, sput, sput, 1, then 2, and in an instant they turned into emerald grass and blooming flowers. Watching its offspring die one after another, the Rat King let out a sudden howl. In that instant, the whole cavern's spike rats surged at me like a swarm. But the next second, the ones charging through the air all shattered into flower petals, scattering all over me. The once damp, gloomy mine was suddenly filled with the fragrance of flowers. Even the Rat King's health bar had already dropped by a third. Out of 1,200, only 800 remained. The Rat King, terrified, bristled with the spikes covering its body. Before it could fire, I shaped my hand into a gun and aimed it at the creature. Pow! I made my own sound effect. Glowing green life energy shot from my fingertip and burrowed straight into the Rat King's body. In that instant, a flash of joy actually crossed its crimson eyes. The fool thought the stupid human had just healed it, but before it could finish celebrating, that life force inside it began to swell eerily. Green light crept up over the ground spikes it was so proud of. With a shrill, mournful wail, the life force suddenly burst open, and the Rat King, the one that had driven so many rookies to despair, forcibly sprouted blade after blade of green grass. Blood spattered across the spikes that had already bloomed into flowers, carrying an indescribable kind of beauty. In the blink of an eye, the whole thing became one big cluster of flowers. The system prompt chimed, "Slain, LV8 Boss Spike Rat King. Congratulations on clearing the normal difficulty whaling mine. Time, for minutes, 21 seconds. Rating, SSS, solo, no damage, total annihilation, speed clear. Gain 900 experience. Level raised from 5 to 7. All attributes +4. Obtained, 1 treasure chest." I didn't hesitate. I opened the chest right away. Inside were an E-grade spike short sword, an E-grade thorn leather armor, and a D-grade material, Rat King hide. Worthy of a special dungeon. Both pieces of gear were E-grade, plus a bonus D-grade material. Though the materials still needed processing, good raw material is sometimes worth more than a finished weapon. In the hands of the right craftsman, the Rat King's hide could make at least a C-grade piece of protective gear. This should fetch a good price. With that thought, I walked out of the dungeon without looking back. Over at the front desk, Wang Xiaoli was mulling over whether she could get reimbursed for that teleport scroll by her boss. "Hi, I need to handle some paperwork." Hearing that familiar voice, she whipped her head around, and the face that had entered the dungeon not long ago was somehow standing before her again. She checked the time and shook her head, resigned. Out this fast, he'd probably failed the run. Well, the investment went down the drain, but no matter, call it a good deed. As long as you're okay, she forced out a comforting smile. The whaling mine is a bit tough. Level up some first, and you'll definitely clear it next time. I smiled. No, that's not it. I cleared it. Here, this is yours back. As I spoke, I set both the clear form and the defensive scroll on the counter. CLE cleared it. Wang Xiaoli's face was full of disbelief. She snatched up the form and looked. 3 enormous SSSs, along with a time even shorter than the Goblin Run. Her eyes darted back and forth between my face and the report. This data, this time, was it really done solo, by one person? But she also knew that a genuine level 10-something veteran couldn't even enter this dungeon in the first place. A prodigy, this was absolutely a prodigy. Discovering a seed like this, her performance numbers for the month were locked in. A hand waved in front of her eyes. "Hello. Hi. I'll get this handled right away." Wang Xiaoli fumbled through the paperwork, then pushed the defensive scroll back over. "You keep this. Our department hands out some items every month, plus a dedicated budget for investing in high-potential class holders. Consider this scroll my investment in you. It'll give you an extra layer of protection too." Only then did it click for me. As front desk staff at the dungeon lobby, they dealt with a massive number of class holders every day, and thanks to their position and the wealth of records, they could sift out the good seeds. As the old saying goes, if you want to be an honored guest of the general, you have to place your bet while he's still a foot soldier. Down the line, whenever a team was short on members, they could be the first to recommend someone and earn a bit of a finder's fee off it. Basically, they were doing headhunters' work. Investing in a promising stock before it grew up, in exchange for a favor, was good for the whole dungeon lobby and even the nation. After all, it'd be a real shame for a good seed to get cut down early in some dungeon. I paused. Is that allowed? Of course it is. Wang Xiaoli smiled and handed me the paperwork. Once you've cleared a few more dungeons, there'll probably be a line of people fighting to give you things. I thanked her and turned toward the flea market outside the lobby. Over there, Sun Chengyue was still hawking his wares at the top of his lungs. With that kind of energy, who would have guessed he was a level 16 class holder? That leveling speed ranked among the best in all of Jiangxing. Huh? Lin Shu, how are you out again already? The moment he saw me, he hurried to console me. Win or lose, it's all part of the game. Making money in a dungeon's never that easy. It's fine, Lin Shu. I've got your stuff held for you, don't worry. He thought I was anxious to raise money and had failed my run. I shook my head, got lucky, and cleared it. With that, I pulled out the gear I'd just gotten. Sun Qingyue's eyes went round. Whoa, isn't this the spike set? And the Rat King's hide too? You just ran the whaling mine? Nice luck opening this so fast. Before he'd even finished, he suddenly caught himself. Wait, the whaling mine? By yourself? Sun Qingyue froze up on the spot. From when I left his stall, entered the lobby, and came back out was only about 10 some minutes. In that little time, a solo clear of the whaling mine? An SSS grade sacrificer, was he really this insane? Give me a price. If it's not enough, I'll go raise the rest. He snapped out of it, gave the items a quick glance, and named a price. The shortsword and armor are all-purpose gear. Any warrior type can wear them, and they're especially in demand during the newbie period, both E-grade. The two together, 30,000. The D-grade material I'll count as 20,000. 50,000 total. Man, do you want skills or cash? I didn't hesitate. Skills. The D-grade water arrow, plus that C-grade sacrificer exclusive book. 60,000 for the two together, and I'll throw in 10,000 on top. No need. Sun Qingyue flatly refused. I'll sell them to you for 50,000, just to make a friend. Maybe we'll even run dungeons together down the road. Besides, once you've got the skills, you'll still need to add gear later. And where isn't money going to go? Save where you can. That attitude left me puzzled. How come everyone was tripping over themselves to give me money today? That won't do, one thing at a time. The dungeon lobby just gave me a defensive scroll, and I already feel bad enough about it. I can't be freeloading off people every single day. Sun Qingyue laughed. Man, you'd better get used to it. Someone like you is the most sought after. No background and short on money, which makes you perfect for befriending early. What if one day you become a big shot past level 40? People giving you things are betting on your potential, hoping that when you rise, they'll have a familiar face with you. Isn't that exactly what I'm doing? He clapped me on the shoulder. All right, if you really feel bad about it, then from now on, whenever you open good gear in a dungeon, bring it here to sell. Call it making it up to me. The whole web of favors and social savvy was laid out so thoroughly that I couldn't refuse anymore. I smiled and shook my head. Fine. Oh, right, I do have something important. I need some gear with passive HP and mana regen. Passive type skills would work too. Sun Qingyue frowned. Gear's easy to find, but passive skills are rare. Then something occurred to him. Actually, the dungeon lobby has them. C-grade passive skills, usable under level 10 too. But you'd have to break into the top 10 of the rankings. The rankings? I asked. Put simply, it's the dungeon lobby's way of recruiting promising stocks, Sun Qingyue explained. There are two boards. One is the Jiangxing City board. The other is the Qinglan Continent board. The kind of passive skill you want. Make the top 10 of the Jiangxing clear rankings, and it's yours, and you even get to pick. As for that Qinglan Continent board, the rewards are far more generous. Top 50 gets a C-grade skill, top 10 a B-grade skill, and the top 3 get any A-grade skill of their choice. Any A-grade of your choice. My eyes went wide. A-grade skills start at 500,000 on the market, and ones usable under level 10 are even pricier, easily over $1 million. Sun Qingyue chuckled and shook his head. Honestly, for anyone who can squeeze into that ranking, A-grade is nothing anymore. It's just for the prestige. If you really take first on the Qinglan continent, you become this cycle's champion. The good name is one thing, but more importantly, the champion gets the entire Qinglan continent's resources tilted their way. Some things you can't buy no matter how much money you've got. I quietly did the math. If I could squeeze onto a board, even just Jiangxing's, then would I really need to worry about a trial qualification by then? But the competition for this is fierce, Sun Qingyue went on. Just in our Qinglan continent, there are 72 SSS grades this time, and half of them come from big families. Their skills, gear, logistics, and even the teams they bring along are all top tier. I hear some people are already gearing up to clear the nightmare difficulty Blood Moon Cemetery. You've never run the Blood Moon Cemetery, so you don't know how sickening that place is. Something bad seemed to have surfaced in his memory, and his whole face scrunched up. That hellhole, the small mobs, and the boss can all heal, and they drain your blood to top themselves off. Stay too long, and you have to endure the Blood Moon's debuff too. Ugh, forget it. Too disgusting to talk about. I quietly filed all this information away. After all, my next objectives were exactly to clear the other two special dungeons. But seriously, man, I really do suggest you find a team. Another person means another set of hands and one more layer of safety. I shook my head. The sacrificer class. Where am I going to find teammates? As I said it, I stood up. I'll head back first and study these skills. Watching me leave, Sun Chungyue opened his friend list and found a name labeled Jiangqing T-Rex. Sis, quick question. Back when you were level 5, could you clear the Wailing Mine solo? Yes. How many minutes? 6. 6 minutes, huh? Sun Chungyue muttered. Then it seems there's still a bit of a gap. He was convinced I'd taken about 10 minutes, but a solo clear was still a fine result. He was about to close the chat window when a new message popped up, getting ready to clear the nightmare difficulty Blood Moon Cemetery. Sun Qingyue's fingers flew across the keys. I'm not going. The other side replied, don't make me smack you outside the dungeon lobby. Right then, at the Sun family estate in Jiangqing, in the vast back courtyard, Sunya closed the chat and gripped her spear once more. She was Jiangqing's SSS grade class holder, the Frost Empress. As intimidating as that sounded, her class was really just a battle mage. It was only that her fate was worlds apart from mine. Her father was the #1 figure in Jiangqing and the only level 60 class holder in the whole city. Miss, take a break. The Sun family steward stepped up to advise. Time waits for no one. With my current strength, there's no way I can beat the nightmare-level Blood Moon Cemetery. There's no rush to clear it later. No. Sunya's gaze was resolute. I absolutely will not let Jiangqing become a laughingstock on my watch. The steward sighed. Last year Jiangqing had ranked dead last. For one, the reputation was ugly, and for another, the continent's funding shrank along with it. Sunya had grown up at her father's side, absorbing it all, and her attachment to this city ran deeper than anyone's. Now that she'd awakened as an SSS grade class, of course she was single-mindedly determined to fight for its pride. A shame. Really, the other SSS grade awakeners in Jiangqing this time have all been recruited away by others, the steward said. There is still that SSS grade sacrificer who'd be a good fit. If a sacrificer is willing to pour in the resources, they can bring out more value than an ordinary SSS grade. Miss, should we perhaps? Sunya waved a hand. No need. I won't have others pay the price for my personal ambition. Keep training. I need to master Frost's single point as soon as possible. You see, even the mayor's daughter, a born prodigy in everyone's eyes, still has to rely on grinding it out over and over. And just as everyone was training their hearts out, all of them desperate to sharpen their skills by even a fraction, in a corner of the dungeon lobby. Sacrifice. Let me see your limit. System prompt. You have selected 300 max HP as the sacrifice. Please choose the skill to enhance. I picked Water Arrow. Level 1, Level 2. All the way up to max level. Condenses water into an arrow, 5,000 base damage. Costs only 10 mana. I didn't even bother checking the effect closely before sacrificing another 300. Max level refreshed, and the mana cost dropped to 5. Oh, quite the appetite. I threw in another 300 points. This time it finally hit EX rank. The effect doubled outright. First, the main water arrow body, 5,000 damage, 5 mana, 3-second cooldown. Second, an added arrow rain, 300-meter radius, 500 damage per second, costing only 5 mana per second. My eyes lit up. Real damage output had finally arrived. The old water arrow could only hit a single target, but after evolving to EX rank, not only did the single target damage skyrocket, it also spawned an area of effect kill. From now on, I wouldn't have to charge and relying on healing spells anymore. Next, I checked the book exclusive to sacrificers. C-rank Life Shield. Consumes 15% of current health to generate a shield. I first sacrificed 500 points, pushing the shield to max. Since it was a sacrificer exclusive, the shield's duration stretched to 30 seconds and its shield value doubled. There were even extra effects. I went ahead and dumped in another 1,000 points of my cap. The shield rose to EX rank. Effect 1. Actively released. It consumes 15% of current health, and the shield value is triple the amount consumed. When the shield breaks, or I shatter it myself, It forcibly knocks back enemies and deals damage equal to 10% of their current health. Effect 2 was a passive called Guard the Master. No active cost needed. Every time I take a hit, it automatically deducts 5% of my current health to generate a shield, and while the shield is up, I'm immune to one instance of crowd control and immune to instant death. The heck? A passive skill? Wasn't this just a straight-up mage's godlike skill? With my current health pool, actively casting it turned me into a super meat shield. And the instant I got hit, the passive would block the damage automatically before I could even react. This exclusive skill directly patched up my old weakness, where I could only tank hits with raw health and had zero protection. Add in that healing spell in my hand. Damage aside, just the sheer bulk of it, I was probably scarier than the bosses inside the dungeons. Thinking about it, I headed toward the front desk again, planning to dive into a dungeon and test my new skills. Just as I walked over, a burst of fierce arguing slammed into my ears. "Lisu, can't you be of any use? If it weren't for you back there, we'd have cleared it already. You're talking out of your ass." Wasn't that Lisu's voice? I turned toward the sound and saw him and his teammates blocking the passage entrance, arguing so loudly that they'd drawn every awakened around them. Several of them were going back and forth, working Lisu up until his whole face was red, and now they wanted him to pay for their equipment wear and tear. Just as Lisu was so furious he couldn't string words together, I laid a hand on his shoulder. He looked up like he'd seen his savior. "Brother Shu." Those few recognized me and froze for a moment. This was Lin Shu, the guy who'd awakened an SSS rank class that day. I swept a glance over them. Their gear had scratches, sure, but nowhere near actually being damaged. Lisu, on the other hand, was in bad shape. His newly bought mage robe had been torn to shreds by monsters, clearly the result of getting swarmed in the face. "You guys actually have the nerve to make Lisu pay?" I said. "Looks like you're all frontliners, right? So how come your equipment has fewer scratches than a mage's? It's obvious you didn't hold the monsters back. Let them charge right into the mage's face, and your damage couldn't keep up. That's why you failed, isn't it? And you've still got the gall to make a scene here." The few of them exchanged looks. They'd originally roped Lisu in because he'd awakened a C-rank mage class and had brand new gear, hoping to leech a first clear off him. But then they screwed up and wiped, and now they wanted to use their numbers to dump the blame on him. Who'd have thought they'd run into me? An SSS rank awakened. Even an unpopular sacrificer wasn't someone they could afford to provoke. Just as they looked ready to back down and slink off, something flickered at the far end of the passage, and a familiar figure walked out. Li Hao. The teammates who'd been about to cave rolled their eyes and reconsidered. They were also from Jiangxing No. 1 High School, and they knew all about the bad blood between me and Li Hao. "Lin Shu, what are you putting on airs for? Sure, you're SSS rank, but you're just a sacrificer. Who are you to strut around here like some big shot?" The moment those words came out, all eyes locked onto me, and even Li Hao stopped in his tracks. Seeing my familiar face, he grinned. "Well, if it isn't Lin Shu. Heard I cleared the Blood Moon Cemetery, so you came specially to congratulate me?" The rookies around us stirred. Clearing the Blood Moon Cemetery, even if it's just normal difficulty, that's impressive enough. Li Hao loved that feeling of being both envied and resented. Lisu's teammates immediately piled on the flattery. "Brother Hao, you've got to stand up for us. Lin Shu here is bullying us just because he's SSS rank." Li Hao patted the shoulder of a lackey beside him and stared at me with a vicious look. Truly worthy of our young Master Lin. Awakens an SSS rank class, and not only looks down on the principal, but now bullies his classmates too. His lackeys behind him chimed in one after another. What he wanted was to blow this up big, so his uncle's side would have a legitimate excuse to withhold my subsidy. Some of the clueless bystanders around us now looked at me with a bit more disdain. At that moment, "What's going on here?" A sharp, delicate shout rang out. Wang Xiaoli pushed her way through the crowd. "You think the dungeon hall is your house? All this yelling and shouting. Get the hell out." "Oh ho, you little brat." Li Hao stepped forward to advance, but a lackey behind him grabbed him. "Brother Hao, that's the daughter of Director Wang of the dungeon hall." Li Hao's raised hand awkwardly lowered, but he couldn't swallow his anger. "I just cleared the Blood Moon Cemetery on normal difficulty, S-rank rating. That at least counts as an excellent awakened, doesn't it?" Wang Xiaoli's face was full of scorn. wearing gear this nice, and a 5-person team, and you only cleared normal difficulty. If you can't even get through the Blood Moon Cemetery, you might as well go find a block of tofu to bash your head against. The smile on Li Hao's face froze. That's when I spoke up. Getting an S rank in a normal dungeon counts as an excellent awakened? Li Hao laughed. Anyone can talk big. That's the Blood Moon Cemetery. If you went in, who knows how many times you'd die. Originally, I'd planned to clear them one by one, in order. But looking at that smug face of his, I couldn't be bothered to waste any more words. I walked straight to the front desk to handle the paperwork. Blood Moon Cemetery, solo. The other receptionist beside her hesitated. Xiaoli this. Wang Xiaoli looked at me, and seeing the certainty in my eyes, she turned and grabbed the stamp and slammed it down. Others didn't know what I was capable of, but she knew all too well. Besides, I still had that defense scroll she'd given me in my pocket, so even if I slipped up, there'd be no danger to my life. You got this. She flashed her 2 little canine teeth, cheering me on with an earnest look. I smiled. Li Su leaned in too. Brother Shu, I'll go in with you. Let me recover my status first. As he said this, he fumbled frantically through his backpack. I patted his shoulder. Your condition's not good, so just rest here. Your mom and dad don't earn money easily. I picked out a mana potion from his pile of supplies. This 1 bottle is enough. Wait for me. I'll be back soon. With that, I headed straight for the passage. But Li Hao blocked my path, leaning in near my ear with a snide, mocking tone. Oh ho, getting angry already? Don't do anything rash now. Sacrificing your health to clear a dungeon really hurts your future prospects, you know. The next second, a powerful force came at me. Bang. Just wait for your daddy to get arrested, dumbass. I shoved him aside with one hand. Li Hao stumbled and fell flat on his backside, a look of disbelief on his face. He'd just finished clearing the Blood Moon dungeon and had already reached level 3. Where did I get such strength? The lackeys behind him were sent staggering by that shove too. Watching me walk into the passage, a vicious look surfaced on Li Hao's face. The light of the teleportation array dispersed, and I stepped onto cold stone paving. The air was thick with the mingled smell of rot and rust. There was no sky overhead, only a dark red blood moon set in the air, like a clot of congealed blood. In the distance, will-o'-the-wisps drifted, lighting the whole space up like a massive underground tomb. The Blood Moon Cemetery. I didn't rush forward. First, I pulled up my panel to confirm my status. EX rank Fated Sacrificer, level 7, health over 9,800, mana 150, strength and agility, both more than double a normal person's. In my skill bar, EX rank Sacrifice, EX rank Healing, EX rank Water Arrow, EX rank Life Shield. 4 skills lined up neatly. Healing, damage, defense, I lacked nothing now. My only concern was mana. Reaching level 7 only added 50 base mana, which was pathetic compared to my massive health pool. I did a rough calculation. If I relied entirely on Water Arrow to clear monsters, with my mana, I could only keep it up for 30 seconds at most. In other words, for every monster in the entire dungeon combined, I only had 30 seconds of output time. Go over that, and my mana would run dry. Luckily, I'd swiped a mana potion from Li Su. After using it, I'd recover 10 mana per second and could sustain that for 30 seconds. Just as I was thinking this, a roar suddenly erupted in the eerie cemetery. I took a deep breath and activated Water Arrow's aura. In an instant, a ring of pale blue ripples spread out from beneath my feet, and wherever the ripples passed, a thin layer of water mist condensed on the stone slabs. At that moment, a thumping sounded from the graves not far off, and a decayed hand broke through the soil, about to climb out. I narrowed my eyes. A ghoul. Full name Vengeful Ghoul, the most basic monster in the Blood Moon Cemetery. Its biggest trait was that it could absorb the grudges lingering in the cemetery to heal itself, and even if you killed it, after a while it would crawl back out of its coffin and revive. And this was still just the lowest tier trash in this dungeon. The next second, that layer of water mist condensed into countless arrows and stabbed straight down. Critical hit, 500. LV3 Vengeful Ghoul killed. But the arrow rain showed no sign of stopping, blanketing that entire spot like a torrential downpour. Corpse coffin destroyed. Experience plus 20. It automatically locked onto the corpse coffin? In all the guides I'd read, The stone coffin wasn't just an item. Its health was extremely thick, and smashing it by force ate up a lot of mana. So speed clear teams usually rushed forward after killing the monsters and ignored the coffins entirely. I never expected this arrow rain would target them on its own. I stepped forward to get a closer look. As I moved, the coverage area of the rain curtain shifted along with me. Squelch, squelch. With every step I took, ghoul arms burst out of the soil, but faster than them were the arrows falling from the rain curtain. 500 damage crashing down on the small fry of a normal dungeon was like using a cannon to swat mosquitoes. One arrow, and the ghoul not only died stone dead, but even paid me back 200 health. That first wave of the corpse tide, the one that struck terror into every rookie, was completely strangled inside its coffins before it could even crawl out of the ground. Oh, wait, the coffins got strangled along with it. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen kill notifications popped up in front of me. I glanced at my mana. 130, only 20 dropped. Counting the moment I'd spaced out earlier, that was maybe 4 seconds, and an entire field of ghouls had been wiped out by me. That should be plenty, I said, and walked straight ahead. Not far off, a ball of spirit flame bobbed up and down, and as I approached, it revealed its true form. A semi-transparent female figure, hair disheveled, letting out a piercing shriek the instant she saw me. A spirit flame wraith, an ethereal-type monster that could largely resist physical damage and could also inflict defense-ignoring mental damage on awakened. For a low-tier awakened, they'd either gulp down mental resistance potions to tough it out or throw their health pool at it. But I didn't have to choose either. Before that shriek could reach my face, a ring of pale red energy glow rose up around me. Life shield. The shriek slammed into the glow and was entirely absorbed. The shield value dropped bit by bit. 70, 70, 70. I felt not a ripple of concern. Unlike armor, the layer this shield conjured was practically equivalent to my health. So whether it was physical damage or mental damage, in front of this shield, it all had to grind through honestly. Of course, there existed attacks in the world that could specifically break shields or even bypass them entirely, but those were extremely rare and very special, and at least in this dungeon, I wouldn't encounter them. And even if I did, with my current health, forget these few wraiths. Even if you added a whole row more, they wouldn't be able to scream through my shield. As I shuffled forward, the few wraiths entered the range of the arrow rain. In that instant, the arrow rain pierced straight through their bodies. Critical hit, minus 1,000. Critical hit, minus 1,000. Looking at the numbers popping up in front of me, even I was startled. Wraiths were a spirit flame type to begin with, perfectly hard countered by water attribute magic like the water arrow. Before they could even let out a scream, they dissolved into wisps of green smoke amid a sizzling sound. I glanced at my mana, 95 left. Enough. Ahead was a stone bridge, and beneath it, bottomless darkness. On the far side of the bridge, a tall figure was slowly walking toward me. A Death Knight, the boss of the Blood Moon Cemetery's third stage. It stood a full 3 meters tall, clad head to toe in pitch-black plate armor, with only 2 points of crimson light left beneath its helmet. In its right hand it hefted a massive two-handed sword, black mist coiling around the blade. With every step it took, the bridge trembled slightly. I stopped walking. Not out of fear, I was doing the math. According to the data in the dungeon manual, a Death Knight's defense and health were around 3,000, with extremely high physical resistance, but only average magic resistance. My water arrow dealt 5,000 single target damage, so in theory, one shot could take it out. But to be safe, I raised both hands. Green light bloomed from my left, blue light lit up in my right. The next second, a ball of fluorescent green light and a thumb-thick jet of water shot out from my fingertips, so fast the naked eye could barely track them. Squelch. There was no grand battle scene, no explosion or dust cloud. All I saw was a thumb-thick hole appear in the Death Knight's heavy armor, and then a green sprout poked out from the hole. Its body cracked apart starting from the chest, the fissures crawling along the seams of the plate armor to its limbs, to its helmet, until the whole thing collapsed with a crash, shattering into a scatter of iron shards and white bones. One strike. Healing plus water arrow, 7,000 damage total, and the armored Death Knight was instantly killed on the spot. I lowered my hands and glanced at my mana. The aura was still on, sitting at 80. The system's voice sounded in my head. Congratulations on clearing the Blood Moon Cemetery. Rating SSS. Solo, flawless, total annihilation. Clear time 1 minute 24 seconds. Experience gained 2000. Level raised from 7 to 10. All stats increased by 6. You have reached level 10 and may undergo class promotion. 1 treasure chest obtained. Additionally, special achievement completed. Dug up your ancestors' graves. You even dug up all those coffin materials that are so hard to shatter. You really aren't human. I stood on the stone bridge, looking at the debris all over the ground, silent for 2 seconds. Only 2 words popped into my head. That's it? Before, seeing that terrifyingly low clear rate, and then seeing how smug Li Hao looked reporting his S-rank rating, I'd wondered just how hard this dungeon could be. But after clearing it, why did it feel even easier than the goblins? You have to understand, in that goblin dungeon, I'd spent 5 minutes just walking. If anyone could have heard my inner monologue, they'd probably have been furious enough to jump. The goblin dungeon had a long path that was there to give awakened room to react and adapt. The Blood Moon Cemetery had a short path. It tested your real skill at handling monsters. The ghouls and wraiths here were packed extremely close together. If you didn't take out the ghouls immediately and instead drew the wraiths over, you were basically done for. On top of that, ghouls could absorb grudges to heal. The vast majority of people died on this stage without ever even laying eyes on the boss. But who could have guessed that this dense monster piling design was exactly what let me reap them all with total ease? I reached out and opened the treasure chest. A C-rank Knight's Greatsword for D-rank material ghoul coffin boards, and 3 portions of D-rank material wraith ashes. Looking at this pile of stuff, I sucked in a cold breath. Back in the Wailing Mine, the Rat King boss had only dropped a single D-rank material. Both were normal dungeons, yet this one trip through the Blood Moon Cemetery had handed me 7 D-rank materials outright. Then I looked at that newly acquired achievement. Dug up your ancestors' graves. 10% increased damage against undead, and a 20% chance to inflict 1 second of fear on undead upon first encountering them. Below that was a line of small text. You dug up my home, and I'm scared. I paused for a moment. So the skill did the deed, but I was the one who had to take the blame. Still, the effect was genuinely great. With it, clearing elite and even nightmare difficulty Blood Moon cemeteries would be easier from now on. I then exited the dungeon. Outside the dungeon hall, the crowd of awakened that had just gathered hadn't dispersed. Made sense. Barely over a minute had passed, and everyone was still soaking in the fun of watching the drama. The teleportation array flashed. Huh? Isn't that the SSS rank sacrificer? He's out already this fast. Someone sharp-eyed shouted it out on the spot, and the rest looked up one after another. Oh my god, and here I thought he was something fierce. All aloof and cool, refusing to say a word, insisting on soloing the challenge. I figured he'd blow the dungeon wide open. He bailed this fast. An armored warrior sneered. Coming out this quick, how embarrassing. If it were me, even if I couldn't beat it, I'd at least stall for 20 minutes. At least then you could say you gave it your all. The archer beside him joined in the jeering. Li Hao, listening to all this from the corner, felt uneasy inside. He'd used the provocation trick to goad me into the dungeon precisely because he was betting I had no skills. A lousy healing spell couldn't clear a dungeon, so I'd have to rely on sacrificing to tough it out. As long as I sacrificed enough, I'd inevitably damage my foundation. By then, it'd be perfectly natural for his uncle to expel me and swipe away my SSS rank class certification. But I'd come out way too fast. Li Hao's heart tightened, and he strode over to meet me. TSK, an SSS rank class, failing and coming out this quick? If it were me, I'd sacrifice half my life to clear it. He was still clinging to his little scheme, hoping to keep luring me in. The next second, I grabbed him by the collar and flung him hard to the side. Scram. With a dull thud, Li Hao slammed into the wall, letting out a muffled grunt, and his health bar dropped by 1/10 on the spot. He stared at my back with a look of disbelief. Such enormous strength? This was a damn sacrificer. Had he sacrificed his health to trade for strength? Wasn't it said you couldn't boost stats that way? A string of question marks exploded in his head. And the next second, as I handed my certification to the front desk, a mechanical broadcast rang out through the entire hall. Special Dungeon, Blood Moon Cemetery, Normal Difficulty, Cleared. Clear time 1 minute 24 seconds. Rating SSS. New record for the current normal difficulty Blood Moon Cemetery clear. Everyone froze. The silence lasted maybe 3 seconds, and then it exploded. 1 minute 24 seconds? The Blood Moon Cemetery. Impossible. I ran it in a team for 40 minutes yesterday. 2 of us critically wounded, nearly died, and we still didn't get through. SSS rank? How did he do it? The phantom wraiths in that dungeon are immune to physical damage. The crowd buzzed like a poked hornet's nest. Someone pulled up the rankings, and my name was displayed prominently at the top of the Blood Moon Cemetery normal difficulty leaderboard, with the time column reading 1 minute 24 seconds, followed by 3 big S's. That warrior who'd been mocking me just now had a spectacular expression. His mouth hung open, his eyes bulging round, unable to squeeze out a single word, as if someone had him by the throat. The archer beside him wasn't doing much better. Impossible. The burly man finally snapped out of it, his voice trembling. The Blood Moon Cemetery, just running across takes nearly half a minute. How did he fight through it? The moment those words came out, someone immediately chimed in. Right, it's got to be cheating. How could a sacrificer possibly be this fast? The dungeon didn't glitch, did it? Maybe he exploited a bug? These special dungeons were all made by the dungeon hall. What if there's a loophole? The doubts quickly drowned out the shock. People are like that. When they run into something they can't understand, their first reaction is never admiration, but suspicion that someone else used underhanded tricks. Just then, a shrill, thin voice popped out from the crowd. It should be real. Sure, he's a sacrificer, but he's SSS rank. The speaker was a tall, skinny guy wearing black-framed glasses, clutching a class encyclopedia and reading from it especially loudly, afraid others wouldn't hear. The defining trait of a sacrificer is being able to sacrifice health or other things to strengthen skills. But to obtain that kind of massive boost, you almost always have to permanently lower your maximum health. He closed the book, pushed up his glasses, and let out a snide little laugh. Clearing the Blood Moon Cemetery in 1 minute 24 seconds. Just how far did he have to strengthen for that? To win this argument, this guy probably sacrificed away half his life, huh? The people around him paused, then caught on. Yeah, sacrificers have to deduct max health to strengthen. Fighting this fast, he definitely sacrificed a lot. How much life did that cost? TSK. Throwing away the rest of your life just to show off for one moment. Is it worth it? Li Hao, in the corner, finally had the color return to his livid face. He genuinely panicked a moment ago. 1 minute 24 seconds, SSS rank, a score that left his S rank in the dust by a mile. But now, he found his confidence again. So it was traded with his life. He even thought himself cleverer for it. If he hadn't deliberately provoked me into the dungeon just now, and really let me develop, I might have caused him some trouble. At this clear speed, what I'd sacrificed was probably more than half my life. My max health was probably down to a dozen points at most now. He straightened up, patted the non-existent dust off his clothes, and let a smug look rise on his face. No wonder. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for those around to hear. 1 minute 24 seconds. I thought I was seeing ghosts. Turns out it was traded with his life. He walked up to the service counter, looked at the screen still displaying my score, shook his head, and wore a look of condescending pity. Lin Shu, oh Lin Shu, throwing yourself away just to win this argument. Is it worth it? Turning yourself into a cripple for one record. How pitiful. But my expression didn't change. I wasn't the least bit angry. In fact, I found it funny. This bunch could come up with all sorts of creative excuses to trample you down over one outrageous score. Still, once I cleared the elite dungeon in a bit, what would they cook up then? I was honestly a little curious. I turned back toward Wang Xiaoli at the front desk. I want to apply for elite difficulty. Solo again. The mocking laughter in the hall was cut off cold, as if a hand had suddenly seized its throat. Everyone looked at me in disbelief. Even Wang Xiaoli hesitated. Lin Shu, that's enough. You've already proven yourself. Blood Moon Cemetery, elite difficulty. My tone was very calm. Wang Xiaoli didn't try to dissuade me further and process the paperwork. Watching the front desk actually grant me the qualification, the hall fell into a dead silence. Just now they'd been cursing me as a cripple, and now the guy had turned right around and applied for elite. The tall, skinny guy opened his mouth, but couldn't get any words out. The burly man's mouth opened and closed, and in the end he could only manage. Has he lost his mind? The smile on Li Hao's face froze, his mind spinning fast. Elite difficulty? Was this guy joking? In elite dungeons, monster health doubled, damage doubled, plus there was an extra layer of environmental debuff. A sacrificer like him couldn't win even if he sacrificed his entire life. Unless he hadn't paid such a big price at all. The instant this thought surfaced, Li Hao stamped it out himself. Impossible. For a sacrificer to grow stronger, he had to sacrifice something. That was an iron rule written in the encyclopedia. To clear that fast, he must have sacrificed health or some other important stat. But then why did he dare take on Elite? Even if the sacrifice effect was strong, where did he get the skills? Li Hao couldn't make sense of it. I ignored these stares and walked straight for the passage. As I passed by Li Hao, my steps didn't slow. Fine you go. His voice chased after me from behind, carrying a forced ease. I'd love to see whether you can survive 5 minutes in elite difficulty. I didn't answer. The moment the light swallowed me, a hushed voice came from behind. I couldn't tell whose. Trading the rest of your life to look cool for a few minutes. Is it worth it? The corner of my mouth curved up. Worth it or not? Once I come out, you'll all know. The light of the teleportation array dispersed, and I stepped onto the stone slabs of the Blood Moon Cemetery. Unlike normal difficulty, here a faint layer of red mist hung in the air, like a congealed stench of blood. The system's voice sounded. You have entered the Blood Moon Cemetery, elite difficulty. Environmental effect, Blood Moon Curse. The light of the Blood Moon continuously erodes your spirit, stacking one layer of mental corruption every 30 seconds, each layer reducing hit rate and casting success rate by 5%, up to 10 layers. At 5 layers, hallucinations appear. At 10 layers, you lose consciousness. I glanced at my status bar, where a little red skull was slowly climbing. The dungeon had already begun. Instinctively, I went to cast a healing spell, but my hand paused. Life Shield. As I released the shield, a thicker layer of blood red enveloped my body, and my health dropped 15% accordingly. Right after, a ball of glowing green light lit up in my palm, and the healing spell came down. Surging vitality poured from my chest into every limb and every corner of my body, and the cold, sinister sensation pressing against my skin was instantly scattered away, most of it gone. The blood-red skull representing corruption in my status bar vanished at once. With the 2 skills stacked, the oppressive weight of the Blood Moon disappeared entirely. Whatever damn Blood Moon curse, let it go take it up with my EX rank skills. I rolled my neck and took my first step. Meanwhile, in the dungeon hall, that massive screen was displaying my status in real time. The timer ticked to 15 seconds, and the crowd, far from dispersing, only grew larger. The earlier smugness was gone from Li Hao's face, replaced by a hint of grimness. He was both afraid I'd actually clear it and afraid I'd die inside. Make way. A steady voice came from the outer edge of the crowd. Everyone turned. A man in his early 40s was walking in. Wang Xiaoli, with a worried look at the front desk, shot to her feet. Brother Chen, you're here. The man showed a trace of helplessness. During work hours, use my title. As he said this, he swept his gaze around. That genius you just told me about. The one who cleared the normal Blood Moon dungeon in 1 minute 24 seconds. Where is he? Wang Xiaoli lowered her head and shot a resentful glance at Li Hao not far off. He's challenging the elite Blood Moon dungeon. Oh, he found a team this fast. No, he's alone. The composure instantly collapsed from Chun Zheng's face. Solo? Soloing the elite-level Blood Moon Cemetery? Others might not know, but don't you know how hard that dungeon is? Why didn't you stop him? Wang Xiaoli buried her head even lower. Chun Zheng said no more and looked up, fixing his eyes on the timer overhead. 43 seconds, 44, 45. Manager Chun, since you're here, why don't you break it down for us? A few bold young awakened crowded forward. Compared to the online guides, this administrator stationed in the hall clearly knew the ins and outs better. Chun Zheng took a deep breath. Fine, everyone's here, so let me explain. First, the conclusion. The Blood Moon dungeon is not recommended for any awakened below S rank, especially the elite and nightmare difficulties. It's meant for those record-chasing geniuses. Someone wasn't convinced. It's not that hard, Manager Chun. We've cleared the normal dungeon too. Sure, it's a bit harder than others, but with some time spent grinding out coordination and a level 10 team, you can pass it. Elite is nothing but leveling up a few more times, bringing more potions, and clearing monsters slowly, right? Chun Zheng let out a scornful laugh and shook his head. You think the elite difficulty Blood Moon Cemetery is just monsters? The biggest difference in the elite dungeon is that the Blood Moon starts taking effect. The moment you enter the dungeon, no matter what you're doing, you get slapped with the Blood Moon curse. Every 30 seconds it stacks one layer of mental corruption. At 5 layers, hallucinations begin, where the monsters you see might be fake and your teammates might turn into enemies. At 10 layers, you lose consciousness outright, lying on the ground waiting to die. He paused and scanned the crowd. To clear this dungeon normally, you must bring purification items or a priest specifically to dispel the debuff, and you can't drag it out. The faster the better. Our current fastest record was set by Sun Ya's squad. Sun Ya is an SSS rank, and everyone else on the team is S rank, all outfitted with top-tier gear. And even with that lineup, it took them 9 minutes. The fastest in all of Qinglan continent this generation is 8 minutes 20. He glanced at the people below. Numbers alone won't mean much to you. So let me put it this way. If these teams went and cleared every normal dungeon currently open, none of them would take more than 3 minutes. And even teams like that going into the elite dungeon aren't guaranteed to pass. Now you know how hard this dungeon is. Someone sucked in a cold breath. Then isn't this Lin Shu as good as dead? Chen Zheng didn't answer. His eyes were fixed intently on the screen, and what flashed in them wasn't worry, but a professional kind of curiosity. In the status bar on the screen, I somehow had no Blood Moon curse. A sacrificer, no teammates, no purification items. How was he withstanding the Blood Moon curse? That was a question Xinjiang couldn't answer. And inside the dungeon, I had already made it through the first half of the cemetery. The first wave of monsters burrowed up from underground. Not the ordinary skeleton warriors of normal difficulty, but Blood Moon skeletons, their bodies wreathed in dark red patterns. Their bones were a size thicker than the ordinary ones. The fire in their eye sockets was blood red, and the rusty swords in their hands were coated with a layer of dark red light. I didn't stop walking and activated Water Arrow's aura. A ring of pale blue water mist spread out 300 meters around me. The moment those Blood Moon skeletons crawled out, several water arrows condensed around them. Before they could even react, -500. The freshly emerged skeletons lost most of their health. Elite monsters couldn't be killed by 500, but the next water arrow stabbed in right after. Level 10 Blood Moon skeleton killed. At that moment, a rusty arrow shot straight at me, only to be snapped in two by an invisible force half a meter from me. The shield dropped 100 points. On a burial mound in the distance, a skeleton wielding a bow was drawing back for a second shot. Blue light lit up in my right palm as I actively cast Water Arrow. A thumb-thick jet of water shot out and struck the skeleton square in the chest. 5,000 damage, and the Blood Moon skeleton exploded on the spot, bone fragments flying everywhere. One-shot kill. The second, third, and fourth lunged at me from different directions. Aside from punching holes in those few ranged ones, I didn't even bother with active water arrows. I just strolled leisurely among these eerie burial mounds and let the aura do the damage itself. 3 seconds later, all 4 skeletons collapsed at once, blanketing the ground with bone shards. I turned off the aura and glanced at my mana. 5 seconds of aura cost 25, 2 water arrows cost 10, leaving 115. Very efficient. I pressed onward. In the hall, the timer ticked to 1 minute and 8 seconds. From the progress bar, I had somehow already covered most of the first section. It's been over a minute, and he still hasn't come out, someone said in a low voice. Chen Jing's brows knit together. Not because he thought I was slow, because I was too fast. At this pace, I should be nearly done clearing the Blood Moon skeletons. But how does he still have no negative buffs? Those 2 skeleton archers, how did he deal with them? Chen Zheng murmured to himself, his voice very soft, but the people beside him all heard it. No one could answer. At this point, a young man in a mage robe leaned in. Manager Chen, doesn't the elite dungeon also have a wraith swarm? The guide says the second wave is 20 Blood Moon wraiths, all mental attacks. Chunjung nodded, his tone growing heavier. Right. The second wave, 20 blood moon wraiths, all mental. Their shrieks aren't ordinary damage. They stack mental corruption directly. If you don't dispel it, you'll stack at least 3 layers by the time you finish this wave, and after 3 layers, your hit rate drops 15% and your casting starts to fail. He paused. The normal approach requires 2 magic class jobs casting AoE together to clear it in 1 round. Solo, once the shrieks stack up, there's no point fighting after that. And the wraiths are semi-transparent. Ordinary attacks can't hit them. Only elemental damage works. The young man in the mage robe swallowed. Then can he do it? Chunjung didn't answer, his gaze nailed to the timer. 1 minute 15, 1 minute 20, 1 minute 25. Then it ticked to 1 minute 30. No system message, no failure notification. Only that yellow progress bar beneath, suddenly surging forward a big chunk. Chunjung's pupils contracted slightly. Inside the dungeon, I stood on a stretch of dark red open ground. 20 piles of dark red mist scattered around me, the traces left behind by the dead blood moon wraiths. I glanced at my mana, 90 left. The wraith swarm was even easier than the skeletons. 1 flick of the aura, and all wiped out in 5 seconds, without me even moving to cast an active water arrow. The only thing to watch out for was their shrieks, but the life shield blocked the sound waves completely clean, and I barely even heard a sound. Pressing onward, a stone bridge appeared before me, and beneath it was still bottomless darkness. Only this time, 2 figures stood on the bridge. On the left was a towering death knight, riding a bone-armored warhorse. That horse's skeletal frame was a size larger than an ordinary horse, its joints bristling with barbed spikes, blood-red fire dancing in its eye sockets. The knight sat astride it, a black shield in its left hand and a 2-handed sword wreathed in blood-red lightning in its right. On the right was a wraith floating in midair, twice the size of an ordinary phantom wraith, a dozen or so wisps of eerie green ghost fire hovering around it. The system's voice sounded, "You have disturbed the elite-level Blood Moon Cemetery bosses, Death Knight, Mounted Form, and Wailing Wraith. Twin bosses." Even though I'd seen them in the guides, looking at the mounted Death Knight and the one in the air, I still felt 2 waves of oppressive pressure rolling toward me. Except, my kind of oppressive pressure seemed a little different from other awakens. Damn, this is so cool. Who could resist a skeletal horse blazing with ghost fire all over? And in contrast to my ease over here, in the hall, when the line Lord Zone entered popped up on the screen, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared hard at the time in the upper right corner. 2 minutes, 21 seconds. He started fighting the boss at 2 minutes, 21 seconds? Even the experienced, worldly Chunjung had lost his earlier composure now, striding abruptly to the front desk, grabbing the phone and saying something. Outside the hall, plenty of people had been called over by friends to watch the excitement. Sun Changyue had packed up his stall too and squeezed in, and when he made out the name on the virtual screen, his eyes suddenly went wide. Lin Shu. Over there, Chunjung finished his call with the director and felt someone tugging at the hem of his clothes. It was Wang Xiaoli, wearing a worried look. "Brother Chun, he started fighting the boss. He'll be okay, won't he?" Chunjung's expression was grave. "Hard to say. The elite-level Blood Moon Cemetery has twin bosses. Even those well-prepared strategy teams often wipe here." A few sharp-eared people leaned in. "Twin bosses? The Death Knight alone is that hard to fight. And there's another one. You think that Death Knight in the normal dungeon was its full form?" Chunjung seemed to recall some unpleasant memory. "The mounted form Death Knight has a charged skill. The first strike deals double damage and can instantly kill squishies. The Wailing Wraith has an area range mental shriek, plus 12 tracking ghost fires, each one able to stack mental corruption. These 2 were designed to work together. When you attack the Wraith, the Death Knight charges. When you attack the Death Knight, the Wraith shrieks and launches ghost fire from behind. The normal solution requires a tank to hold the Knight, 2 damage dealers on the Wraith, 1 priest specifically dispelling mental corruption, and another priest specifically healing." He stopped a moment. "But 1 person fighting twin bosses, forgive me for saying it, but I don't know how it can be done either." The hall was silent as death. Li Hao leaned against a pillar, his hand trembling. Not from fear, an unease had risen inside him. My clear speed was too fast, and at this rate, I might actually solo clear the elite dungeon. But how is that possible? Forget Manager Chen never having seen a solo clear of the Blood Moon Cemetery. In all of Qinglong continent, probably no one could solo clear the elite-level Blood Moon Cemetery during the rookie period. I was a sacrificer. What right did I have? The timer on the screen was still ticking. 2 minutes 40, 2 minutes 50, 3 minutes 10. The yellow progress bar sat frozen, unmoving, and the feeling of it was so stifling it was unbearable. Everyone was desperate to spot some change on the screen. But apart from the time, there was nothing. On the other side, Sun Qingyue's brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes fixed hard on my status bar. He and his sister had cleared the elite-level Blood Moon Cemetery too, and he knew that compared to the Death Knight, the Wailing Wraith was the real main event. Because its shriek was area damage, and when its health dropped past half, it entered a super armor state and forcibly triggered, hard stacking the Blood Moon curse. Damage that even priests and mental resistance potions couldn't remove, that could only be endured. So Sun Qingyue was waiting for the mental corruption notification to appear in the system messages. That would at least mean the Wraith's health had been ground down by half. But there was nothing on the screen. No mental corruption, no casting failure, nothing at all. 3 minutes 15. At that moment, a line of text suddenly popped up on the screen. Wailing Wraith killed. The hall exploded on the spot. What? 3 minutes, and the Wraith is dead. Impossible. An 8,000 health Wraith, with Ghost Fire protecting it too. How did he fight it? Chen Jing's mouth opened and closed. His mind was racing. Killing the Wailing Banshee in 3 minutes meant this young man had dealt at least 8,000 points of damage in under a minute. And he hadn't been affected by mental pollution, hadn't been blown up by the Ghost Fire, hadn't even been phased by the shrieking. That was impossible, unless he was immune to all mental attacks. Chen Jing's eyes snapped wide open. A possibility came to him. Once certain skills broke through to EX rank, they could come with effects like immunity to mental control or cleanse negative status. Could it be that this Lin Shu had upgraded a skill all the way to EX? He'd been managing the dungeon hall for years and had seen thousands upon thousands of job holders. But the ones who could push a skill to EX rank could be counted on one hand. Every single one of them was either a top-tier prodigy or a powerhouse who'd made a name for himself long ago. And this Lin Shu had only awakened yesterday. Chen Jing's fingers trembled slightly. If that were really the case, then this young man's potential was probably far more than just clearing a dungeon. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, I stood on the bridge, watching the Wailing Banshee's body burst apart in midair, dissolving into countless dark red fragments that drifted away. The Banshee was dead, all in less than 30 seconds, start to finish. The remaining Death Knight leaped down from its horse. No, actually, its warhorse had collapsed on its own. Its body was already riddled with holes from my water arrows, one bloody wound after another. Even without its mount, the Death Knight still charged straight at me. Dual bosses really were a pain. This knight's charge was too fast. At first I tried to dodge with footwork, but after taking another blast of the Banshee's Ghost Fire, I gave up and just tanked it head-on with my life shield. That great sword, glinting with cold light, came down hard against the crimson shield in front of me. The moment the damage landed, the shield I'd been holding for so long finally gave out and shattered. Bang! The instant the shield broke, the Death Knight, about to follow up with a finishing blow, was blasted backward by an invisible force. A blood-red number popped up above its head, -623. When the life shield shatters, it deals damage equal to 10% of the enemy's current health. In other words, the Death Knight now had only about 6,000 health left. I didn't give it a chance to catch its breath. My third water arrow shot out, hitting it square in the abdomen. Its health bar visibly dropped. It had already lost a chunk to the aura's burn, and now with another water arrow, it was nearly bottomed out. It raised its sword to strike. I took a step back, and my fourth water arrow punched through its breastplate and came out the other side. Its body stiffened, the two-handed sword frozen in midair, and then it crashed down, weapon and all, in a thunderous heap. The system's voice rang out. Congratulations on clearing the Blood Moon Cemetery, elite difficulty. Rating SSS. Time 3 minutes, 38 seconds. Experience gained 4,000. This was a self-driven breakthrough past the level 10 barrier. You gain an additional 10 points to all attributes and an increase to your passive health and mana regeneration. Level raised from 10 to 13, all attributes increased by 9 points. Maximum health and mana raised. Passive regeneration is now 1 point every 3 seconds. 2 treasure chests obtained. I stood on the bridge, looking at the 2 boss corpses, and let out a long breath. Living up to its name as an elite dungeon, there really was some challenge to it. Looks like if I want to take on Nightmare difficulty, I'll need to prep a few more tricks. I glanced at my own stat panel. Fate Sacrificer, level 13, health just over 6,300, mana 200, strength 51, agility 52, all more than 5 times a normal person's. In my skill slots sat Sacrifice, Healing, Water Arrow, and Life Shield, all at EX rank, neat and tidy. I hadn't expected to break past level 10 without even touching my job certificate. For job holders, every 10 levels is a major threshold. To get past it, you either use the energy inside your job certificate to power through, or you complete a job quest, and completing the quest gives you extra attribute gains on top of it. The level 10 job quest was to conquer an elite rank dungeon and slay its bosses with your own hands. I'd done both, so I'd scored 10 free attribute points, and even the passive regen from the breakthrough had shrunk from the standard 1 point per 5 seconds to 1 point per 3. The boost didn't look like much for now, but if I could power through levels 20, 30, 40, even 50 all on my own, these numbers would pile up, and sooner or later they'd leave everyone else in the dust. In the past, with no money and no resources, maybe I really would have had to rely on the job certificate to advance. But things were different now. I could sell this certificate outright. Just not cheap. Never cheap. Then I turned my attention to the 2 treasure chests that had dropped from the bosses. Back in the hall, the timer had stopped at 3 minutes, 38 seconds. Just as everyone assumed I was about to fall short at the finish line, a mechanical voice sounded. Blood Moon Cemetery, Elite Difficulty, Challenge Successful. Clear rating, SSS. Time, 3 minutes, 38 seconds. The hall went as quiet as a tomb. Qin Zheng's hands, clasped behind his back, dropped to his sides and trembled faintly. He stared at that string of numbers, his lips quivering a few times, until finally he could only squeeze out one sentence. 3 minutes, 38 seconds. SSS rating, not a scratch on him the whole time. This is really a rookie job holder. At the channel exit, Li Hao stared hard at that line of information on the virtual screen, muttering the same words over and over. How is this possible? And at the entrance of the dungeon hall, Sun Xingyue took one look at that clear time starting with a 3 and immediately dialed a number. Sis, I just ran into a total monster. The screen in the hall still glowed with my results. 3 minutes, 38 seconds. SSS rating. Blood Moon Cemetery, Elite Difficulty. Those words landed like a bomb, exploding in everyone's head. I walked out of the teleportation channel. My clothes were spotless, like I hadn't just fought a brutal battle. My expression as relaxed as if I'd just come back from a stroll in the park. The crowd automatically parted, opening a path for me. Nobody spoke. The people who'd been mocking me, doubting me, waiting to watch me fall flat on my face just moments ago, every one of them shut their mouths now, watching me walk past with a complicated look I couldn't quite name. I didn't look at anyone. I walked straight to the service desk and set my clear voucher on the counter. Register it. Wang Xiaoli's hands were still shaking. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Just 10 odd minutes ago, I'd been running a standard dungeon, and now I'd turned around and posted the most outrageous clear time this hall had ever seen. Once she finished the registration, I took the receipt and turned to go. Young man, hold on a second. A deep, resonant voice came from behind me. I turned and saw the man in his early 40s walking toward me. Navy blue uniform, silver badge, steady stride, sharp eyes. I'm Qin Zheng, the manager of the dungeon hall. He extended his hand, smiling graciously. Do you mind if we chat for a moment? I gave his hand a shake. Lin Shu. I know. Qin Zheng smiled. These 2 clears of yours wiped out every record in my hall. Standard difficulty in 1 minute, 24 seconds. Elite in 3 minutes, 38. Both solo SSS. It'd be hard not to know who you are. Got lucky, I said. Qin Zheng shook his head and didn't press. He understood that some details couldn't be dug out on a first meeting, but the admiration on his face was impossible to hide. I've worked here for over a decade and seen plenty of prodigies, but not one of them could put up a time like yours. He clapped me on the shoulder. If there's ever anything you need, come find me. There's plenty I can help with here at the dungeon hall. I nodded. Thanks, Manager Chun. Don't be so formal. Just call me Brother Chun. Just then, another voice cut in from the side. Brother Shu. Brother Shu. A round-faced young man squeezed out of the crowd, his face wreathed in smiles, calling out and hopping around as if terrified I might not see him. Brother Sun, what are you doing here? If it weren't for the 2 skills he'd sold me, there was no way I could have torn through elite Blood Moon Cemetery so fast. Don't call me brother. You're my big brother. Sun Changyue looked thrilled, grabbing my arm, his eyes practically twinkling with stars. Brother Shu, you're insane. 3 minutes, 38 seconds on elite Blood Moon Cemetery. Is that a score a human being can even post? Let me tell you, my sis just about lost it on the phone. I paused. Your sister? Yeah, my sis, Sunya. She's a job holder too, an SSS rank job. That elite Blood Moon Cemetery record for Jiangxing that you just smashed? That was our run yesterday. As he spoke, he pulled up the second-place team's info on the leaderboard, and sure enough, his name was right there in it. Off to the side, Chen Zheng watched Sun Changyue, a flicker of something crossing his eyes. If he remembered correctly, word had just gotten around yesterday. The daughter and son of Jiangxing's mayor's son had teamed up to clear elite Blood Moon Cemetery, and Sunya had made a big splash by awakening an SSS rank job. This chubby kid in front of him was also surnamed Sunday Odds, where he was the mayor's son. Sun Changyue turned back to me, rubbing his hands together, his expression shifting from excited to ingratiating. On anyone else, that look would probably come off as off-putting, but on that chubby face of his, it somehow radiated a certain sincerity. He rubbed his plump cheek. Brother Shu, there's something I want to run by you. Go ahead. Are you interested in taking on nightmare difficulty next? I looked at him. Not right now. In a few days, Sun Changyue rushed to explain. My sis is still putting a team together. She's already found 2 priests, but the damage output still isn't enough. On Nightmare Difficulty Blood Moon Cemetery, the dual lords get buffed even further. There's an extra phase, and on top of that a final boss appears at the end, Baron Blood. You absolutely need heavy damage dealers. He paused, dropping his voice. Brother Shu, I know we haven't known each other long, but I've got nothing but respect for your skills. So I just wanted to ask, could you run Nightmare with us? Don't worry about the pay. I'd never let you work for nothing. I said nothing. Sun Changyue thought I was hesitating and quickly pulled a card and a list from his coat, offering them to me with both hands. Brother Shu, this is a deposit. Whether it works out or not, the money and the gear are yours to keep up front. And there'll be more once it's done. I took them and gave them a quick once-over. The moment my hand touched the card, a line of numbers popped up on my system panel. A password-free bank card, balance of 500,000. The list itemized 3 pieces of gear, a B-rank breastplate, a pair of B-rank bracers, a pair of B-rank boots, plus a set of accessories. The stats were solid, more than a full tier above what I was wearing. 500 grand. The gear's free, whether we run it or not. I looked up. Right. Sun Changyue smiled, so wide his eyes squeezed into slits. Just consider it making a friend. With skills like yours, Brother Shu, there'll be plenty of people lining up for your help down the road. I'm just getting in line early. Watching from the side, Chun Zheng nodded to himself. People said the mayor's son had no taste for fighting and preferred fiddling with oddball business ventures. Who'd have guessed those oddball ventures had actually gotten him somewhere? Young as he was, the kid knew how to get things done. 500,000 plus 3 pieces of B-rank gear. The price wasn't low, but it wasn't outrageous either. The real kicker was that line. Yours whether it works out or not. That took the sincerity to the max. I tucked away the card and the list. When are we running it? Sun Changyue's eyes lit up. Brother Shu, you're in? Let's see how it goes first. When's your sister getting here? Tomorrow. Day after at the latest. Her skill proficiency is just a hair short. I'll add you as a friend and get in touch then. I smiled and nodded. Nightmare dungeons were something I'd have to tackle sooner or later. With someone handing me money and gear, why turn it down? Still, I had to give the necessary heads up. I pulled my hand back and looked at the excited Sun Changyue. Don't get ahead of yourself. I've never run Nightmare difficulty. There's no guarantee I'll clear it. You're just being modest, Brother Shu. Sun Qinghua chuckled. You went through elite without taking a scratch. Nightmare's just gonna make you breathe a little harder. That's all. Chen Zheng smiled to himself off to the side, but didn't chime in. The gap between Nightmare and Elite was nowhere near as simple as Sun Qinghua imagined. Sun Qinghua and I chatted a bit more, settled on a time and place to meet tomorrow, and then I left the hall. After I left, Chen Zheng stared at my retreating back and fell silent for a good while. His assistant sidled up. Manager, this Lin Shu. Keep a close eye on him, Chen Zheng said. The instant any of his dungeon records come in, report them to me. Also, look into his background and send it to me shortly. Understood. Sun Qinghua left too, sending his sister a voice message as he walked. Sis, it's done. Lin Shu said yes. Get over here tomorrow. Oh, and grab me some Sacrificer exclusive skills, and some B-rank skills too. Bring plenty of the good ones. On the other end, Sunya listened without a trace of impatience. Got it. She knew her little brother well. Even though he'd awakened an S-rank job, he'd never had any love for fighting. All he cared about was making deals. In his own words, strength shows itself in many ways. Not just level, logistics and resources matter just as much. And, in a rare turn, even their father had agreed with that. As for who their father was, none other than Sun Lingtian, the mayor of Jiangqing. Seeing his sister agree, Sun Qinghua chuckled, stuffed his phone into his pocket, and walked off humming a little tune. Meanwhile, in a VIP lounge on the second floor of the dungeon hall, Li Hao sat on the sofa with his phone laid out in front of him, the screen showing his uncle Li Jiangwo's number. The call had already connected. Uncle, Lin Shu cleared Blood Moon Cemetery on Elite Difficulty 2. Li Hao's voice was a little tight. Solo. 3 minutes, 38 seconds. SSS rating. Silence for 3 seconds on the other end. Tell me everything. Li Hao ran through the whole thing. How he'd goaded me into the dungeon, how I'd cleared standard difficulty, then steamrolled elite, every last detail. As he talked, his fingers kept unconsciously tapping the armrest of the sofa, an old habit of his whenever he got nervous. At the end, he laid out his own doubts too. Uncle, something's off about this Lin Shu. Sacrificers pay for buffed skills by cutting into their max health. He ran 2 dungeons back-to-back and still walked out on his own feet, not even looking pale. I suspect the price he pays for sacrificing is a lot smaller than we figured. I'm worried that if he actually catches the attention of the higher-ups, then we'd. He didn't finish, but what he meant was crystal clear to both him and Li Jiangguo. The line went quiet again for a few seconds. Then Li Jiangguo laughed, not loudly. What are you panicking about? Li Hao froze. Uncle, at the end of the day, he's just a snot-nosed kid who awakened yesterday and got stuck with a sacrificer job. Li Jiangguo's tone was calm. The fact that he can post scores like this only proves that the effect of his sacrifice far exceeds what we anticipated. But rules are rules. If a sacrificer wants to get stronger, he has to sacrifice something. The price definitely exists, we just haven't seen it yet. Listening to his uncle, the heart Li Hao had been holding in his throat slowly settled, and even his breathing evened out. You're right. Besides, it's not like we actually did anything to Lin Shu. But at that, the other end of the line fell silent. What's wrong, uncle? In his school office, Li Jiangguo took a deep breath. Your father has already made his move on Lin Shu's parents. Li Hao's finger froze in midair. What do you mean? Exactly what it sounds like. In the principal's office at Jiangqing No. 1 High School, Li Jiangguo stared at the report in front of him. A major accident had occurred at the Jiangqing chemical plant. Primary responsibility lay with the newly promoted supervisors, who, unfamiliar with the procedures, had meddled recklessly and caused a hazardous material leak, resulting in 1 death and 2 seriously injured. Both Li Jiangguo and his older brother were seasoned operators who knew all too well that dragging things out invited trouble, and an SSS rank job certificate was something plenty of people besides them were itching to get their hands on. So the very day they'd promoted Lin Shu's parents, they'd arranged this accident, intending to use Lin Shu's parents as leverage to force him to fold fast. But nobody had counted on Lin Shu rising this quickly. At this point, there was no turning back. Li Jiangguo went on. No matter how well Lin Shu can fight, we've got his parents in our grip. What kind of waves can he possibly make? The corners of Li Hao's mouth slowly curled up. You really do think of everything. Don't get ahead of yourself. Li Jiangguo cut him off. Keep watching Lin Shu, but don't get into a head-on clash with him. He's riding high right now. This isn't the time to go toe-to-toe. Let him enjoy himself for a few days. Once he burns through whatever sacrifice fuel he's got, he'll be finished on his own. Understood. One more thing. Come to the school tomorrow and round up a few people to report Lin Shu together. The way we handled him earlier was too rushed. It's bound to have left loose ends. If you all step forward and file the reports, then when I withhold his job certification and his student status, I'll have a legitimate, above-board reason. Got it, Uncle. Li Hao hung up, leaned back against the sofa, and let out a long breath. Spoiled rich kid though he was no fool. When he ran into something he couldn't handle himself, he might not dare bring it up with his father, but he had the nerve to consult his uncle. And when it came down to a moment like this, you had to count on the old hands in the family. Truth was, a moment ago he really had panicked. His head had been swimming with all those lines from the storybooks. Stuff like, the river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years, or never look down on a young man just because he's poor now. But now, he wasn't panicking anymore. Damn it. How many prodigies actually exist in the real world? 3 generations of family fortune behind me, and I can't handle some background-less little punk who just awakened? No matter how strong Lin Shu is, he's still just one man. On top of that, his parents are in my uncle's hands. With this many cards to play, what does Lin Shu have to turn things around? Li Hao stood, walked to the window, and looked down at the crowd milling about in the hall below. People were excitedly discussing everything that had just happened. Watching it all, a cold smirk tugged at his lips. Go ahead and gloat a little longer. Elsewhere, outside the hall, things were as lively as ever. I was in a good mood. 500,000 in deposit, a set of B-rank gear, and the nightmare run with Sun Yu's group lined up for tomorrow. Everything was heading in the right direction. Lin Shu, a voice came from behind me, laced with obvious urgency. I turned to see a lanky young man running toward me. Li Su. Su? What's the rush? Li Su reached me, panting, his face taut with alarm. Something's happened. Your parents. There was an accident at the plant. The smile vanished from my face. This afternoon, workshop number 3 at Jiangxing Chemical exploded. Li Su pulled out his phone, his hands trembling. 1 dead, 2 seriously hurt. Your parents were the shift supervisors. They're at the hospital now. They're okay, but... He handed me the phone. On the screen was a news push notification. I scanned it quickly. Operators violated protocol. On-duty supervisors, Lin Ziyuan and Wang Xiaomei. As long as they're okay. I took a deep breath, pushing down the thoughts churning inside me. What exactly happened? Li Su swallowed hard and lowered his voice. Listen, this thing isn't right. My dad works in that workshop too. He saw it with his own eyes. Old Wang, one of the operators, started up the reaction unit against the rules. Your dad tried to stop him and couldn't, and then it blew. Old Wang died on the spot, and the other 2 are in critical condition. He paused, dropping his voice even further. But the plant says the surveillance cameras were broken. There's no proof your dad tried to stop him. Now the plant wants to pin the blame on your parents. Says the supervisors failed to oversee things properly. And here's the most important part. He swallowed again. My dad says the plant manager personally escorted someone to the hospital today to talk compensation with your parents. Guess who it was? My eyes narrowed. Who? Li Jianya, the head honcho of Jianya Group. Li Hao's father. My pupils contracted sharply. Whatever lingering doubts I'd had about my parents' sudden promotion all clicked into place in that instant. A conspiracy. Li Hao and his people were actually trying to use my parents to pressure me, and they'd move this fast. I forced down the towering rage in my chest. What did he go there for? He's got shares in the plant. Says he's representing the shareholders. Come to negotiate with your parents. Li Su, not picking up on the edge in my tone, went on. He says the plant is willing to put up part of the compensation for the family of the deceased and the injured, and your parents have to cover the rest. The deceased family wants 2 million, and each of the 2 seriously injured wants 1 million, for 1 million total. The plant will put up 1 million, and your family has to come up with 3 million. If you can't pull it together within 3 days, they'll call the police and take the legal route, and your parents could end up in prison. 3 million. My hand clenched into a fist, knuckles white, but a cold smirk pulled at the corner of my mouth. When Li Hao and his crew had tried to make a deal with me before, they'd offered 500,000. Now here they were, making me pay out $3 million. And that remaining $2 million was supposed to be charity handed to me? But the bigger the crisis, the calmer you have to stay. I took a deep breath and looked at Lisu. How's your dad doing now? He's fine, just a little shaken. Lisu still had a lingering fear in his eyes. He told me to come find you right away and let you know. My dad says this is straight up extortion. Old Wang had just been diagnosed with a terminal illness not long ago, and your dad barely started the job before this happened. Who's going to believe that? It's obvious somebody's out to get your family, but there's nothing we can do. The plant manager and these people are thick as thieves, and they claim the cameras are broken. With no proof, they can call black white and get away with it. Watching my expression, Lisu gritted his teeth and added, Lin Shu, my dad said if you need him to testify, he's willing to step up and say your dad tried to stop old Wang. But he can't do it alone. Li Jianya is a level 50 job holder. After all, nobody dares make a peep. I was quiet for a few seconds, then patted Li Su on the shoulder. Thanks, Su. Thank your dad for me. Come on, don't mention it between us. Li Su said anxiously. What are you going to do? $3 million. Where are you going to get that? I've got a way. My tone was calm. Head back for now, and don't get mixed up in this. I'll deal with Li Jianya. Li Su opened his mouth to say something, but meeting my eyes, perfectly still, without a ripple, he swallowed the words back down. I rubbed my fingers together, running the whole thing through my head. This was Li Jiangwo's play. I was an SSS rank job holder, after all, and I'd made a name for myself in the hall today. They couldn't touch me directly, so they'd found their opening through my parents. $3 million, a number heavy enough to crush an ordinary person. But all I'd have to do was sign that transfer agreement, and it would vanish easy. I suddenly laughed. This wasn't about the money at all. Even if I scraped together $3 million, Li Jiangguo had other tricks up his sleeve. If the other side got backed into a corner, they might even go straight after my parents. Their sheer brazenness only confirmed one thing. Go to the police? The cameras were broken, there were no witnesses, and even if there were, who'd dare step forward against Li Jianya's power? Go to the media? Li Jiangguo was a principal, and Li Jianya was the chairman of Jianya Group. I took a deep breath. And with that breath, my maximum health ticked up another notch. When it comes down to it, it's because I'm too weak. A cold glint flashed through my eyes. The only reason they dared to be this brazen was that I was too weak. I didn't even have the standing to go down fighting, taking them with me. Only the strong don't get slaughtered like cattle. I wasn't strong enough yet. That was fine. As long as I was still alive, as long as I could still draw breath, I could keep getting stronger. Stronger, faster than anyone could react to. Fast enough to make Li Hao and his crew feel dread in their bones. But right now, the most urgent thing was money. How I'd settle the score with the Li family could wait. First, I had to protect my parents. For $1 million, I had the 500,000 deposit from Sun Chungyue, which left me $2.5 million short. I pulled out my phone, opened the Dungeon Hall app, and scrolled to the leaderboard at the very top. Blood Moon Cemetery, Nightmare difficulty. First clear bounty, 1 million. First clear in all of Qinglong continent. Another $1 million on top. Posted by the Jiangxing Job Holders Association. 2 million total, plus Sun Qingyue's 500,000, plus whatever I could get from selling off the gear and materials that dropped in the dungeon. All told, scraping together 3 million should be doable. I raised my hand and flagged down a taxi. City People's Hospital. At the hospital, the smell of disinfectant was sharp enough to sting. I found my parents' room at the end of the corridor. The door was half open. My dad, Lin Ziyuan, sat on the edge of the bed, his arm wrapped in bandages, his face ashen. My mom, Wang Xiaomei, leaned against the head of the bed, her eyes red and swollen, like she'd been crying. Dad, Mom, they both looked up at the same time. Wang Xiaomei's eyes reddened again, but she forced back the tears. Lin Ziyuan stood up, his lips quivering a few times, until finally he could only manage. What are you doing here? I heard something happened at the plant, so I came to check on you. Are you two all right? We're fine. Seeing me staring at the bandages on his arm, Lin Ziyuan tucked his arm back a little. Just a scrape. Careless of me. I walked in and sat down on the edge of the bed, pressing a hand against his arm. The next second, surging life energy enveloped him. In an instant, Lin Ziyuan felt a great deal of the discomfort in his body ease. Son, this is my skill. We'll get into that later. I looked at him. Li Jianya came to see you too. Lin Ziyuan sighed and went through the whole thing again. It matched what Li Su had told me, with just one extra detail. He was very polite, calling us old Lin and sister this and that, saying he'd do his best to fight for us. But his meaning at the end was clear. This 3 million, we're the ones who have to pay it. Shoo, it's all our fault. We didn't listen to your warning. Who could have seen this coming? Watching my father in his anguish, I shook my head. It wasn't just that he couldn't have foreseen it. Even I hadn't expected them to move this fast. Wang Xiaomei picked up the thread, her voice trembling. When your dad tried to stop old Wang, several co-workers saw it. But nobody dares step forward to testify. At the thought, her eyes reddened again. I was silent for a few seconds. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I stood up, my tone steady. I'll handle the money. You're just a kid. Where are you going to get 3 million? Wang Xiaomei said, alarmed. I've taken on a dungeon bounty. I'm running it tomorrow. I didn't explain further. Just rest and recover. Don't dwell on it. This isn't going to end like this. Lin Ziyuan looked into my eyes. There was no bravado in them, no impulsiveness, only a composure he'd never seen before. He opened his mouth, and in the end, all he said was, "Be careful." I nodded, turned, and walked out of the room. At the window at the end of the corridor, I looked at my own reflection in the glass and took a deep breath. Li Jiangguo, Li Jianya, and Li Hao? Not now, but soon. I pulled up my friend's list and sent Sun Chengyue a message. What time are we running the dungeon tomorrow? 3 seconds later, he replied, 10 a.m. meet at the hall. 9:55 a.m., the dungeon hall. When I arrived, Sun Chengyue was already waiting, 3 people standing beside him. The moment he saw me, he perked right up, waving his hand and shouting, "Brother Shu." Now that everyone was there, Sun Chengyue pulled me over and started the introductions. First, he pointed at the 2 in robes. This is Zhang Hao, and this pretty lady is Li Yusin. Both S-rank priests, healing, cleansing, crowd control. They mainly handle the support side. The male priest, Zhang Hao, was tall and thin with glasses, refined looking. The female priest, Li Yusin, had a round face and a ponytail, with a dimple in each cheek when she smiled. Finally, he swept his hand towards Sunya. And this, the overlord dragon of Jiangqing, is my sister, Sunya. He even waggled his eyebrows. Also the second SSS rank job holder. After you, Brother Shu. Sunya looked a little helpless, but with her teammates all present, she didn't smack her brother down on the spot. She just gave me a faint smile. SSS rank Frost Empress. Battle Mage class. My main role is damage. I gave a slight nod in greeting. Sunya wore a suit of ice blue light armor, a long spear slung across her back, its tip glinting with cold light. From the sheen coming off her gear, even her worst piece had to be B rank. Then it was my turn. Lin Shu. Sacrificer. My tone was flat. Zhang Hao's expression stiffened for a moment. A sacrificer. SSS rank job, sure, but also famously useless. He'd heard about the class. You trade your own life for damage output, shaving years off your lifespan every dungeon run. He instinctively glanced at my face for any signs, and there wasn't a single wrinkle on it. That glance didn't escape me. As my gaze swung back toward him, Zhang Hao cleared his throat with a dry cough and hurried to say, "First time teaming up with a sacrificer. Look forward to working together." Li Yusin didn't react much. She just sized me up curiously a couple of extra times. She'd heard about my run yesterday. 3 minutes, 38 seconds to clear elite Blood Moon Cemetery. Anyone who could post a score like that deserved respect, whatever their class. With the introductions done, Sun Chengyue flashed an honest grin and patted the heavy plate armor covering his body. Guess I should introduce myself too, Brother Shu. Me, S-rank Guardian. Main tank. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he added with a chuckle, "Don't let the fact that I'm always messing around with business and selling gear fool you. This is my real line of work. With me here, you can focus on pumping out damage." All right, enough chatter. Sunya cleared her throat, pulling everyone's attention back. Since we're all here, let me go over the tough spots on Nightmare difficulty. She pulled out a map and spread it across the table. On Nightmare difficulty Blood Moon Cemetery, the Blood Moon curse is buffed threefold, and on top of that the monster count and stats are cranked way up. Ghouls don't just show up in the first wave anymore. Along the whole route, Wherever there's a grave, monsters can crawl out at any moment. The rates have been upgraded too. On Elite, a wave is 20 of them. On Nightmare, it's 40, and they can split. But none of that is the hardest part. The hardest part is the Dual Lords, and the hidden boss that only appears on Nightmare, Baron Blood Moon. She tapped 3 spots on the map with the tip of her spear. I've actually heard of Baron Blood Moon. Zhang Hao pushed up his glasses, brow furrowing. But word is he's gotten even stronger in this dungeon. Right? Sunya nodded. The reason Blood Moon Cemetery is the hardest of all the level 10 special dungeons is precisely because of this Baron Blood Moon. He's an all-rounder boss. He can tank, he can hit, and he can lifesteal. But that alone wouldn't make him the strongest at his tier. The real catch is that every time the dungeon opens, he randomly gains 1 limited time skill. The ones in the past were manageable, but this time's is especially nasty. She paused, her face serious. The limited skill he's got this time is called Phase Out. Once he activates it, for 5 seconds he's immune to 80% of both physical and magic damage. Luckily, the skill has an obvious wind-up, about 1 second. The instant you see his body turn transparent, everyone stops attacking immediately and waits until Phase Out ends. Otherwise, all your damage goes down the drain. Then Sunya looked at me. Lin Shu, we've all seen your damage. But Nightmare isn't something one person can carry. It comes down to teamwork. Here's my thinking. I'll be the main damage dealer. Sun Xingyue holds the Death Knight of the Dual Lords. The 2 priests handle dispels and healing. And you back me up on damage when the time comes. She said it earnestly. Clearly she'd already run through it many times in her head. I was silent for a moment, then asked, your strongest single target hit. How much damage does it do? Sunya considered it. 3,000. Her tone was calm, but it carried a certain pride. 3,000 in output was nothing to sneeze at her level. Sun Xingyue was startled to hear it too. Sis, your frost proficiency went up again? It's level 2 proficiency now. Sunya gave a confident little smile. Given the right conditions to attack, I can put out about 4,000 in 3 seconds. I shook my head. Your damage isn't enough. Sunya's expression froze on the spot. My tone was flat. The Death Knight's mounted form has 15,000 health. The Wailing Banshee has 8,000, and Baron Blood Moon has at least 20,000. You take 3 seconds to do 4,000. That's too slow. I'm on a clock. The moment I said it, the faces of the 3 people beside us turned truly interesting. 4,000 in 3 seconds was too slow? And on a clock? Buddy, you're not just bragging, are you? Sunya's face darkened, and the atmosphere turned a little awkward. Sun Xingyue's eyes rolled from one person to the next, and he broke in with a grin. See, that's what I said. The reason we didn't clear it last time is because your damage is low. The guy cleared Elite in 3 minutes. His output's obviously higher than yours, and you've got the nerve to have him back you up on damage. Sunya. The corner of her mouth twitched. She reached over and smacked her brother on the back of the head. Shut it. Sun Xingyue rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. His little interruption actually eased the tension. Sunya looked at me and took a deep breath. Fine. You're the main damage dealer. We'll support you. First attempt. If we fail, no big deal. We'll get in sync first. I nodded. Chun Zheng came around from behind the service desk, 5 dark red teleport passes in hand. Nightmare difficulty teleport passes. I've got them ready for you. He handed them to me. Blood Moon Cemetery on Nightmare has been brutally hard this year. Nobody in all of Qinglan continent has cleared it. If you all pull it off on the first try, forget just Jiangcheng. You'll make a name for yourselves across the entire continent. I nodded, said I'd do my best, and passed out the teleport passes one by one. The 5 of us stepped up to the teleportation array. Sun Xingyue was still psyching himself up. Glancing at me standing there so composed, he couldn't help but say, Brother Shu, no joke. Honestly, I really don't want to run this dungeon. But this time, running it with you, I'm going all in. I'll hold the line, you do the killing. If I can't hold, just go ahead and sacrifice me. I don't mind. I shot him a look and shook my head helplessly. Sacrifice only works on myself. Before the words had even finished, the light of the teleportation array flared up and swallowed the 5 of us. Back in the hall, that enormous screen lit up. Chun Zheng stood in front of it, hands clasped behind his back. A staff member beside him asked quietly, Manager, should we notify the higher-ups? No rush. Chen Zheng said, eyes fixed on the screen. Let's watch first. That's what he said, but he'd already had someone prepare a record board. A 3-minute, 38-second elite clear was worth watching this nightmare challenge himself. As the light of the array faded, I found myself standing on the stone slab ground of Blood Moon Cemetery. The air here was even fouler than on elite difficulty. Overhead, the blood moon loomed so huge it looked ready to come crashing down, its light thick as blood, pressing down until it was hard to breathe. The system's voice rang out. You have entered Blood Moon Cemetery, nightmare difficulty. Environmental effect, potent blood moon curse, 3 times the intensity of elite difficulty, stacking 1 layer of mental pollution every 10 seconds. I glanced at my status bar. The countdown had already begun. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. I raised my right hand and activated Life Shield. A crimson membrane of light instantly wrapped around my whole body. Right after, I followed up with a healing. A shimmering glow settled over me, and the mental pollution countdown in my status bar turned gray again. Behind me, Sunya and the others stepped out of the array too. Sun Qingyue had barely taken a step when he frowned. As an S-rank guardian, his mental resistance was higher than most, but the Blood Moon curse still made him uncomfortable. This godforsaken place. It's miserable every time I come here, he grumbled, then pulled a cleansing scroll from his pack and slapped it onto himself, handing another to me. I shook my head. I've got it covered. Looking at the faint crimson shield around me, Sun Qingyue didn't ask further and put the scroll away. Sunya and the 2 priests each used cleansing items of their own. Zhang Hao looked around, gripping his staff. The Blood Moon curse is way stronger than on elite. Our cleansing scrolls will last 8 minutes at most. That's enough, I said, and took my first step. The instant I lifted my foot, the first wave of monsters surged up out of the ground. Not skeletons, not ghouls, but 40 Blood Moon wraiths, densely packed and hovering in midair, all shrieking with an ear-splitting screech at once. I'd expected them, sure, but even so, these wraiths came out way too fast. Zhang Hao went white. Shit, that's a ton of wraiths. Yusin, get ready for a mass cleanse. Before he could finish, I'd already activated the water arrow aura. In an instant, a mist thick with water elements wrapped around everything. In the blink of an eye, everyone watched as countless water arrows condensed out of the mist and shot toward the wraiths all around. Sure, the Nightmare Tier wraiths had way more health than usual, but 500 damage a second was still more than these small fry could handle. Even if one of them survived that second, what about the next? Before long, the wraiths that had been packed shoulder to shoulder started dissolving in whole clumps. In less than 5 seconds, all 40 of them had evaporated, leaving a dark red haze drifting through the entire space. Zhang Hao's mouth hung open, the purification scroll still pinched between his fingers. He hadn't even gotten a chance to use it. Li Yusin froze too. Sunya stared blankly at the scene in front of her, the ice element she'd just gathered melting away as quietly as spring runoff. One shot. 40 wraiths, cleared just like that? The one enjoying this most of all was Sun Changyue. Every time he'd come into this cursed dungeon before, he'd gotten beaten so badly he wanted to cry for his mama. But this time, damn, this time I brought a carry. While everyone else was still stunned, Li Yusin was the quickest to react. She glanced at me, my skill still active, then hurriedly raised her staff. Mana prayer. A beam of blue light shot out from her palm and sank into my body. My mana started ticking back up at 5 points a second. I couldn't help being a little surprised. You know what? Teaming up really does have its perks. This party comes with its own power bank? Thanks. Li Yusin gave a little smile. Don't mention it. You do the fighting. I'll keep your mana topped off. Zhang Hao snapped out of it, pushed up his glasses, and stuffed the purification scroll back into his pocket. He stared at my back, his eyes full of complicated shock. Are sacrifice casters really this strong? Sunya gripped her spear and said nothing. When she'd heard I'd cleared it in 3 minutes and 38 seconds, she couldn't wrap her head around it. How could anyone put up a score like that? But now that she'd seen this with her own eyes, she made her peace with it. 40 wraiths, all wiped in 5 seconds. Sure, she was an SSS rank Frost Empress herself, but her AoE skill needed a cast time. Its range wasn't nearly this wide, and it took at least 2 casts to clear a group like that. Watching his sister's expression, Sun Chungyue grinned. What did I tell you? A total carry. I paid no attention to any of these reactions and just kept walking forward. The water arrow aura stayed on, the pale blue mist spreading outward with me at its center. Every step I took, monsters clawed up out of the ground, out from behind the tombstones, out of the blood fog. But most of the time, before anyone could even make out the shape of a monster, they'd already hear the sound of bones snapping apart and flesh being punched through. Everyone understood what was happening. It wasn't that they couldn't see the monsters, it was that the monsters died before they could even close the distance. Some of the tankier elite monsters could hang on for 3 or 4 seconds, but before they got anywhere near me, I'd raise a hand and one active water arrow would finish them off. After all, with a power bank following behind me, I could sling skills around like they were free. Sunya and the others had almost nothing to do. Sun Chungyue walked at the very front with his shield up, but not a single monster could get close. So out of sheer boredom, he slung the shield over his shoulder and trailed behind me like a spectator. Zhang Hao never had to spend a single purification scroll, because the Blood Moon curse couldn't stack on me at all. So, bored out of his mind, he started counting the tombstones we passed. The only one actually working was Li Yusin. She stuck right by my side, tossing out a mana prayer every few seconds, keeping my mana steadily above 80%. Her mana restore skill had a cooldown, but my aura didn't burn through mana all that fast either, so it landed right at a balance point. And that just made this insanely satisfying for me. Big monster, small monster, didn't matter, they all ate a water arrow. 1 minute and 40 seconds. All the trash mobs were cleared, and we reached the stone bridge. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. After a short breather, we entered the twin boss area. The moment the 5 of us stepped in, the Death Knight in his mounted form and the Wailing Banshee appeared at the same time. Sunya instinctively raised her spear and was about to charge. But something moved faster than she did, a blue water arrow. I raised my hand and loosed one arrow straight at the Wailing Banshee. Minus 5,000. That single hit stripped away most of the Banshee's health and knocked her straight into her second phase. The Banshee shrieked and unleashed ghost fire. 12 balls of green flame surging toward me. I didn't dodge. My life shield ate 6 of them head-on, and Sunya swept the other 6 aside with a single spear strike, then lifted her weapon to move in for the kill. But a second later, my second water arrow shot passed right beside her. The Wailing Banshee burst apart on impact. 6 seconds, and she was on the ground. It wasn't that the Banshee had low health, it was purely that I had to wait out that 3-second skill cooldown. Right then, the Death Knight spurred his warhorse and came charging. Sun Chungyue, finally with something to do, raised his shield and met the charge. Steadfast bulwark. A golden shield of light unfolded in front of him. The horse slammed into it, forcing him back 3 steps, but he managed to lock down the aggro. The Death Knight swung his two-handed sword down onto the shield, the clash of metal painfully shrill. Sun Chungyue gritted his teeth and took it head-on. Damage. Before he'd even finished the word, I'd already circled around to the Death Knight's flank. A water arrow slammed into the warhorse's ribs. Minus 5,000. With a mournful cry, the Death Knight tumbled off his mount. Sunya attacked from the other side, her spear stabbing again and again, frost freezing half the Death Knight's body solid. I followed up with 2 more water arrows. The Death Knight fell. Twin bosses down, 20 seconds. Zhang Hao stood in the back, gripping his staff so hard his palm nearly sweated through it. He'd never in his life seen a playstyle like this. No dodging, no positioning, just standing there with an aura up and pumping out damage, while the boss's health bar dropped like someone had pulled a drain plug. Sunya's sharp, spirited face was a tangle of emotions. She'd once been the great hope of her party, its absolute core damage dealer. But in this moment, she felt more like a gopher. She couldn't even compare to the support. At least Li Yusin could keep my mana up the whole time, whereas she'd had to keep her sprint on and fight tooth and nail just to snatch a single chance to attack. 2 seconds slower, and the boss would have already been dead. That gap left her deeply uncomfortable. And yet, mixed into that discomfort was a strange, indescribable feeling. This was probably exactly what Sun Chungyue meant, the joy of riding a carry. In the dungeon lobby, the timer on the screen ticked over to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Chen Jing's eyes went wide. Twin bosses cleared in 2.5 minutes? That was faster than most people cleared elite difficulty. His fingers flew across the record board, scribbling something in handwriting so messy only he could read it. A staff member beside him said in a low voice, "Director, headquarters is on the line, asking about the dungeon run." Chen Zheng didn't even look up. "Tell them we'll talk after it's done. Also, people from the Jiangxing Professionals Association are here. They say they want to observe in person." Chen Zheng lifted his head and swept his gaze over the lobby, where the crowd kept growing. Word must have leaked somehow, because plenty of professionals were already clustered in front of the screen, watching our little squad's progress. "Let them watch," Chen Zheng said. "It's not like they can see the actual details anyway." His eyes dropped back to the screen. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. The 5-person squad had already entered the final boss area. The Blood Moon Baron was up ahead. Past the stone bridge, not far off, a massive pool of water came into view. Right in its center, in the spot where the blood moon shone down, lay a huge coffin. The moment the 5 of us stepped into the boss's range, a furious roar exploded out of the coffin. Then a huge figure came crawling out of it. The Blood Moon Baron stood a full 2 heads taller than the Death Knight. His dark red skin looked like it had been soaked in blood, his muscles knotted and bulging, a short-hafted war axe gripped in each hand, and both his eyes burned with deep purple flame. The system's voice sounded in my head. "Hidden boss encountered, Blood Moon Baron. Blood Moon Pact. For every 10% of health lost, attack power increases by 5%. Blood-sucking strike. Each melee hit restores 5% of maximum health. Phase shift. Enters an ethereal state, immune to 80% of physical and magical damage, lasting 5 seconds, with a 1-second wind-up." Zhang Hao sucked in a cold breath. "This thing is even nastier than the guide said." Sunya gripped her spear, knuckles white. She'd run Nightmare once before. She'd barely scraped through the twin bosses, but when she'd reached the Blood Moon Baron, she'd completely fallen apart. That terrifying strength and self-healing made every attack and every reposition a nightmare. One mistake, and it was back to square one. And that shameless phase shift made it feel downright hopeless. In the end, the whole group had to bail out of the dungeon in a mess with teleport scrolls. Sun Chungyue stood at the very front with his shield up and glanced back at me. "Shuji, how do we play this?" I didn't answer. I took 2 steps forward. The water arrow aura was already up, and pale blue ripples washed across the Baron's body. His health bar popped up, longer than a lifespan, it seemed, a full 25,000 points. At 500 a second, the aura alone would take 50 seconds to burn him down. Seeing the boss still stuck in his entrance wind-up, I didn't hesitate. I raised my hand and let fly a water arrow. The arrow struck the Baron squarely in the chest. But this time, my always reliable water arrow ran into something tough and burst into a cloud of blue mist. Minus 4,231. Not the full 5,000. His dual resistances had shaved off part of the damage. The Baron clearly hadn't expected anyone to come at him at a moment like this. He froze for a beat, then let out a low roar and charged straight at me. He was incredibly fast, twice as fast as the Death Knight. Sun Chungyue rushed to meet him, shield thrust forward. Steadfast bulwark. The golden shield of light unfolded. The Baron's first axe swing crashed down on it, and Sun Chungyue was driven back 5 steps, both feet plowing 2 furrows in the ground. Minus 119. The web of his hand split open, blood dripping down the edge of the shield, and his health bar dropped a full quarter in 1 hit. "Damn, he's strong." Sun Chungyue gritted his teeth and pushed forward again. Li Yusin quickly threw a heal onto him. Seeing that, I flung the green light in my hand straight at the Baron instead. I'd originally meant to heal Sun Chungyue, but since Li Yusin had it covered, I might as well drop that heal on the Baron. After all, those 2,000 points ignored defense entirely. The green light wrapped around the Baron. Minus 2,000. Wounded again, the Baron roared and swung his second axe. Clang. Metal shrieked against metal, and the golden light on the shield dimmed by half. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of Sun Chingyue's mouth. Minus 134. By then my water arrow cooldown was up, and I raised my hand for another. 2 water arrows plus 1 heal, and the Baron's health bar was already down nearly half. Seeing things going badly, the Baron let out a furious roar, and his body began to turn transparent. He's using phase shift. Stop, Sunya shouted. Everyone held off. Sun Changyue kept his shield up in front, but the golden light on it had already vanished. Right then, looking at the axe the Baron was once again raising high overhead, I flung a burst of green light at Sun Changyue. The instant the green light enveloped him, his health bar filled all the way up, and the surging vitality hit him so hard he couldn't help letting out a grunt. A second later, the axe came down. This time, with no golden light to soften the blow, Sun Changyue was sent flying, slamming into a stone pillar in the tomb chamber. The stone slab cracked, and he slid to the floor, his shield flung off to one side. Changyue, Sunya's face changed. I'm fine. Sun Changyue climbed up and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Good thing Lin Shu healed me. The first tick had restored 2,000 health, then 200 a second after that. In 2 seconds it had pulled him back to safe territory. As that attack ended, the Baron's phase shift also ran out, and his body faded back to its dark red color. I'd just started to raise my hand when the Baron, with nothing in his way now, charged straight up to me. At that exact moment, a wisp of bone-chilling frost burst out beside me. Sunya had arrived, spear leveled. A cold glint flashed as she jabbed at the Baron's chest, and at the same time she roared at me, "I'll tank it." But I didn't move a muscle. The war axe rose high and came slicing down toward the top of my head. Sunya, seeing this, was already bracing to bodily shove me out of the way. With her armor, she should be able to take a hit like that. But a second later, the axe blade landed on me. No clash of metal. No sound of a blade sinking into flesh. Just a soft shattering sound. The crimson shield in front of me shattered abruptly with a single wail. Bang! The mighty Blood Moon Baron was flung backward, completely out of his control. At the same time, a big damage number popped up over his head. -1,203. When the shield broke, the attacker took recoil damage equal to 10% of his own current health. A number over 1,000 meant the Blood Moon Baron still had about 10,000 health left. Punching through the shield in a single hit, that damage really was high. But, as long as I had the mana, I could stand here and play with him all afternoon. I immediately cast Life Shield again. Now upgraded to EX rank, its duration lasted longer than its cooldown. In plain terms, it was an infinite shield. Then I followed up with a heal, and my health jumped right back to full. Good news. The Baron had worked his tail off, endured all my damage, and finally shattered one shield. Bad news. That just meant I generated a brand new shield and topped off my health. I didn't hesitate for a second. The moment my skill came off cooldown, I raised my hand for another water arrow. Seeing me completely unharmed, Sunya took over Sun Chingyue's spot and charged straight at the Baron. 3 seconds later, after Sunya had painstakingly ground 4,000 off the Baron's health, my final water arrow arrived right on schedule. The Baron's health bar hit 0. His body seized up, and the 2 balls of purple fire in his eye sockets went out. The war axes slid from his hands and crashed to the ground, and then his whole body collapsed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dark red dust. The Blood Moon Cemetery went quiet. Sun Changyue sat on the floor, mouth open, having forgotten to even pick up his shield. Sunya stood there with her spear, staring blankly at the once invincible Baron who'd just died right in front of her. Zhang Hao finally finished casting his purification, but the target was already gone. Coming back to herself, Sunya turned to look at me. "Why didn't you dodge just now?" "Didn't need to," I said. I glanced at my own health, then at my mana, and shut off the water arrow aura. Never mind the shield, with health like mine, so what if the Baron got in 3 swings? Just then, the system's voice sounded. "Congratulations on clearing the Blood Moon Cemetery, Nightmare difficulty. Clear rating, SSS. Solo damage share, 91%. Damage taken share, 37%. Clear time, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Experience gained, 8,000 points, leveled up from 13 to 17, all attributes plus 12. Obtained 1 Nightmare Dungeon Treasure Chest. Bonus reward, S-Rank Skill Book, Blood Moon Pact." I took a look at that Blood Moon Pact. Its effect, in a Blood Moon environment, summon a Blood Moon clone that inherits 30% of the caster's attributes, lasting 60 seconds. I frowned. It might be S-Rank, but the restrictions were brutal. It could only be summoned in a Blood Moon environment. No telling how much I could even sell it for. I crouched down and opened the chest. An A-rank purple chest plate, a pair of A-rank purple boots, and a B-rank blue necklace. The stats were solid, but it was all warrior gear, useless to me. I turned to the others. This gear, any of you want it? Sunya shook her head. Zhang Hao and Li Yusin both said no too. After all, whether it was tanking or damage, I'd basically done the whole run, so they felt too embarrassed to reach for a share. Sun Chungyue got up, brushed the dust off himself, and came over for a look. Shuji, you selling? Yeah. I'll take it, he said. Market price. I promise you won't get shortchanged. I nodded and handed him the 3 pieces. Sun Chungyue took them, didn't even glance at the stats, and just casually asked, Shuji, are you really short on money? I stayed silent for a second, then didn't deny it. Yeah, something came up with my family. Sun Chungyue didn't press further. He stashed the gear in his pack, then pulled out a card from inside his jacket and handed it over. This is 500,000. Plus the 500,000 deposit from before, that's $1 million total. It's the reward for clearing Nightmare. It was always yours to have. I looked at the card without taking it and frowned. The deal we agreed on was 500,000. That was the old price. Sun Chungyue pressed the card into my hand. You're the guy who got the first ever Nightmare clear now. The price is different. Take it, don't be shy with me. Looking at the card he'd forced into my hand, a bit of warmth stirred in my chest. Thanks. Sun Chungyue waved it off and said nothing more. The teleport array lit up, and the 5 of us left the dungeon. In the dungeon lobby, the timer on the screen had stopped at 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The place exploded. First ever Nightmare clear. 3 minutes 12 seconds. Who? Which squad? Lin Shu. It's that sacrifice caster from yesterday. Sacrifice caster? Him again. The whole lobby was like a pot boiling over. Chun Zheng stood in front of the screen, the hands he'd been holding behind his back now dropping to his sides, his fingers trembling faintly. He'd witnessed plenty of first clears, but none had ever felt this unreal to him. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Nightmare difficulty. This record probably wouldn't be broken in 5 years. No, 10. When we walked out of the passage, every pair of eyes in the room landed on us. That's the sacrifice caster. He traded his life for that first clear. A few professionals lowered their voices as they spotted me. It wasn't just them. Even those big shots from the Professionals Association, not far off, clearly paused as their gazes swept over me. So that's the SSS rank sacrifice caster. No wonder he was so fast. Well, at least the first clear stayed here in our Jiangcheng. Shame though. An SSS rank profession, and burning through so much of himself so young. He probably won't make it far down the road. A few of the big shots clapped while trading quiet opinions with the people beside them. We reached the front desk and quickly finished registering. We were about to leave. Lin Shu, Sunya called out to me. She walked over and hesitated. If you ever need help, get in touch with me. Or with my brother. I nodded. Zhang Hao and Li Yusin came over too, each adding me as a friend. Zhang Hao's expression was a little complicated. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, all he managed was, let's add each other. Maybe we'll team up again sometime. Li Yusin finished adding me, glanced at me, and suddenly asked, it's strange, you're a sacrifice caster, but your life force is even more vigorous than a warrior's. I looked at her. She gave a faint, mysterious smile. It's my talent. I'm pretty sensitive to life force. Her voice was soft, meant only for the 2 of us to hear. So don't worry about what any of those people say. Just be yourself. Good luck. With that, she left the lobby with an encouraging smile. After everyone had gone, Sun Chungyue pulled me over to a corner of the lobby and dug 3 skill books out of his pack. Time was tight, so this is all I could find. I took them and skimmed through. F-rank skill, life diversion, exclusive to sacrifice casters. Effect, consume 10% of current health to restore 30% of mana. C-rank skill, soul sense, exclusive to sacrifice casters. Effect, sense the exact position and health of all living beings within 500 meters, ignoring obstacles. B-rank skill, Frost Nova. Effect, release a frost blast centered on yourself, dealing 300 damage to enemies within a 10-meter radius and freezing them for 2 seconds. Even from a quick glance, my eyes lit up. Life diversion was exactly what I needed. Mana had always been my weak spot. The water arrow aura burned 5 mana a second, and 100 mana didn't last long. With this skill, I could trade health for mana, and health was the one thing I never ran short of. I could even keep myself topped off endlessly, healing myself in a perpetual loop, always at full status. As for the other two, one was basically X-ray vision, the other basically hard crowd control. No need to say more. I looked up at Sun Chunghua. How much? Money? What money? Sun Chunghua waved his hand. These are a gift. No. Seeing how firm I was, Sun Chunghua didn't force the gift. Fine, cost price. 10,000 for all three, package deal. At that price, it might as well have been free. A single B-rank skill book went for at least 100,000 on the market. I didn't argue, just nodded and tucked the skill books into my pack. Sun Chunghua pulled another card out of his jacket and pressed it into my hand. Another 500,000. Looking at that familiar card, I couldn't help a wry smile. Are you using this thing as your business card? Sun Chunghua grinned. A smart rabbit keeps 3 burrows, you know? I like to spread my money around. Then he pressed the card in tighter, his tone turning rare and serious. Shuji, I don't know what happened with your family, and I won't ask. But you need money, and I happen to have some to spare. Take this 500,000 for now, and tell me if it's not enough. Don't be shy, just think of it as an investment. With skills like yours, you'll make 500,000 back in no time. I looked at the card, was silent for 3 seconds, and took it. Chunghua, thanks. Don't thank me. Sun Chunghua smiled. It's an investment. Just remember to pay me back someday. I nodded. He patted my shoulder, turned, and walked off. I watched his back and said nothing. After that, I borrowed a VIP lounge, opened the 3 skill books, and learned them one by one. The system's voice sounded in succession. Life Diversion, F rank, learned. Soul Sense, C rank, learned. Frost Nova, B rank, learned. I didn't rush to sacrifice enhance them. After all, my skill slots only numbered 6. I couldn't just enhance every book the moment I saw one. By the time I finished learning and walked out of the lobby, a faint dusk had crept over the horizon, and the reward for the first clear had already landed in my account. I sent my mother a message. Mom, I've got enough money. Tomorrow I'll go to the hospital and settle the compensation. 3 seconds later, my mother replied with a single word. Okay. I slipped my phone into my pocket and took a deep breath. Meanwhile, elsewhere, inside an executive class sedan, Sun Chunghua looked over the file his people had dug up on Lin Shu, his face grim. So that's why Lin Shu is so hard up for money. What's wrong? Seeing her brother's expression, Sunya asked, puzzled. Take a look at this. Sun Chunghua handed her the report. A moment later, Sunya's face turned cold as frost, and she slammed the report to the ground. There's really stuff like this going on? I'll have someone look into it right now. The corner of Sun Chunghua's mouth curled into a cold smile. I know I love calling you the deputy mayor, but at the end of the day, you're not the real mayor. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone. The call was picked up after 2 rings. What's this? Not busy with those little side hustles of yours? What made you think to call me? Listening to the voice on the other end, Sun Chunghua gave a cold snort. Forget about my little side hustles, Mayor Sunday. That reputation and that position you've worked so hard to protect are about to melt away like a scoop of ice cream. A brand new SSS rank sacrifice caster has turned up here in Jiangxing. Did you know that? In the middle of a meeting, Sun Lingtian frowned, phone in hand, and stepped out of the conference room. I know. Oh, you know, do you? Sun Chunghua went on, dripping with sarcasm. Then do you know that here in Jiangxing, an SSS rank sacrifice caster can barely survive? What do you mean? Sun Chunghua snorted coldly, looking down at the report in his hand. I mean, an SSS rank professional not only had his records held hostage by his school under all kinds of pretenses, he couldn't even collect his professional certification. And after he awakened, his parents somehow ended up saddled with a lawsuit out of nowhere. What on earth happened? So very hard to guess, isn't it, Mayor's son? He paused. I really can't imagine. If a headline like this ran in tomorrow's paper, SSS rank sacrifice caster who gave half his life for Jiangxing's glory can't even survive in Jiangxing. My dear old man, how exactly do you plan to handle that? Hearing all this from his son, Sun Lingtian shot to his feet. This son of his might not be fond of training and might be a bit of a wild card, but he'd never been one to spout nonsense. And the impact of a headline like that was simply too great. If it actually ran in one of Jiangqing's dailies, or even without a daily, just spreading around online, his political career might well take a serious hit. He hung up and immediately turned to his secretary. Look into someone named Lin Shu for me. He's Jiangqing's other SSS rank professional. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, over at the hospital, I'd already calmed my parents down and I walked over to the window alone. Looking out at the brilliantly lit world outside, I pulled out my phone and checked my balance. Counting the money from the gear I'd sold Sun Chungyue, it came to over 4,200,000. More than enough to compensate the dead man's family and the injured parties. At that thought, I couldn't help lowering my brow. I knew this was a trap someone had set for me, but right now there was nothing to be done. As galling as it was to hand over this money, I had to get my parents out from under this mess first. Just then, a rush of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Then came a knock at the door. The hospital director pushed the door open with a fawning look on his face and turned to introduce the man behind him. Mayor's son, these are Lin Ziyuan and Wang Xiumei. I looked past the director. A lean, capable-looking man strode in. Dark gray jacket, hair combed without a single strand out of place, eyes very bright. Hearing the director's introduction, Lin Ziyuan and Wang Xiumei both froze. The director quickly took a step forward, his voice low but clear. Brother Lin, Sister Wang, this is son Ling Tian, the mayor of Jiangqing. He's come specially to check on you. Lin Ziyuan nearly slid off the edge of the bed. Wang Xiumei instinctively stood up, flustered as she tried to smooth her hair. Ma, mayor's son. Lin Ziyuan's voice shook. Son Ling Tian waved a hand, signaling that they needn't get up. His gaze swept the room and landed on me, standing by the window, exactly like the photo his secretary had provided. You're Lin Shu. I frowned slightly. No way. Had Li Jianya actually managed to pull strings with the mayor himself? 100 thoughts raced through my mind in an instant, but I still took a deep breath. Yes. Son Ling Tian looked me over, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Then he turned back, first offering my parents his sympathies, asking a few words about their health, and only then said, Brother Lin, I came here for 2 reasons. 1, to check on you. 2, to see Lin Shu. Lin Shu has really made us proud. The squad he led became the first in our Jiangcheng, and in all of Qinglan continent, to clear a nightmare-tier dungeon. Hearing this, the Lin couple were both thrilled and heartbroken. If it weren't for their own troubles, their son would never have been driven to take on such a dangerous dungeon. As if he'd seen right through the elderly couple's thoughts, son Ling Tian offered a few more comforting words before turning to me. A young hero indeed, truly a fine young talent of our Jiangqing. Son Ling Tian smiled and gave a light tease, then stood up. Brother Lin, do you mind if I have a few words with Lin Shu? Lin Ziyuan looked at me. I gave a small smile. I'll be right back. In the dim corridor, with a scrape, a flame flared up. Son Ling Tian lit a cigarette and casually offered me one. Smoke. I shook my head. Good that you don't. Not like that son of mine, who's got the whole tobacco and liquor package. He took a deep drag, gazing out the window, fingers tapping lightly on the sill. Lin Shu, student at Jiangqing No. 1 High School, awakened as an SSS rank sacrifice caster, then threatened by the principal to hand over your subsidy. After you refused, they held back your professional trial eligibility. So, to get your professional license, you went into the dungeons alone, 1 minute 24 on normal, 3 minutes 38 on elite, 3 minutes 12 on nightmare. All of them solo except nightmare, and every single one rated SSS. He paused, took a deep breath, and looked me in the eyes. I've got that right, haven't I? I said nothing. Son Ling Tian looked at me with a solemn expression, then bent slightly at the waist. He actually gave me a bow. I'm sorry. As mayor, I failed in my duty. My oversight wasn't good enough, and that's why all of this happened. Right here, I apologize to you. As for the injustices done to you personally, I've already had people take care of them. As he spoke, he took a folder from his secretary, opened it, and handed it to me. Inside were several documents. The first, a professional qualification certification application, already stamped, SSS rank professional certification. The second, an investigation report on the misconduct of Jiangqing No. 1 High School's principal, Li Jianguo, suspended from his post effective immediately, pending internal review by the education system. The third, A supplementary statement on the liability determination for the Jiangxing chemical explosion. Based on the testimony of multiple witnesses, Lin Ziyuan and Wang Xiaomei were found to bear no direct responsibility, and the original determination was revoked. Looking at these documents, my heart churned with a tangle of emotions. These were things that had once crushed me, left me helpless. And yet now, a few sheets of paper had settled all of them. But I quickly noticed something off about the documents, and I lifted my head. What about Li Jianya? Sun Lingtian looked a little surprised, studying me as I stood there, neither servile nor overbearing. You get right to the point. I gave a small smile. Mayor's son, you've dug into this so thoroughly. I don't believe you'd overlook the most important person in the whole thing. Sun Lingtian smiled too. Not the polite, perfunctory kind. He genuinely found it interesting. We're already investigating Li Jianya. But from what we've got so far, it doesn't look good. He's clean, at least on paper. He was only a shareholder in the factory. The liability for the accident can be pinned on the specific workers on duty, and there's no solid evidence to prove he coerced anyone into not testifying for your father. He took a drag, his gaze falling on me sharp as a hawk's. Of course, if you insist on punishing him, whether commercially or professionally, we can always dig up some fault. But from what I've observed of you, a mosquito bite kind of punishment like that probably wouldn't be enough to satisfy you, would it? The corridor fell silent for a few seconds. Your life force is vigorous. Not at all like the rumors say. Someone who lost half his life just to clear a dungeon, Sun Lingtian said. That's why I have high hopes for you. He stubbed out the cigarette. There's such a thing as justice in this world, and such a thing as fairness. But when all's said and done, this is a world where the strong rule. If you want to reclaim what's fair, the only way is to get stronger. He patted my shoulder. Don't worry, from now on, no one will move against you out in the open. In the shadows, you may need to stay on guard. Work hard and get stronger. Jiangxing isn't short on rich people, isn't short on powerful people. What it's short on are people who can hold up the stage. I hope you'll be that person. With that, he said goodbye to my parents and left. When he reached the doorway, he stopped, turned back, and said to me, that good-for-nothing son of mine is always tinkering with all sorts of odds and ends. But I have to admit, he's got a good eye. The door closed. The footsteps in the corridor gradually faded away. In the hospital room, Lin Ziyuan and Wang Xiaomei were still sitting at the edge of the bed. The two of them exchanged a glance, their eyes full of bewilderment and disbelief. Lin Ziyuan opened his mouth, and in the end, all he could get out was, Xiao Shu. The mayor. The mayor came in person? Yeah. Those things he said, what did they mean? They mean this whole thing is behind us. I set the folder on the bedside table. Dad, Mom, you two are in the clear. Wang Xiaomei's tears finally fell. She grabbed my hand, crying so hard she couldn't speak. Lin Ziyuan turned his face away, his shoulders trembling. I didn't cry. I stood there, holding my mother's hand, watching my father's shaking back, and a feeling I couldn't quite name welled up inside me. Not happiness, not relief, but something heavier. Strength. That was the foundation of everything. Thinking about it now, that Sun Lingtian mentioned at the end must have been Sun Changyue. I never would have guessed that the little peddler who liked to hawk gear at the lobby door was actually the mayor's son. Then again, if I hadn't had strength of my own, even running into Sun Changyue probably wouldn't have gotten me the outcome I had today. Recalling what Sun Lingtian had said just now, I rubbed my fingers together. Before long, a text came through on my phone, Jiangxing Professionals Association. Dear Mr. Lin Shu, your professional qualification certification has passed review. Certification rank, SSS. Certification number, ZY 2035-0001. For details, please log in to our official website. With this certification, I could claim my rewards. I didn't dwell on it and put my phone away. At the same time, in the offices of the Jianya Group, the ashtray in front of Li Jianya was piled high with cigarette butts. He'd just gotten word. Jiangxing No. 1's principal had been removed from his post and was under investigation, and his lawyer had sent word that Sun Lingtian had personally looked into Lin Shu's case, and the factory workers who'd been too scared to speak up had all changed their tune and testified. Then came the calls from the group's other shareholders, one after another. Clearly, that so-called little nuisance Sun Lingtian had spoken of was no little nuisance at all. To businessmen like them, It was practically a full-blown crisis. This whole thing had gone beyond what he'd anticipated. He hadn't expected Lin Shu to actually be willing to burn it all down, sacrificing a huge chunk of his life to earn that shot at a first clear and drawing the attention of the people up top. But now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. Li Jianya stubbed out his last cigarette, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. Xiao Hao, how are things on your end? On the other end, Li Hao's voice was tight. Dad, the school forum leaked everything about Lin Shu. Uncle got taken away too, and someone came to question me just now. I dealt with it the way you told me to. Good. Li Jianya cut him off. Don't do anything. Don't say anything. Keep a low profile for a while. Dad, so what do we do about Lin Shu? I'll handle Lin Shu. Li Jianya's tone was calm. He's just a student who barely awakened. How big a wave can he make? Sun Lingtian can protect him for a while, but not for a lifetime. He hung up, stood, and walked to the window. Just then another call came in. Mr. Li, Lin Shu's parents have already resigned. Understood. I rented a hotel near the hospital. After washing up, I lay on the soft, big bed and looked at the balance on my phone. 4,230,000. I'd been fretting over having to hand over 3 million, but it was different now. These 4 million plus were all genuinely, solidly mine. Never mind now. Even in my past life, I'd never laid eyes on this much money. Still, thinking about all the money being a professional cost, I couldn't help shaking my head helplessly. Looks like a lot, but it burns fast. Early on, thanks to my rapport with Sun Chengyue, he'd helped me get some skills at a half-price half-gift deal. But I couldn't just keep mooching forever. Debts of gratitude still had to be repaid. At that thought, I picked up my phone and sent Sun Chengyue a message. Chengyue, thanks for everything these past couple of days. The reply came instantly. Shuji, why so formal with me? Your business is my business. Not the same. Money can be tallied up, but a favor deserves thanks. The next time you'd better treat me to a good meal and go all out. Oh right, Shuji, there's something I've got to tell you. Remember what I said before about the leaderboard? I recalled how, during my first deal with Sun Chengyue, I'd wanted a passive skill, and he'd said passive skills were hard to come by. Only the dungeon lobby had them. I remember. The settlement time isn't here yet, but Director Chen already told me. You can go pick one tomorrow. I paused. Is that okay to do? Technically, no. The settlement isn't in, nothing's locked yet. And what if some dark horse comes charging out? But whether it's me or Director Chen, we both figure the darkest dark horse still couldn't beat our score. You know what the second place clear time for the Nightmare Tier dungeon is? That, I honestly hadn't paid attention to. How long? 38 minutes. Our speed leaves them in the dust by more than 10 times over. Never mind the next few days. This record won't be broken for 3 years. Looking at the meme Sun Chengyue sent, I had to laugh too. So Director Chen said, since the professional trials are about to start anyway, we might as well hand it to you early. Works for me. After all, it was a passive skill. The sooner I got it, the sooner I could plan out my skill build. Seeing me agree, Sun Chengyue got right to it. All right then. 10 a.m. tomorrow. See you at the lobby. I set down my phone, closed my eyes, and began breathing hard and steady. I used to think each breath restored my health pretty fast, but as my level climbed and my skills piled up, this little 10,000 or so health pool of mine was starting to feel not quite enough. After all, the higher a skills level, the more health it took to sacrifice enhance it. In a way, I guess that counted as a happy kind of problem. Amid the rhythm of that steady breathing, I gradually drifted off into a deep sleep. 10 a.m. the next morning, the dungeon lobby. Sun Chengyue was already there, wearing a new jacket, hair gelled, looking a good deal more spirited. He held 2 cups of coffee, and the moment he saw me, he waved excitedly. Shuji, over here. As he said it, he held out the iced Americano in his hand. I waved it off. I had breakfast this morning, and I don't really like this stuff. Sun Chengyue lifted his own iced Americano and took a sip. Honestly, I don't like it either. Mostly I just carry it to look the part, and it helps keep me awake. With that, he headed straight inside. Come on, Director Chen's waiting in his office. The two of us cut across the lobby and went up to the second floor. Chen Jing's office door was open, and he was sitting behind his desk reading a document. Sun Chengyue called out breezily, Chenji, busy? And casually pushed the coffee he'd meant to give me over in front of Chen Zheng. Chen Zheng looked up, glanced at the coffee in front of him, and smiled. So formal with me? Come, have a seat. He took a black metal box out of the drawer and opened it. Inside lay 3 skill books. Passive skills don't take up a skill slot, so they're incredibly precious. These 3 C-rank books were all that the entire dungeon hall had to offer. He pushed the box across the table toward me. Take a look. Which one do you want? Hearing that, I looked at the 3 skill books in the box. Toughness, C-rank passive. Boosts health regeneration. When health drops below half, the regen doubles. Agility, C-rank passive. Increases agility by 10%. Bloodthirst, C-rank passive. Grants 5% life steal when attacking or defending. Resources here at the dungeon hall are limited. They're all C-rank, sure, but they're the best we've got, Chenjing said. Qinglong Continent has higher tier ones, but the settlement window hasn't opened yet. With your scores, though, even if you're not first, top 3 is a lock. Sun Chungyue butted in from the side, loud and careless. Odds are it's first place. 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Even if you put me behind the wheel of a tank and told me to plow through, I couldn't post a time like that. Chenjing shook his head with a smile. The score really was absurd beyond reason. As for me, by the time I finished reading all 3 descriptions, I already had my answer. I'll take toughness. My health regeneration could never keep pace with how fast I was burning through it. Sometimes I'd forget to heal myself for just a second, and my health would drop hundreds of points below my max. So a regen boost like toughness was a must-grab for me. As for agility and bloodthirst, they looked useful, but they were only SOSO for me. I don't dodge around at all, so agility was wasted on me. And bloodthirst was even more useless. One cast of a healing spell dwarfs whatever that tiny life steal could give. Qinzheng wasn't the least bit surprised by my choice. Sacrificers almost always go for anything that raises health. He pushed toughness forward. Sun Qingyue picked bloodthirst and grabbed an agility for his older sister while he was at it. Thanks, Manager Chun. Handing out rewards early broke the rules to begin with, and his willingness to make an exception for us was really about giving us time to adjust. Qinzheng waved it off with a smile. Don't thank me. Thank yourselves. I've held this position for 12 years and handled tens of thousands of awakened professionals. You're the first ones to make me pick up the phone and personally file a request to release rewards ahead of schedule. Sun Chongyue really knew how to work a room. Don't you worry, Manager Chun. My man Shu here is going to set way more than just this one record. You'd better be ready. Keep the bonuses and rewards prepped in advance. Qinzheng's smile grew even wider. Then I'd better go request a bigger budget. At the end of the day, all these record-breaking scores counted toward his own track record. The group chatted a while longer, then Sun Chongyue and I got up to say our goodbyes. Once we were out of the hall, Sun Chongyue dragged me toward the mall next door. Come on, come on. You wore yourself out all day yesterday. Today we relax properly. I didn't refuse. I owed him for these past 2 days. By any measure, it was only right to treat him. I picked a high-end restaurant. Once it was just the 2 of us in the private room, Sun Chongyue dropped the grin and his tone turned serious. Shu, your SSS rank profession certification should have come through by now, right? I gave a small nod. It has. Thanks to your help. Sun Chongyue shook his head, smiling. Saying it was all thanks to me would just be me taking credit I don't deserve. I just didn't want the reputation my old man worked so hard to build to melt away like a scoop of ice cream. And honestly, on this one, if you hadn't blown things wide open, if my dad's reputation weren't already in ruins, he'd owe you a bow to the ground. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder Sun Lingtian kept calling him a worthless son. None of this is on you guys. If anyone's to blame, it's Li Jianguo. But as for Li Jianya's side, I'll handle that myself when the time comes. Sun Qinghua looked like he wanted to say more, but he swallowed it and smiled. Well, since you've got your own plans, Shu, I'll keep my mouth shut. But now that your certification's in, you can go into the profession trial without a hitch. I turned to look at him. This so-called profession trial was, plainly put, a chance for professionals with low awakening ranks to turn things around, and at the same time, a re-evaluation of the higher-ranked ones. The trial opens in 5 days, if I remember right. Right. Sun Chunghua nodded. Same time nationwide. Every city launches simultaneously. These few open days in between are for professionals to get familiar with their class, put together their skill loadouts, and grind their levels up as much as possible. He paused, then went on. The profession trial splits into two types, team and solo. Team is still 5 to a squad. You form your own group, and you enter a special dungeon. Still divided into normal, elite, and nightmare. But this time there's an extra inferno difficulty. You're scored based on the difficulty you clear. As he spoke, he glanced around, leaned in, and lowered his voice. This time Qinglan Continent's team dungeon is called the Ghost Fortress. Word is it's even harder than the nightmare-level Blood Moon Graveyard. As for the solo trial, Sun Qingyue's eyes flickered and his tone sank. That takes place in an abandoned astral battlefield. My chopsticks paused mid-motion over the dish. The astral battlefield? The one from the textbooks? Of course. Sun Qingyue set his chopsticks down too. The textbooks say that 300 years ago, the astral battlefield opened, creatures from another world invaded Blue Star, and all of humanity awakened their professions. In blood and fire, humanity fought those otherworldly beings for a full 30 years before finally scraping out a win. But what the textbooks don't tell you is, those otherworldly creatures were never all wiped out. They were only driven back. His tone turned uncharacteristically grave. The energy left over on the battlefield back then formed countless spatial fragments, and those fragments became the dungeons we have today. Blue Star has been at peace for so long that a lot of people think the monsters inside dungeons are fake, things dreamed up by the dungeon hall or by high-ranked professionals. But those monsters are all real. Every one of them was once a living, breathing, otherworldly creature. They've just been pinned into a set territory by the dungeon rules. When we run dungeons, we're really burrowing back into those spatial fragments to clean out the leftover threats. I was quiet for a few seconds. So the solo trial sends me into the astral battlefield alone. Well, not just you alone. Every trial taker goes in together. It's never been done before. A hint of mystery crossed Sun Qingyue's face. I asked my old man about it privately, but even at his level, he doesn't know the whole truth. All he'd say is, the otherworldly creatures might be about to make a comeback. To get this new generation of professionals ready in advance, the higher-ups decided to reactivate that abandoned astral battlefield because it's the most primal battlefield site there is. The upside, it's a ruin, so there's plenty of good stuff left behind. The downside is just as simple, there's no rule protection there. If you die for real. He looked into my eyes. But the greater the risk, the greater the reward. People with weak awakened professions can turn their lives around through the trial. And those who awakened outstanding professions to begin with, as long as they prove themselves in the trial, they get a bigger share of resources. Sun Qingyue paused. Shu, your sacrificer is SSS rank, but that's just the rank you were born with. It still qualifies you for a subsidy, sure, but it's a long way from the truly scarce resources. If you can earn a trial rating that matches your profession rank, though, that's when you go from being a Jiangxing name to a real Great Xia name. I felt more settled now. Judging someone's whole future by their innate profession really was too arbitrary. If someone awakened an S or even SS plus rank profession, collected the subsidy, and then just coasted, wouldn't that waste national resources? But flip it around. If someone awakened a lousy profession yet was willing to grind their skills to the bone and slowly build up their edge, sealing their fate with a single certificate would be just as unfair. When you got down to it, this was basically the professional's college entrance exam. So the profession trial is everyone's chance to rewrite their destiny. Exactly. Sun Qingyue nodded. So what are you thinking for the team side, Shu? I gathered my thoughts. I don't really have any strong preference. If you want to team up, I'm fine with that. The team event required forming a group, and I barely knew anyone anyway. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been soloing dungeons before. Besides, the last time we cleared the Blood Moon Graveyard together, the group's coordination was pretty smooth. Hearing that, Sun Qingyue broke into a grin. Then it settled. First off, I'll admit it, your strength leaves the rest of us in the dust, Shu. You'll obviously be the one carrying the team's contribution, so getting to team up with you is us riding your coattails. So here's what I'm thinking. We keep the original crew, but there's got to be pay for joining the team. As for dungeon loot, you still get first pick. You take 60%, and the four of us split the rest evenly. Also, there's this. As he spoke, Sun Qingyue pulled several exquisite pieces of jewelry out of his storage space. These are from Zhang Hao. He felt he didn't pull much weight in that last dungeon and still got to piggyback on a world-first clear, so it's been eating at him. Consider it also his apology for the little grudge he had against sacrificers. I looked at the pieces of jewelry. Each one gave off the blue glow of B rank, and one of them even shimmered with a purple light. These 4 pieces alone were probably worth close to 1 million. Accessories were the priciest tier of gear to begin with, and with the trial season on, prices had shot even higher. Everyone pulled their weight in that last clear. I started, meaning to decline. Sun Chunghua cut me off in one breath. Bro, do not turn this down. Honestly, I was already a little put out that he didn't cough up a full set of A-rank accessories. The Blood Moon Graveyard is the kind of thing that goes down in history, and the team trial is a big deal for your future. The kid gets to grab hold of a heavyweight like you, and he's still being stingy. But at least these are a matched set, so it's a genuine gesture. If you don't take them, he'll be too embarrassed to even join the squad. I gave a helpless little laugh. Oh, and there's this too. Sun Chunghua took out a whole pile of stuff. Some consumables, and a pair of A-rank boots with a movement speed boost. Those are from Li Yusin. Don't stand on ceremony with this either. None of us are hurting for this kind of thing. As for weapons and other gear, leave that to me and my sister to sort out. Looking at the dazzling heap in front of me, plus that pair of deep purple boots, I smiled. Not one of these second-generation kids was a fool. With my current strength, anyone teaming up with me really would benefit, but people who knew how to handle things could make even that feel good. I'd been sitting here wondering whether my 4 million plus would be enough to kit out a full set of gear at a time like this, and before I could say a single word, they delivered the whole thing right to my doorstep. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Now that's more like it. Sun Chunghua smiled. I immediately pinned down one more thing. The Ghost Fortress, harder than the Blood Moon. Harder. Word is it's the hardest team dungeon there's ever been. The official line is that the projected Nightmare level clear rate is under 5%, and for Inferno level, you might not even find one person in 100 who can beat it. Then we'd better prepare properly. I stood up. Sun Chunghua, already full, tried to snatch the bill, but I blocked him with one hand and shoved it back. In the elevator, Sun Chunghua suddenly spoke up. Shu, aren't you scared? I'm okay. Even if the 5 of us can't speed clear, we'll grind it out and find a way eventually. I thought he was asking about the team trial and answered offhandedly. But Sun Chunghua shook his head. That's not what I mean. I'm talking about the solo trial. That one really does kill people. I was silent for a long moment, then suddenly smiled. Saying I'm not scared would be a lie. But like you said, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. At that same moment, on the top floor of the Jiangxing Chemical Office building, Li Jianya sat on the sofa, a freshly brewed pot of Longjing tea in front of him, wisps of fragrance curling up. Across from him sat Li Hao, wearing an ugly expression. Uncle, Lin Shu's profession certification came through. SSS rank, valid nationwide, Li Hao said, his voice tight. My uncle's already been suspended. I know. Li Jianya lifted his teacup and blew away the froth. It was only a matter of blocking one student. Even with Mayor's son stepping in personally, it's just dismissal and investigation. Once this blows over, I'll work things back into place. Li Hao drew a deep breath. Then, as for Lin Shu, Li Jianya took a sip of tea, set down the cup, and his gaze drifted toward the window. Sun Lingtian stepped in himself, so I can't touch Lin Shu right now. But that doesn't mean I never can. He turned his head to look at Li Hao. I paid a hefty sum to get intel out of Qinglan continent. This trial isn't the same little skirmishing as before. They're really going into the abandoned astral battlefield. The astral battlefield? Li Hao blurted out. Dad, isn't that where you got your start back in the... Before he could finish, Li Jianya whipped his head around, and the cold in his eyes was chilling. Li Hao realized he'd said too much and shut his mouth at once. Li Jianya's expression eased. Some things that shouldn't be said, you rot them in your gut and never speak them. He paused. If this trial were like the usual ones, held inside an ordinary dungeon, then I truly wouldn't have a way. But now they're going into the abandoned astral battlefield, and that gives me an opening. After all, the astral battlefield is that dangerous. A death or two, isn't that the most normal thing in the world? A smile crept onto Li Hao's face too. The truth was, Li Jianya had built his fortune on that very abandoned astral battlefield. Years ago, he'd stumbled onto a dungeon that, of all things, hid a passage leading to the abandoned astral battlefield. He'd dredged up plenty of good gear from the battlefield, sold it on the black market, and turned that into his first pot of gold. From there, he'd risen fast, building it step by step into the Jianya group of today. Later, once he'd made it big, he quietly bought that dungeon and hid it away. At that thought, Li Hao's head jerked up. Dad, could I also? A flicker of pity and anger crossed Li Jianya's eyes. Grieved that he wouldn't rise, furious that he wouldn't fight. You think the regulators are all fools? You want me to send people in to farm you a good score? Seeing his scheme exposed, Li Hao lowered his head. Li Jianya drew a deep breath. After all, it was his own son, and his tone softened a little. Xiao Hao, it's not that I don't want to help you. First, the risk of exposure is too great. Second, I can't prop you up your whole life. You have to grow up eventually. A family enterprise this size will fall to you to carry on. I couldn't get you an SSS rank certificate, but you're an S-rank profession yourself. You're not any worse off than most. As long as you fight your hardest, then even if you lose, I'll accept it. Li Hao bit his lip. I understand. Go on. Li Jianya waved his hand. The squad I put together for you is already waiting outside. After Li Hao left, Li Jianya returned to his desk and stared at the files the private investigator had just sent over, along with Lin Shu's photo. He mulled it over for a long while before slowly letting out a single line. Lin Shu, I can't let you live. A young man who could threaten the principal right back in the face of his threats, who rose to prominence with startling speed in the shortest of times, and who shattered the careful trap Li Jianya had laid. In temperament, in potential, Lin Shu was too great a threat. From a businessman's point of view, if he hadn't gone after Lin Shu's parents in the first place, then coming now to apologize and mend the relationship might have been the smartest play. But from the investigator's findings, and from Li Jianya's own read on Lin Shu, this kid wasn't the kind of soft persimmon who'd let it go. All he could say was, the young man really did have talent. But talent, before it fully matures, is nothing. A sapling can be snapped by a single gust of wind. Meanwhile, I had returned to the hotel and opened my skill panel. In 5 days, I'd be entering the astral battlefield, so I had to get myself into peak condition. Professional, Lin Shu. Profession, EX rank Destined Sacrificer. Level 17. Health, 24,213. Max, 24,523. Mana, 250. Strength, 63. Agility, 64. Ordinary people only have 10. Luck, A rank. Skill slots, 4 of 6 filled. EX rank Sacrifice. F rank Healing, already advanced to EX. Water Arrow EX. Life Shield EX. In the equipment slots, helmet, weapon, and armor were all still empty. 5 accessory slots were full, a complete violet set, and the boot slot was full too. The bonuses from that 5-piece violet set were considerable. Mana regen doubled, health regen up by 1 times, all element damage up 10%, and an extra 2 points of charm. Each piece had its own bonuses too, mostly boosting health and spirit resistance. Only that A-rank violet ring was a bit special. Charm +1, luck +1. I'd often heard that accessories could grant hidden stats, and today I saw it for myself. There were even ones that added charm and luck. No wonder Sun Chungyue said this 4-piece set was a good one. Then I looked at the A-rank piece on my feet. Spirit Wind Boots, A+ rank, agility up 10%, plus 2 special effects. One was called Sure-Footed. No matter the terrain, I could walk it as easily as flat ground. The other was called Spirit Wind. By spending mana, I could greatly boost my agility and running speed, and while jumping I could ride the wind to briefly hang in the air. I looked at those effects, my eyes full of surprise. I hadn't expected gear to enhance skills like this. No wonder the boot's purple was clearly far deeper than the violet sets. Remembering Li Yusin's frail, delicate demeanor, and how generous her gift had turned out to be, then thinking back to Sun Qingyue's words, I couldn't help but marvel. Good grief, each one more lavish than the last. Before, the Spirit Wind Boots would have done little for me. How far could you really run inside a dungeon? But now, with the solo trial coming, and in the abandoned astral battlefield no less, the boot's usefulness came into focus. If I ever ran into something I couldn't handle, at least I could run a little faster. Having finished with the gear, I pulled up all my skills. Once I hit level 10, I'd gained an extra skill slot. At level 15, I'd gained another 50 mana. The thing giving me the biggest headache right now was that the skills in hand had already overrun my skill slots. First, Life Diversion, F rank, spends 10% of current health to restore 30% of mana. This one had to be upgraded. On its own, it was mediocre at best. But once paired with my healing spell, it was like stepping on my left foot with my right and spiraling into the sky. In a sense, I could achieve infinite mana. That meant that without any potions and without teammates, I could turn into a skill-firing machine. Next, Soul Sense, C rank. It could sense the exact positions and health of all living beings within 500 meters, ignoring obstacles. It was basically a mini X-ray, scale up the range, and I could anticipate the enemy before they moved. And then Frost Nova, B rank, deals 300 damage within a 10-meter radius and freezes for 2 seconds. A control skill, exactly what I was lacking. 3 skills, but I only had 2 skill slots left. I thought it over for a good while and decided to upgrade all of them. From my past experience, maxing an F rank from scratch only takes 100 max health. Going from max to EX takes 200, exactly double. By the same logic, a C rank needs 500 to max and 1000 to reach EX. For me right now, that cost was more than affordable. Without a shred of hesitation, I spent 1,800 max health outright. Sacrifice to upgrade F rank skill, Life Diversion. Skill limit broken through, upgraded to EX rank. Current effect, spends 1% of health, restores 100% of mana, and grants sustained mana regen for 3 minutes. Skill has no cooldown. Sacrifice to upgrade C rank skill Soul Sense. Skill limit broken through, upgraded to EX rank. Current effect, sensing range expanded to 1,000 meters. Can sense a target's exact level, profession, and health percentage. Can mark targets and track them continuously. Additional EX rank effect, Soul Extraction, can sense the souls or spirit bodies of the dead and extract information. Looking at these 2 EX rank effects, I couldn't help but nod. To most people, a sacrificer really is a class that screws you over to death, but as long as you're willing to sacrifice, the gains are absurd beyond reason. 1% of health for 100% mana restore, plus sustained regen. And Soul Sense goes without saying, 1,000-meter range is basically cheating, and it threw in Soul Extraction for free. A sacrificer's exclusive skills really are far stronger than ordinary ones. Then I looked at the last one, Frost Nova. This was my first time upgrading a B rank, so I tossed in 500 max health to test the waters. Upgraded to level 7. Sure enough, 500 couldn't push a B rank straight to max, so I switched to hammering it 100 at a time. On the third try, Frost Nova upgraded to max effect, 2,000 damage, freeze for 3 seconds, radius expanded to 15 meters, 5-second cooldown. Seeing this, I honestly almost wanted to give up. The damage had climbed to 2,000, and it was AoE, but compared to Water Arrow it still fell a bit short. Ugh, if only Frost Nova could fuse with Water Arrow. The thought had barely formed when a new prompt popped up in front of me. Use D-rank skill Water Arrow, already EX, as a sacrifice to upgrade B-rank Frost Nova? Note, after sacrifice, Water Arrow will be permanently lost, but you may change Frost Nova's upgrade direction. Seeing those words, my eyes went wide. Holy crap, you can do that. If I could sacrifice skills to upgrade skills, then even if I got a higher tier skill later, the ones I'd already trained wouldn't go to waste. I could even take a whole bunch of low-tier skills, cultivate a decent foundation, then use it to feed a high-tier skill, customizing the direction of a skill's evolution this way. The moment that possibility hit me, all my hesitation vanished into excitement. After only a moment's thought, I chose to sacrifice. Water Arrow was just a D-rank skill. Worst case, I'd spend some money and buy another one back. Sacrifice D-rank Water Arrow to upgrade Frost Nova. New skill effects gained. Ice Spike. Deals 3,000 damage to a single target. Freeze for 3 seconds, 4-second cooldown. Frost. Condenses ice elements to form a domain covering 500 meters. Enemies within the range are afflicted with the frost effect, taking 500 damage per second and costing me 10 mana per second. Frost effect. Slow, reduced attack speed. Holy shit. This was basically the Pro Max version of Water Arrow. The single target damage was still a touch lower, but it made up for it with hard control, and this wasn't even EX rank yet. At that thought, I started hammering in health 100 at a time, wanting to also test how much a D rank EX tier skill would save me in cost. By the 8th try, Frost Nova finally advanced to EX. Ice Spike, 7,000 single target damage, freeze for 3 seconds, 3-second cooldown. Frost, domain covers 800 meters. Enemies are afflicted with the frost effect, taking 800 damage per second, costing only 5 mana per second, and the frost effect stacks faster and faster, slow, reduced attack speed. Once stacked to its limit, it freezes them outright. 7,000 damage, a 3-second freeze, and only a 3-second cooldown. Wasn't this just high damage infinite control? And frost coverage was more than double the old water arrows, with an added frost stacking effect, all for the same mana cost. Straight up win. Then I looked at the last skill, the C-rank passive I'd just gotten today, Toughness. Without a shred of hesitation, I dumped in 1,500 max health. Upgraded C-rank passive Toughness to EX rank. Toughness. Health regen up by 2 times. When health drops below half, regen doubles again. Additional effect. Power of Nature. If I take no damage for 10 minutes, gain another 2 times health regen. As this skill leveled up, I watched my health climb by a dozen plus points every second. I finally let a relieved smile show. At last I wouldn't have to keep tossing healing spells at myself. I glanced over the panel. This round of upgrades had eaten up close to 5,000 max health, knocking my once over 20,000 health back down. But the gains I got in exchange were enormous. In that instant, my mind stirred, and my sense of my surroundings became especially sharp. The snoring upstairs, the argument next door, and wait. My eyes snapped open. Bastards, that's the emergency stairwell. What are you two doing in there? I instantly dropped out of soul sense. Seriously, they'd already gotten a hotel room and still had to go for something that thrilling. But this once again gave me a real, first-hand feel for how powerful soul sense was. This thing was no different from cheating. Over the next couple days, I'll need to find a chance to upgrade healing too. Compared to my other skills, this F-rank healing, the one that had hauled me out of misery back in the day, was starting to lag behind. But I wasn't planning to move its position in the skill slots. I just meant to find a higher tier healing spell and feed this F-rank into it. Once I'd organized all my gains, I closed the panel, lay back on the bed, and breathed deeply, in great big gulps. Before long, my health broke 10,000 again. The most important task these next few days was to breathe more and bank up more max health, to be ready for the profession trial in 5 days. As I thought it over, I suddenly remembered something, and a cold smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Li Hao, see you at the astral battlefield. Over the next 2 days, I ran several dungeons, soloing every single special dungeon in Jiangxing, from normal all the way to nightmare. By the end, every dungeon leaderboard in Jiangxing had me at number 1 across the board. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought the leaderboards were broken. I ran dungeons partly to get familiar with my skills, and partly to level up. The profession trial was capped at under level 20, so to be safe I ground my level up to 19. The gear I got from the runs and the skills I couldn't use, I handed over to Sun Qingyue to help sell, and at the same time I asked him to keep an eye out for a few good healing skills for me. It was also during these 2 days that I completed my parents' hospital discharge, then drove the little car I'd just bought to take the 2 of them home. Xiao Shu, this isn't the way home, is it? My mother asked. No, I bought a new place. Huh? A new place? How much did that cost? Both of them were startled. I shook my head. It's an older unit, didn't cost much. I mainly bought it for the location. The car made a turn and stopped at the entrance of a residential complex. And directly across from the complex hung a sign, number 13 Tianjiang Road, Jiangxing. It had a more famous name, too, the Jiangxing Municipal Government Residence. The profession trial's about to start, and word is I'll be gone for a while. I was worried someone might make a move on you too while I'm away, so I just bought a place here. Besides, it's convenient for shopping and errands nearby. As I spoke, I opened the car door and helped my mother, who'd twisted her ankle, step out. The security guard recognized this generous young man too. Right when I'd first moved in, I'd given each of the veteran guards a carton of cigarettes plus 200 yuan. Xiao Shu's here. The guard broke into a big smile the moment he saw me. Yeah, My parents just got discharged today. With the lively help of several guards, the luggage was soon carried up. I'd already gotten the new place in order. It was fully stocked with daily necessities. Xiao Shu, this is too extravagant. Looking at a new home even more upscale than the old one, the two of them were full of concern for the expense. I shook my head. It's mainly for safety. This time, even though Mayor's son stepped in to solve our trouble, Li Jianya's crowd isn't the type to let things go. The government residence is right across the street, and the Professionals Association is right next door. Even if Li Jianya and his people are unwilling to drop it, they wouldn't dare make a move in a place like this. Hearing me put it that way, the two of them, though still worried about the cost, secretly nodded. My arrangements were thorough, and it quickly dispelled the guilt they'd been carrying. Before I left, I also left them 500,000 for emergencies. Once everything was settled, Sun Chengyue sent over the healing spell he'd found. Per my request, he hadn't picked any of the flashy ones, but rather something with plain, no-frills effects and no particular specialization. This kind of healing spell heals high and steady. I quickly swapped out my old healing. The new one was a B-rank spell, Radiant Shroud, already at EX rank. Instantly restores 5,000 health, cleanses all negative effects, then restores another 500 per second for 1 minute, costing only 10 mana, 3-second cooldown. It even came with an overflow effect. When cast on myself or a teammate, once their health is full, the excess healing turns into a defense-ignoring attack that slams into nearby enemies. Before long, it was the evening of the 4th day. Sun Chengyue and Sunya came to the door together. When the door opened, Sunya was holding a huge blue box, and Sun Chengyue had several gift boxes in hand too. Sunya was still a bit polite, wanting to exchange a few pleasantries before coming in, but Sun Chengyue's nose twitched and his eyes lit up in an instant. That's braised pork, right? Huh. See, I told you we had to time it for dinner. We're in for a treat. He gave a heh-heh chuckle and craned his neck to peer inside. I felt a bit helpless. Come on in. Place is a little messy, so pardon that. That was directed at Sunya. By contrast, Sun Chengyue didn't stand on ceremony at all. The second he saw my mom cooking, he loudly offered to lend her a hand. The atmosphere quickly grew lively. Shu, this is gear my sister and I picked out for you. Take a look. I said we could just bring it over as is, but my sister insisted on wrapping it up, said unwrapping stuff is what makes it feel special. Sun Chengyue had a dismissive look on his face. Seeing her little brother blab everything, Sunya shot him a fierce glare before saying, "After all, we owe you for that dungeon business before. It's nothing. All right, quit standing on ceremony. Hurry up and open it. If you don't, I'm opening it," Sun Chengyue urged. I didn't dawdle. I opened the biggest box first. Inside was a staff. The shaft was deep blue, and set at the top was an ice blue gem the size of a fist, tiny points of light drifting inside it like stars. Frost Speaker's staff, A rank. Sun Chengyue's tone was uncharacteristically serious. Ice attribute damage up 20%, max mana plus 50. My sister picked it. She said since you use Frost Nova, this one boosts your damage best. I picked it up, heavy in the hand, nice feel. I looked at Sunya. Thanks. Sunya was usually cold as ice, but once she counted you a friend, she was very easy to get along with. And my thanks, she just gave a slightly bashful smile. And this one I picked. The second box opened to reveal a dark gray mage's hat, its brim embroidered with silver patterns, unremarkable at a glance. But when I picked it up, I could feel a warm energy seeping out of it. Sage's hat, B+ rank. There was an A rank one, but that one boosts damage, and I figured you don't really need that, so I bought this instead. Don't let the B+ fool you. This hat really isn't much cheaper than an A rank. Mana regen up 20%, spirit resistance up 15%. Of course, the stats aren't the main thing. This thing looks good, and it can even change shape. As he spoke, Sun Chengyue couldn't wait to plop it onto my head. The moment it went on, the hat automatically shrank to fit the size of my head, and the best part was that the hat style could even be changed. Inside the third box was a deep blue mage's robe. The material was very light, yet it had a springy toughness to the touch, as if tanned from some kind of animal hide. Spirit pattern robe, B rank. The two of us originally wanted to pick you something with defense, but that scene of you tanking the Necro Baron head-on with your bare body last time left too deep an impression on us. So this one's mainly functional. Sun Chungyue rattled off a whole string of features. It could reshape to fit, add charm, self-repair, and something about masking your presence. In short, aside from defense, it had all sorts of odd and wonderful functions. Once I put the whole outfit on, who'd looked kind of casual before, instantly looked like a British gentleman. No wonder they say the clothes make the man. You step out in that, and people who don't know you would think you're a male model, Sun Chungyue said, his face full of envy. He then pulled out another pile of odds and ends. These are cosmetics for Andy. I heard Uncle and Auntie just got out of the hospital, so I brought some tonics too. Even Sunya, as the older sister, watching her little brother's frighteningly high emotional intelligence, couldn't help but doubt whether the two of them were even born from the same mother. Why did everyone always see her as an iceberg, while her little brother could get along with anyone? Dinner over, I saw the two of them off and returned home with a stack of documents in hand. Sun Chungyue had shoved them at me right before leaving. Inside was intel on other professionals from Jiangxing and even the wider Qinglan continent. In his words, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win 100 battles. Lying on the bed, I opened the documents. The first several pages were all S rank and above, meticulously labeled with profession, photo, and primary attack methods. The more I read, the deeper my brow furrowed. The value of these documents was no less than the pile of gear he'd just given me. After all, right after the team event came the solo event. The more I understood about the other professionals, the more of an edge I'd have when the moment came. Soon enough, the day of the profession trial arrived. In front of the Jiangxing Professionals Association building, the crowd was a sea of people. 97 teams, for 185 people, plus the friends and family seeing them off, the media, and the association staff. The whole plaza was packed to bursting. The reason the number was so small was that the profession trial had a threshold. You had to be level 10 or above, and you needed either an elite-level dungeon clear on record or a certificate issued by a school to qualify. The giant screen scrolled through the trial rules and grouping information, and the loudspeaker repeatedly broadcast the precautions. I stood in the crowd. Sun Chungyue was on my left, clad in silver-white plate armor, shield slung across his back, like a wall that could walk. Sunya was on my right, still in her light armor with a spear. Zhang Hao and Li Yusin stood behind us, both in white robes. Our group drew no small amount of attention from the media. They're the #1 team on Jiangxing's leaderboards right now. That tall, handsome one, that's Lin Shu, #1 across every single leaderboard. See that chubby guy? That's our mayor's son's son. Overhearing this chatter, Sun Chungyue couldn't help but let the corner of his mouth twitch. Damn, there's no justice. I demand an investigation into whether this whole world is one giant looks-based scam. But compared to the talk about my looks, more people were discussing my profession. No matter how fierce a sacrificer is, they can't last. Just wonder how far he can go. He won't go far. A while back, he swept every leaderboard in the dungeon hall. Must have burned through a ton of health. Who knows how many stats he's got left now. The way I see it, he's grinding this hard because he wants to scoop up in the profession trial everything he'd need for his next life, all in one go. A few analysts said, curling their lips. Quite a few people around them chimed in. Partly because that's just the nature of the sacrificer class, and partly because they were sore about me hogging the leaderboards. Showing off, huh? Look at you. Just then, the loudspeaker rang out. Will all team captains please come to the service desk to collect your trial tokens? The team trial will begin in 15 minutes. Please make your preparations. I went and collected the token, a black metal plate engraved with our team number, 001. As #1 on every leaderboard, our team's number was naturally Jiangxing's very first. Team trial, Ghost Fortress. The staff member recited the rules expressionlessly. 5-person survival, 3-hour time limit. Kill monsters to earn points. The higher the points, the higher the score. After clearing, you may choose to challenge a higher level dungeon. The higher the level, the higher the points. This dungeon has no rule protection. Death means elimination. There is no revival. Those are the rules of the Rookie Professionals team trial. May all professionals be blessed with fortune in battle. That line, death means elimination, doused countless youths in the prime of their fiery years like a bucket of cold water. And I, gripping the token, took a single step forward. Let's go. There was no fear on my face, no hesitation, no cowardice, only calm. Seeing this, the others fell right in behind me. The light of the teleportation array flared to life. At that same moment, at the headquarters of the Qinglan Continent Professionals Association, in the enormous ring-shaped hall, a curved screen wall over 100 meters long scrolled with real-time team trial data from all 32 cities across the continent. The points board, the kill board, the difficulty board, every one refreshing by the second. At the center of the hall sat 7 middle-aged people, each with a different colored badge pinned to their chest. The lowest was S rank, and the highest was SSS rank. They were the review committee of the Qinglan Continent Professionals Association, in charge of overseeing this year's profession trial. Every ghost fortress across Qinglan Continent is now open. A woman in glasses pushed the frames up. Soon, the main screen split into 7 blocks, each labeled with its respective city name in the upper right corner. Seeing the Jiangxing feed in the center, one reviewer couldn't help but laugh. Jiangxing's really stealing the show this time. World first clear of the nightmare-level Blood Moon Graveyard. Nobody in all of Qinglan Continent can break that record. I heard about it too. 3 minutes 38. Back in my younger days, I'd have gone and filed a complaint on him. Now that I'm old, I want to file a complaint too. My grandson goes on about it every day, says a score like that couldn't have been posted by a human being. Listening to this, everyone shook their heads with a smile. But I hear that Lin Shu, the one leading them, is an SSS rank sacrificer. A sacrificer? Huh. Then it's no surprise. That class, you can call it the most useless or the strongest. When someone really goes all in, nobody can go toe-to-toe with them. Listening to the few of them banter, the man seated at the head in the center tapped the table. All right, everyone watch closely. This trial concerns the future development of our professionals. After all this time, those otherworldly races have recovered their strength too, and within Great Xia's borders, quite a few otherworld collaborators have cropped up. Our task this time is, first, to evaluate, second, to ensure safety. Don't any of you get careless. The other reviewers wiped the smiles from their faces, their expressions turning grave. The Qinglan Continent Professionals Association they presided over was the very root that kept every dungeon suppressed. As long as nothing went wrong here, then even if some trial taker inside a dungeon couldn't beat the monsters, it wouldn't lead to major casualties. And prompted by this reminder, many of their gazes fell onto that Jiangxing feed. Meanwhile, as I stepped out of the teleportation array, a thick, rotting stench hung in the air. The sky was a gray-purple, with no sun and no moon. A massive black castle stood ahead, its walls built of black stone and overrun with withered vines. The castle gate hung wide open, pitch black within. The system's voice sounded. You have entered the team trial dungeon, Ghost Fortress, normal difficulty. Current points, 0. Time limit, 120 minutes. After clearing, you may choose to enter a higher difficulty. Death permits no revival. I didn't rush in and start swinging like usual. Instead, I closed my eyes and activated Soul Sense. The scene for 1,000 meters around unfolded in my mind like a three-dimensional map. Terrain structure, monster distribution, all at a glance. Soon, I'd settled on our route of advance. Head into the castle. Sun Chengyue took point with his shield raised. Sun Ye's spear was out of its sheath, and Zhang Hao and Li Yusin followed behind, gripping their staffs. The moment we stepped inside, the first wave of monsters came pouncing out of the rubble of a collapsed building. But even before the monsters emerged, their information did. Ghost Guard, level 13, health 1,200. 2 skills, charge, greatly boosting speed for a short time, lasting 5 seconds, and Bone Spike, dealing critical damage with added effects like bleeding and infection. All the information was laid bare within my sense. Those Ghost Guards had no skin. Their dark red muscle was exposed straight to the air, and their hands were sharp bone spikes. I activated Frost Nova's Frost Domain. Pale blue ripples burst out from beneath my feet, the temperature plunging across the 800-meter range, white frost crusting over the ground. The instant the 5 guards charged into the domain, their speed suddenly dropped and a layer of white frost formed over their muscles. My steps didn't stop. Frost Nova already dealt extremely high damage. And since these guards carried the ghost attribute, that triggered a bonus damage on top. In a mere 2 seconds, every ghost guard had turned into an ice sculpture. Points, 15. Keep moving. We pushed inward along the stone-paved road. Ghost guards, ghost archers, ghost servants, wave after wave. But under the slow of the frost domain and the pick-off kills of Ice Spike, forget getting close to the team. Not a single monster could get within 100 meters of us. The others, tense and braced at the start, gradually relaxed. Sun Chungyue even hefted his shield up onto his shoulder. To make themselves look at least a little useful, Zhang Hao and Li Yusin occasionally tossed out a cleanse spell to dispel the negative effects in the environment. Only Sunya. She didn't have Sun Xingyue's just lie back in coast attitude, and she genuinely didn't know any support skills, so all she could do was stare longingly at those monsters, blinking helplessly. 15 minutes later, we stood before the castle's inner gate. I glanced up at the sealed gate in front of me, the system's earlier notifications still echoing in my head. 480 points, ranked third across the entire continent. First place, Team Lin Shui, 620 points. Second place, Team Zhao Tianlong, 550 points. Honestly, seeing those two names didn't surprise me one bit. Both of them had been on the list Sun Chungyue had shown me earlier. Both were SS tier professionals with brutal damage output. But here's the thing, the more standard the dungeon, the harder it is to open up a real gap. The monsters only have so much HP. No matter how hard you hit, you're only saving a few seconds. I closed my eyes and let my soul perception spread out, like an invisible ripple washing inch by inch across the entire inner city. It only took a moment before I opened my eyes again. There's a lord inside, I said. Kill it, and we clear the dungeon. Meanwhile, on the massive curved screen at the Qinglan Continent headquarters, a whole crowd of people had their eyes glued to our team's name. Presiding over the headquarters was Zhang Haitian, the chairman of the Professionals Association, a level 70 monster of a man. A woman in glasses, staring at the data panel, spoke up. Team 001 from Jiangxing City has entered the inner castle. 20 seconds slower than Team Lin Shui, but their kill efficiency is still climbing. Zhang Haitian didn't rush to respond. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest. After a long moment, he finally spoke, his voice low but enough to silence the entire hall. The Phantom Fortress on normal difficulty. The challenge was never in how strong the monsters are, he said. The challenge is mental corruption. Every phantom you kill piles another layer of resentment onto you. Enough resentment, and you enter a bloodlust state. Eventually, you sink and become a phantom yourself. He paused, tapping the screen with his fingertip. So anyone with sense pacing this dungeon has to time their kills. Leave room to dispel the resentment. The faster you push, the faster you die. But the moment those words left his mouth, the data the woman pulled up stopped him cold. 5 minutes. 48 phantoms killed, averaging less than 6 seconds per kill. Check their resentment stacks, Zhang Haitian said. The woman swept her finger across the panel, and the second she saw the numbers, her brow twisted hard. Chairman, their resentment stacks are at 0. The hall went dead silent in an instant. 0. Zhang Haitian sat bolt upright. Everyone knew that, to keep the trial authentic, resentment didn't even appear on the status bar. Professionals had to feel it themselves. Even with a priest cleansing on cue, there was no way you'd hit a clean 0. He stared at the screen, and for the first time, his eyes showed genuine interest. Fascinating. Of course, I knew none of this. All I knew was that Sun Chungyue had just kicked the inner gate open. Behind the gate was a massive circular plaza. Standing dead center was a black stone stele, its surface carved with writing so twisted it made your scalp crawl. In front of the stele, a tall figure had already been waiting for us. The Phantom Commander, 2.5 meters tall, clad in dark purple heavy armor, ghostly green light bleeding out from between the plates. The two-handed greatsword in its right hand looked as if it had countless struggling souls coiled around the blade. Boss, Sunya tightened her grip on her spear. The moment we stepped in, it moved. Faster than any heavy armor unit had any right to be. A horizontal slash sent a shrieking soul shockwave carving straight toward us. Sun Chungyue raised his shield and stepped up. Steadfast bulwark. A golden light shield flared open. The greatsword crashed against it, and he was knocked back 3 full steps. a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Damn, that's some serious force. He gritted his teeth and held his ground. I stayed calm. I raised a hand and shot off an ice spike. 7,000 damage slammed into its chest plate, exploding into a cloud of icy mist. A third of its HP bar vanished, and its body froze stiff, though not for even 2 seconds. Looked like this thing had some resistance. Whatever. I casually threw a healing spell on myself to refill my mana, then fired another ice spike. HP bar down to a third. I counted in my head. 1, 2, 3. When I finished counting, I threw one more ice spike, then turned and started walking away. Ding. Phantom Commander eliminated. 500 points awarded. Current score, 980. Ranking, first place. Sun Chungyue was still holding up that huge shield, eyes bugged out. Wait, bro. He stared at the boss corpse cooling on the ground, then over at his sister, Sunya, whose spear was raised but who hadn't even charged in yet. That's it. That's it. I clapped my hands casually. 20-something thousand HP total. How long did you want to fight? Save your strength. There's plenty more coming. I'd barely finished speaking when the system chimed again. Normal difficulty cleared. Continue to elite difficulty? Monster stats increased by 50%. New elite affixes added. Score multiplier 1.5x. Warning. Elite difficulty cannot be reverted. Death cannot be revived. I looked at the still dazed group and asked flatly, keep going? Sun Chungyue spat to the side, voice practically cracking. Hell yeah. With a damage dealer like you, of course we're going. Over at headquarters, the place exploded. Team 001 cleared normal difficulty. Time, 5 minutes, 16 seconds. The woman's voice was shaking. The association members around her sucked in sharp breaths. 5 minutes to clear all the mobs, 16 seconds for the boss. Am I imagining it? Or did they kill the boss faster than the mobs? Zhang Haitian's face darkened. He spoke slowly. The Elite Phantom Fortress isn't just stronger monsters. There's an extra mechanic. When the commander dies, it summons the Resentment Rally. Every phantom killed on normal difficulty resurrects once in elite form. He glanced at the data. Normal difficulty, we'd killed 62. 62 elite phantoms, plus 1 elite commander, he said slowly. On that team, one is Tian Ling's daughter, an SSS tier battle mage. She has AoE, but it's not that high. The other is an SSS tier sacrificer. A sacrificer can learn any skill, but masters none. Unless he's willing to gamble his life stacking skills. Otherwise, facing the boss and mobs at once, one mistake, and the whole team collapses. He didn't spell it out, but everyone in the room understood what he meant. Let's hope this kid actually packed some real AoE. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the sky on elite difficulty had gone black as pitch. Every single one of those 62 phantoms I'd killed clawed its way out of the earth. A size larger now, with dark red patterns crawling over their armor, the fire in their eyes burning from ghostly green to blood red. Packed thick and tight, along with the risen commander, they crammed the entire plaza full. Holy shit, Sun Chungyue went white. It just jumped straight into the fight. Sunya's knuckles were bone white around her spear. Zhang Hao and Li Yusin huddled together, staves held steady but lips trembling. I took a deep breath, looked at those 62 monsters, and the corner of my mouth slowly curled up. Honestly, this elite dungeon looked easier than the normal one. Frost Domain. Full activation. An 800-meter diameter of cold air unfurled with a roar. 6 inches of ice crystallized across the ground in an instant. All 62 phantoms were slowed at once, but there were too many. The front rows were still struggling in the ice, while the back rows were already firing bone spikes. I ignored all of that. Raise staff. Ice spike. 7,000. Lower staff. Heal. Restore 5,000 mana. Ice spike. Heal. Ice spike. Heal. I was like a mounted spell-slinging machine gun, cranking out shots one after another, steady as a metronome. With this rhythmic, oil tycoon-style spending pattern, the back row mobs got mowed down in no time. And this time, Sunya finally got her chance. As the Frost Empress, fighting in an ice elemental environment amped up her damage. Riding the frozen slow on every enemy, she flickered forward and cut down 4 or 5 phantoms in a blink, planting herself right in front of the commander. Her plan was simple: hold the boss and free up my hands. The commander swatted her back with a single blow, then threw its head back and roared. The sound carried a mental shockwave, and every one of us felt our skulls split with pain. Then, clang, Zhang Hao slammed his staff on the ground, and a wave of pure energy blanketed the whole team, sweeping away every debuff. He was panting hard, but his face lit up with a grin. I could practically hear what he was thinking. Finally, my turn to shine. I was starting to think I was just team decoration. Li Yusin wasn't about to be outdone. She puffed up her cheeks and started plastering buffs across the whole team, throwing multiple mana regen and damage boosts on me alone. At that point, the outcome wasn't even in question. Even elite mobs with buffed stats couldn't hold up against my sustained 800 damage per second. When the last one shattered into ice shards under Sun Qingyue's shield bash, only the elite commander was left standing, and Sun Ye had already ground it down to about half HP. Easy work. I raised my hand. 2 ice spikes. One to the chest, one right between the eyes. Even a god couldn't have saved it. Elite difficulty cleared. Current score, 1,470. Ranking, first. Continue to nightmare difficulty. Sun Chunyue shook the ice shards off his armor and grinned at me. From start to finish, barely a mob had made it into his face. He'd taken almost no damage. Shoo, keep going? I checked my status. Mana full. HP was down 20% from keeping life diversion running the whole time, but with my toughness passive, it was climbing back fast. Sunya, on the other hand, had tanked the commander solo and taken a few hits. You need to rest? I asked. Sunya flicked her wrist, spinning her spear into a beautiful flourish, that stubborn fire in her eyes. No need. All right. I smiled, casual as if I were queuing another match. Then let's keep going. At headquarters, the moment the number ticked over to 1,470, the hall went utterly silent. They cleared elite. In 1 minute, 23 seconds. The woman's voice was tight. The panel of judges reflexively rubbed their eyes. That data's correct? Verified. No errors. Zhang Haitian's brow knotted into a hard lump. He'd at least been able to guess how we one-shot the boss earlier. But this 1 minute, 23 seconds, he couldn't make sense of it. Surely they weren't fighting the mobs and boss simultaneously? 60-plus elite monsters. All of them somehow crowd-controlled? They've already selected nightmare difficulty. The monitor's voice jumped a pitch. Nobody in the hall said a word. Every set of eyes was nailed to the screen in the center. You have to understand, Nightmare Phantom Fortress had, in Qinglan Continent's entire history, only been cleared by 3 teams. Every single one of them was made up of SS tier, level, 19 professionals. For DPS, 1 priest, coordination flawless. And even those dream teams took at least 3 minutes to clear Nightmare. Our team? Innate profession rating capped at SS, with some members only S. Sync the live feed, Zhang Haitian said grimly. I want to see this with my own eyes. How exactly they're pulling this off. Inside the dungeon, the nightmare difficulty sky had turned blood red. The commander stood again, clad in dark gold heavy armor, the wailing souls in its blade now solid sound waves that made the ground itself tremble. And this time, the 62 elite phantoms weren't a scattered mob anymore. Shield bearers in front, archers in back, mages in the middle, arranged in tight, precise formation. Sun Qingyue swallowed hard. Are these mobs, or a goddamn army? I didn't answer. I just opened Frost Domain. The ice spread as usual, but this time the formation didn't break. Instead, a subtle force pushed back, pitting itself against my Frost Domain. A line of text appeared before me. Affix, formation. Phantoms have awakened past life memories, forming a battle formation. Phantoms within the formation take 30% reduced damage when attacked. All phantoms in the formation gain 50% increased dual resistance. The confusion in my head cleared up right away. The back row archers loosed a rain of bone spikes. Scatter! Sunya shouted. The others burst apart. Sun Chungyue raised his shield to cover Li Yusin and Zhang Hao. As for me, he didn't cover me. Not because he didn't want to, but because he knew exactly how absurd my defenses were. Bone spikes studded the ground like a field of porcupine quills. Except in the space right in front of me. Completely clean, not a single spike. All blocked by that invisible shield of mine. I walked straight through the storm of bone spikes, staff raised, heading right toward the formation. One shot, 7,000. A shield bearer burst apart. Two shots, another one down. But the formation didn't waver. It kept advancing in perfect order. Sunya lifted her spear to charge, and Sun Chunghua barked, "Wait, you've got no defensive skills." Sunya froze mid-step, but she still wanted to go. She wasn't the type to hide behind teammates. Then, the next second, a flash of realization crossed Sun Qingyue's face. "Wait, I know what he's doing. He's going to break the formation. Don't go." Sunya finally stopped. Meanwhile, on my end, I suddenly picked up the pace. In the monitoring room at headquarters, one of the judges shot to his feet in alarm. "He's throwing his life away." "No, that's not it." The lead SSS tier professional kept his eyes locked on the screen. He'd caught a detail no one else had. A moment ago, one bone spike had somehow pierced through my invisible defense. Hadn't wounded me, but had been sent flying by some tremendous force the instant the barrier broke, shattering all the spikes on the ground along with it. Suddenly it hit him, and he blurted out, "He's going to break the formation." Before he'd finished speaking, I'd already plunged headfirst into the formation. Countless attacks slammed into me at once, and immediately after, a devastating shockwave erupted from within the formation itself, flinging swaths of mobs into the air. The perfectly aligned formation was ripped wide open in an instant. I didn't stop. The commander at the back of the formation finally sensed the threat and actually charged straight at me. But the second it got close, that same force sent it flying too. Life Shield was never just a shield. It had one deadly signature trait: force knockback. If Frost Domain's damage got shredded by the formation, then I'd use my own body to break the deadlock. As the commander and the majority of the mobs went airborne, the formation affix quietly dissolved. Crack, crack. The monsters that had shrugged off my frost damage suddenly bared their fangs. One by one, they froze in place as if their feet had been nailed to the ground. Even the archers and mages in the back struggled just to lift their arms. And I stood right in the middle of that swarm. Thick HP bar, absurd shield, burning HP for mana, and cycling ice spikes with heals. Like harvesting wheat, mowing them down row by row. That commander that should have been terrifying? Every time it charged in and swung, my life shield knocked it back, and an ice spike stunned it right on the spot. The stun didn't last long, but with ice spike stacks and frost domain slows piling up on top of each other, even the commander's movements started grinding to a halt. Sunya's usually sharp spear had, at some point, tipped down. Only two thoughts remained in her head. 1. Who exactly is the battle mage here? 2. This is the kind of battle mage I've been dreaming of being. In the monitoring room, that SSS tier member shot to his feet, eyes wide as saucers. So this is how you break it. Suddenly, he was remembering years ago, back when he was a rookie. He too had been cornered by this cursed formation. Back then, they'd burned through every skill, wrung out every last option, and still gotten crushed by the formation commander combo. They'd washed out with regret. Later, he'd watched other Nightmare Clear recordings. Either people brute forced through the formation with overwhelming damage, or they took catastrophic casualties. Only I had come up with a completely different answer, breaking the formation without a single sacrifice. Jiangxing City, Team 001, has cleared the Nightmare Tier dungeon. When the system announcement echoed through the conference room, every association member fell dead silent. They stared at the center of the screen, at that tall, slender figure standing amidst a field of ice sculptures. Almost single-handedly, he'd conquered the entire dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the system was still chiming. Nightmare difficulty cleared. Current score, 3,675. Ranking, first. Continue to hell difficulty? Monster stats increased by 200%. 3 new elite affixes added. Score multiplier 4x. Warning. Hell difficulty has never been cleared. Death cannot be revived. I checked my status. HP back to full thanks to toughness. Mana full. My teammates were tired, yeah, but still on their feet. After all, I'd been doing basically all the work. I looked at Sun Chunghua, then Sunya, then Zhang Hao and Li Yusin. Going in. Same tone as before. No excitement from breaking the formation, no fear of hell. Calm, the way a giant never notices ants under its feet. Sun Qinghua grinned. Bro, you even need to ask? I follow your lead, no questions. Sunya gripped her spear tight. We've come this far. Bailing now would eat me alive. Zhang Hao and Li Yusin exchanged a glance and nodded together. Two S-tier talents making it this far was already ancestors blessing them levels of fortune. With me leading, they had no reason to pull back. I turned to face forward. Let's go. At headquarters, four words appeared on every judge's screen. Jiangxing City Team 001 challenging hell difficulty. Zhang Haitian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, knuckles white. Hell tier Phantom Fortress. In Qinglong Continent's history, no one has cleared it. He slowly turned to face the room. Today, maybe someone will. As the system's voice faded, the environment around us began to shift. The crimson bled out of the sky, replaced by a pure, absolute darkness. A torn open abyss that seemed to swallow anything foolish enough to look up. The ground fractured, and dark purple mist welled up from the cracks. Sun Qingyue's shield lit up on its own. His skill had been triggered by the environment itself. His pupils shrank, and he noticed, sharp as ever, that even though he'd just fully recovered, he felt weaker than before. He checked his panel, voice dry. My stats are down 20%. Not just him. Every one of us had the same red debuff pop up. Phantom suppression, all stats reduced by 20%. One layer of resentment stacks every 5 seconds. Zhang Hao and Li Yusin cast Purify almost simultaneously, but the next second, the skill that specialized in clearing debuffs sputtered out like a candle in the wind, extinguishing without so much as a spark. Li Yusin quickly pulled out a purification scroll and activated it. It lasted a few more seconds, then went out too. Her face went ashen. Purification skills, purification scrolls, none of it works. Then, 3 lines of blood-red text floated in front of us. Hell Affix Iu Eternal Night. All light-based skills disabled inside the dungeon. Vision reduced by 90%. Mental type skill effects halved. Hell Affix 2, Soul Shackle. Each Hell Phantom killed possesses the killer, permanently reducing their max HP by 1% until the dungeon ends. Hell Affix 3, Resentment Detonation. When a Hell Phantom dies, it deals 20% of the killer's current max HP as true damage to all units within 10 meters. I stared at those 3, brow furrowing. No wonder no one had ever cleared Hell. Purification was gutted. Perception was half-crippled. And those last 2 affixes were tailored to counter a melee-heavy team like ours. Kill mobs and lose HP. Don't kill them, and you can't progress. Even if you somehow cleaned everyone up, with this many mobs, everyone's max HP would drop 10 or 20%. But the most urgent thing right now was whether my one and only light-type skill would still work. B-tier skill Holy Radiance activated. Environmental restriction detected. Judging. Skill level EX. Restriction invalid. A pillar of brilliant light dropped down over me, and every debuff on my body cleared in an instant. The scene left Zhang Hao and Li Yusin, our support crew, gaping. A sacrificer. How the hell was his healing skill immune to the restrictions? I waved a hand and dropped a heal over the whole team, then said casually, I can only purify one person at a time, so make it quick. This environment wasn't the kind you could grind through. I could tank it. My teammates couldn't. Sunya thought fast. In a blink, she'd worked out our only path to survival. Lin Shu, you can't kill too many mobs this round. Everyone takes turns killing. I'll take some pressure off you. Yusin and Zhang Hao kill first and eat the resentment stacks. When you hit your limit, use a teleport scroll and bail. I nodded. That was the most stable play. Mob kills would eat into my max HP, and once that dropped, my shield and margin for error would shrink too. Crowd control and pressuring HP bars, leave those to me. I closed my eyes and channeled Soul Perception EX. Like Holy Radiance, it was EX tier, and it ignored the rules the same way. A 1-kilometer range enveloped the entire fortress in an instant. In that moment, every monster's position, level, HP, and type was mapped out in my head. Still 62 of them. But these aren't quite the same. The words had barely left my mouth when a clawed hand poked out of a crack in the ground, and a new kind of creature crawled out. Hell Phantom, 12,000 HP, skills, Hellish Entanglement. Struck targets take 20% increased damage. Endless Hell. For each one that dies, all surviving units gain 1% to all stats. Looking at that HP pool and that skill set, I didn't know what to say. This was a mob. It felt more like it could solo a death knight. The first Hell Phantom lunged at me with a roar. I frowned and detonated a wave of biting cold at my feet. Frost Nova EX. Even suppressed by Hell's rules, EX Tears still had a solid foundation. The moment the wave spread out, the Phantom, which had been moving so fast you couldn't even track its afterimage, suddenly slowed. But with everyone else's perception cut down, they couldn't block them all. Two phantoms flashed toward Sun Chungyue in an eye blink. He just barely raised his shield. Boom. He got launched clean off his feet. His shield cracked open. 20% of his HP gone. A layer of purple light clung to him now. Hellish entanglement. Fuck. What kind of damage is that? He hit the ground cursing. Two mobs had blown away 20% of his HP in one hit. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were fighting a boss. I could see it clearly. It was that hellish entanglement mark. It let the second one hit hard enough to launch him. The two phantoms clearly weren't done. They alternated forms and pounced at Sun Chungyue again. I flicked my hand. An ice spike condensed out of the frost-laden air and slammed down from above, impaling one phantom in place and vaporizing most of its HP bar. Sunya. Before the word was out, her spear was already darting in from the flank, punching straight through the phantom's skull. Frost Point, her strongest single-target skill, hitting a weak point, dealt nearly 6,000 damage in one strike. She was already turning to intercept the other one when I roared, "Back!" She didn't even think. Her body just moved, and she flashed several body lengths away. Boom. The phantom she'd killed detonated where it stood. Bone shrapnel whizzed past her cheek. Her pupils shrank. If I hadn't shouted, armor or not, she'd have lost half her HP. But even dodging the blast, a wisp of purple resentment latched onto her. No time for thanks. Clang. Another one had already crashed on his Sun Qingyue's shield. Zhang Hao and Li Yusin didn't dodge this time. Green vines shot up from the ground and locked around the phantom's legs. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, roared, and forced his own hand up, stabbing toward his own throat. An instant later, that vicious phantom went slack like a puppet on strings, mimicking his motion, driving a bone spike toward its own neck. As it struggled, Sunya's spear punched through its back, and the phantom skewered its own head with its own bone spike. Before the kill notification could even flash, Sunya flicked her spear and hurled the corpse aside. Boom. Another explosion. It took all of us working together to bring down two of them. But when we looked up, dozens more phantoms had already crawled out of the mist. Despair, plain and clear, was written across every face. Then the next second, they saw me, once again walking alone toward that swarm, where every single monster was as dangerous as a boss. With soul perception, I knew every mob's position and weak points. If I controlled the flow right, I could grind each one's HP to the brink without killing, easing the burden on my teammates and keeping the karma off my back. From here on, follow my lead. My voice was still calm, but in a hopeless situation like this, that calm itself was a kind of strength. The fire that had been crushed out of my teammates a moment ago rekindled in their eyes. They knew they were nowhere near my level, but that was no reason to be afraid. I stepped forward, they followed. Even Zhang Hao and Li Yusin, the support pair, didn't hesitate for a second. In the monitoring room, the SSS tier member gave a small nod. He knew this in his bones. Every professional runs into countless hopeless moments in their career, and what they choose the first time often decides how far they'll go. Someone who folds the first time usually throws away their chance at survival with their own hands. Someone who steps up, even if they can't close the gap in raw strength, that spirit of theirs might just carve out a sliver of survival. Within the swarm, I absorbed the vast majority of the damage myself. Between HP mana cycling, healing spells, and the passive toughness, I kept my HP nailed around 70%, mana almost always full. Every time my life shield broke, it dealt 10% max HP damage to the enemy. Within moments, the phantoms closest to me had been ground down to a third of their HP. By that point, without me saying a word, Sunya and the others were already leaping in, harvesting the wounded. Before long, everyone had multiple purple hell debuffs stacked on them. Their condition was going downhill fast. I knew they couldn't hold much longer. I closed my eyes and unleashed soul perception at full power. Within 1,000 meters, every phantom's position, movement, and target wove itself into a real-time dynamic map in my mind. Sun Chungyue, 3 o'clock, 3 of them, ETA 3 seconds. Sunya, 11 o'clock, 4 of them, ETA 4 seconds. Zhang Hao, 6 o'clock, 2 of them, ETA 2 seconds. Li Yusin, shield up Sun Chungyue. At the same time, I flicked a healing spell to Sunya and stood right where I was, drawing in almost all of the aggro. Under my direction, all 4 moved at once. Sun Chungyue's shield bashed the lead phantom, and thanks to his pre-positioning and Li Yusin's shield, tanked 2 hits. Sunya ignored her vision blindness and just threw her skill on instinct. Frostpoint landed and dropped 1 on the spot. She was about to eat the damage from the other 2 when an ice spike from me punched through both at a wicked angle in a single line. Her spear flashed, and 2 more went down. But her condition was falling apart. She had to tank 1 detonation, and before she could gulp a potion, a beam of holy light had already fallen over her. The more I leaned into soul perception, the smoother it flowed. Right then, I was like a precision machine. My teammates' condition kept dropping. The monster's stats kept climbing. And yet our kill efficiency just kept going up. How is this possible? In the monitoring room, a veteran member cried out. The perception jamming isn't affecting him. Every direction I'd called had been surgically precise, as if I were one of those phantoms myself. Just how much has this kid been hiding? He muttered. Strong professionals? Barely 1 in 10,000 across Great Xia. But even at that rarity, the country could still muster tens of thousands. What was truly rare was someone who could command the whole battlefield. And in that moment, it was obvious. I had become exactly that kind of person. 62 Hell Phantoms had been ground down to fewer than 10. I'd lost 5 points of max HP, negligible. But my teammates weren't so lucky. Especially Sunya, our second strongest DPS, who'd been docked over 30 points of max HP. Battle mages were fragile to begin with. And if it weren't for my heals and Li Yusin burning through consumables like they were free, she'd have already gone down. Sun Qingyue's massive shield was in tatters, his armor pierced in multiple places, raw flesh showing through. The other 2 were running on fumes alone. Sunya staggered as she raised her spear to charge the remaining phantoms again. I knew these people had been squeezed to their limit. Enough. My voice was steady as ever, as if it was all going according to plan. From here, leave it to me. I looked at the phantoms, all at less than 10% HP, and gave a wave. The frost that had been pooling at their feet suddenly surged up. In an instant, every one of them was an ice sculpture. The next second, several new purple hell marks appeared on my body. Didn't matter. All hell phantoms eliminated. Current score, correction, hell multiplier 4x, base 3,675, actual 14,700. I didn't care about the score, because I could hear another sound, heavy footsteps, coming from deep within the plaza. The Phantom Commander, in hell form. It didn't crawl out of the earth. It walked out of the darkness, 1 step at a time. Each step shattered the ice, and dark purple flame welled up from the cracks. Purple patterns rippled across its armor. The wailing on its greatsword was gone now, replaced by pure, deathly silence. Hell Boss, Phantom Commander, level 25. HP 120,000. Skill 1 E Wraith Tide. Deals 25% max HP damage in a cone, applies resentment, reduces healing. Skill 2 Soul Devouring Slash. Single target physical damage at 300% attack power. Skill 3 E Resentment Shackle. Roots for 3 seconds. Staring at that skill panel that practically filled the screen, I spoke to my teammates without even turning my head. You should head out. The commander has AoE. They gave bitter smiles. It had been the plan all along, but they really did want to stay and see how I'd handle this hell boss. Their condition just wouldn't hold up. Sun Chungyue took it in stride. He pulled out a teleport scroll and waved at me. I am wiped, man. Take your time, Shu. I'm gonna go book a private room, hit up a bathhouse, get a good massage. I'm about ready to fall apart. He was still muttering when he vanished. Zhang Hao and Li Yusin squeezed out their last drops of mana, threw 1 more buff on me, and teleported out. Only me and the commander left in the dungeon. My face actually relaxed a little. I looked at the silent commander and said, mostly to myself, honestly, compared to fighting mobs, I think I like you better. Whether it was time for its attack pattern or my words just pissed it off, I don't know, but the response was a greatsword crashing down on my head. I didn't dodge, didn't move. The strike landed. Life shield shattered. A blood-red number popped up above my head, -742. But at the same moment, another number burst above the commander's head, -12,000. The life shield's 10% reflected damage on shatter clipped off 12,000 of its HP in one go. In the conference room, every face shifted. He reflected 12,000, sure, but he still ate 742 himself. For some main tanks, that's not a small hit. Such a good kid. Don't let him push it too far and die in there. But they quickly realized their worry was misplaced. The strike I'd tanked head-on didn't hurt me at all. They couldn't see my HP bar, but from how I was standing, the answer was written on my face. This was also the first time in the whole Phantom Fortress run that I'd actually taken damage, and it was that one hit that finally revealed my HP bar to them. Lin Shu, HP 82,314/103,432. Over 100,000 HP. That was what those 5 days of grinding for my life had bought me, and it was my biggest source of confidence. Even with the max HP I'd lost to kills, what remained was more than enough. The next moment, my HP dropped sharply as a fresh blood-red shield surged up in front of me. I looked at the Phantom before me and smiled. When you're in this business, it's all about mechanics and rotations. What crew are you rolling with? I punctuated it with an ice spike. -3,431. Original 7,000 damage, ground down to about 3 grand under layered dual resistance. I wasn't in any rush. The commander, on the other hand, was seething. It hurled a Wraith Tide, the AoE that made every tank's stomach drop, 25% current HP plus resentment stacks. The slash came down. Above my head, a single, big, fat zero popped up. Looking at that glaring zero, my smile got even wider. Turns out you're just a small timer. My life shield consumed 15% of my current HP and generated a shield worth triple that. A minute ago, I'd had 80,000+ HP. 15% was 12,000. Tripled, that was 36,000 of shield still on me. After popping the shield, my HP had dropped to 70,000 something, and its 25% max HP damage capped out around 18,000. Nowhere close to breaking my shield. That was why a string of 0 damage was floating over my head. Life shield was technically just a C-tier skill. In anyone else's hands, it was nothing special. But in mine, it was different. My HP regenerated with every breath. If my shield broke, I could catch my breath and top it right back up. Top back up, throw the shield again, and it held. See how that's absolutely infuriating? I glanced down. A few debuffs stuck to me. Fine. I raised a hand, cast a heal, and cleansed the mess. My ice spike was off cooldown, so I fired one off. Frost Domain had been running the whole time, ticking off maybe a few hundred HP per second. Didn't look like much, but it stacked. Layer by layer, the ice built up thicker and thicker. Before long, I noticed the Phantom Commander's swings starting to drag. My method for taking down bosses is actually really simple. One word, grind. I've got HP, shields, cleanses, mana regen, and a dot that stacks on it forever, all cycling into each other. I might not one-shot it, but it can't lay a finger on me either. 10 minutes of grinding. I watched that greatsword sink slowly, inch by inch, and finally decided, all right, I'll move. I stepped one pace to the left, just enough to dodge the greatsword that was now moving 10 centimeters per second. From the start of the fight until now, that was the only time I'd moved. The Phantom Commander in front of me was studded all over with ice shards and ice spikes, and the fire in those eyes, the ones that were supposed to burn forever, had shrunk down small, about to gutter out. I didn't know what those people in the observation room looked like right then, but I could guess. At the start of the fight, they probably figured I was in for a fierce back and forth with the boss, a nail-biter where I'd pull out a win at the last second, and they'd all be cheering. A few minutes in, they'd probably thought, oh, this kid must have a plan, saving up, gonna drop a big move any second now. But 5 minutes later, they were all lost. Because my style of fighting kicked over their entire understanding of what professional combat was supposed to look like. No flashy plays, no jaw-dropping tricks, no clever tactics. Just stand and hit, keep standing and hit. Zero mechanics. Pure stat check. I glanced at the commander's HP bar, now scraping bottom, and finished it off with one last ice spike. Maybe it finally couldn't stand the torment anymore. Maybe it just didn't want to look at me for another second. Right as the system's kill notification popped, that greatsword clanged to the ground, and its whole body dissolved into a wisp of purple smoke, drifting away into the phantom castle. The plaza went silent, just like that. No more clang of combat, no more of its furious roars. Just a cold, crisp system voice ringing in my ear. Ding. Hell difficulty. Cleared. Final trial completed. Hell tier Phantom Commander eliminated. 10,000 points awarded. Final score, 24,700. Ranking, first place. Clear time, 47 minutes. Rating, SSS. Rewards, 5 hell chests. 1 SSS tier random skill book. I stared at that line of text, and my eyes went wide. Holy shit. An SSS tier skill book. I honestly hadn't expected a professional trial could drop something like that. Later, I figured it out. This hell dungeon had never been cleared. That reward had been sitting there the whole time, untouched. And today, I'd walked off with it. What I didn't know at the time was that over at Qinglan Continent headquarters, they were losing their minds. On that massive curved screen, the number sat frozen at 24,700. The whole hall, not a single voice. Association Chairman Zhang Haitian stood in front of the screen, arms hanging at his sides, knuckles bone white. His lips moved for a while before he finally forced out a few words. Hell, actually cleared. There was shock in his voice, an indescribable relief, and a rising excitement he could barely hold in. 47 minutes to clear, 24,700 points. Forget Jiangqing City, across all of Qinglan Continent. That was a landslide lead. Second place couldn't even see our taillights. But what really made Zhang Haitian's scalp tingle was my personal stats. Jiangqing City, Team 007, Lin Shu, Sacrificer. He read it out word by word, his voice trembling. Solo damage share, 90%. Damage taken share, 96%. Hell tier Phantom Fortress, first clear. He paused, as if trying to muster enough weight for what came next. The first team in Qinglan Continent's history to clear hell difficulty. Finally, someone in the hall spoke. A young committee member stood up, voice shaking. Hell tier Phantom Fortress. Chairman, forget Qinglan Continent. In all of Great Xiao, I doubt you'd find another person who could clear it. Zhang Haitian didn't answer. Hell tier was the absolute ceiling of dungeon content. Other continents had seen hell clears in the past, but in Qinglan Continent, this was the only one. Just me. He was silent for a few seconds, and then his voice snapped hard. Contact Jiangqing City. I want this man's complete file. Meanwhile, I just stepped out of the teleport array. Our whole Team 001 filed out one by one on the light. Sun Chunghua looked up, saw me still wearing my usual, "the hell you looking at" expression, and the heart that had been hanging in his throat dropped right back into his stomach. Told you. Shu's got this. The main dungeon hall was already boiling over. The big screen showed the final rankings. Team 001, 24,700, first place. Second place, Team Lin Shui, 2,300. Third place, Team Zhao Tianlong, 2,100. 24,700 versus 2,300. A gap of more than 10 times. Every set of eyes in the room was locked on me. A young man in a dark blue robe, clothes still spotless, the tailored fabric swaying gently as I walked. If it weren't for the teammates behind me, bloodied and bandaged, gear practically hanging off in tatters, they'd probably have suspected I'd snuck through some bug in the teleport channel and gone on a picnic before coming back. Just then, Chun Zhong, the man who never lost his cool, came bursting out of the hall. He had a stack of documents clenched in one hand, eyes blazing, locked onto me. From the look of him, he wanted to shout it out right there, but half a lifetime of composure just barely held him in. He strode straight up to me, face so tight it was almost twitching, terrified that if he showed too much joy, he'd look undignified. He slapped a hand down on my shoulder. I knew you had it in you. But damn, kid, I didn't know you had this much. Hell tier dungeon. Hell tier. First time in Qinglan Continent history. You, my boy, just tore a hole through the damn sky. I kept my smile easy and tossed back a light. All thanks to your leadership, Director Chun. That one sentence, and Chun Zheng froze for a heartbeat. Then the excitement and satisfaction in his eyes swelled so thick they were about to spill over. Good, good, good. He said it 3 times, then whipped his head around and barked. Rest now? Medical team, medical team, get over here and give Lin Shu a full workup. I want the most thorough, most detailed examination we've got. I knew exactly what was going on. Half of his happiness was from my record. The other half was from that one line I'd fed him. Passing the credit up to him, his career from here on out was locked in. Who said sacrificers were stiff, gloomy, unfit for the stage? Damn, this was too good. I kept insisting I was fine, but the medical team dragged me in for a full-body exam anyway. Sun Chungyue was in my ear as always, being ridiculous. You're a national treasure now, man. Can't have you scraping so much as a knee. The other 3, though, their attitude had clearly shifted. Sunya, who'd been chasing me the whole time, no longer had that sharp edge in her eyes. All that was left was respect. The other 2, the same. By this point, anyone could see it. I wasn't the small fish in the pond anymore. After this fight, the dragon had reached the sea, and the great bird had spread its wings. And as we headed toward the medical office on the 2nd floor, outside the main hall, Li Hao was staring at all of this, fists clenched so hard his knuckles cracked. The medical bay on the 2nd floor left me stunned. This equipment was more advanced than anything I'd seen back at the hospital. What the hell? This was supposed to be an instance hall, not a top-tier medical center. Chun Zheng chuckled and shook his head. Our medical diagnostics and repair tech leaves everyone else in Jiang City in the dust. Think about it. Every time a professional gets critically wounded in an instance and gets teleported back, even a few seconds delay in emergency care can cost them their life. So, a hint of pride crept into his voice. Once we run you through, I guarantee we'll find every hidden injury on you. I won't let anything drag you down later. My teammates' internal injuries were quickly identified, and the medical staff systematically began treating them one by one. When it was my turn, a white-haired old man stood outside the glass, staring at the data on the monitors. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper, his face full of confusion. Chun Zheng tensed up immediately. Elder Zhang, what's wrong? Little Chun, the old man said slowly. This data doesn't look right. Chun Zheng's heart lurched. Not right? What happened? Is there a problem? Where's he seriously injured? The questions tumbled out one after another, his voice tight with urgency. Elder Zhang shook his head slowly. No, he's too healthy. Chun Zheng, nearly given a heart attack by that dramatic pause, clenched his fists. But conscious of who he was talking to, he swallowed his frustration. Elder Zhang, could you please stop stringing me along? Isn't healthy a good thing? The white-haired medic slowly turned his head, his expression suddenly grave. Healthy is good, but don't forget, Lin Shu is a sacrificer. That one sentence hit Chun Zheng like a slap. He jerked his head around and stared at the data. On the screen, my muscles, bones, and cellular state were laid bare. From these readings, you could work backward to determine a professional's strength, vitality, and every other stat. But right now, every single one of my stats was maxed out. Especially the vitality bar. It had literally broken the chart. You and I both know, Elder Zhang said, staring at the off-the-charts reading. The sacrificer profession follows one core rule. The stronger their other attributes, the weaker their vitality. But what the hell is this? He paused, as if he could barely believe his own words. If someone could actually break that limitation on sacrificers, then out of all the professions, the sacrificer would be the strongest of them all. The way they amplify skills is terrifying. Chun Zheng was silent for a moment, then asked tentatively, Elder Zhang, are you saying? Lin Shu broke the sacrificer's limitation. It's possible. Chun Zheng stopped breathing. But the next second, Elder Zhang shook his head again. But the chances of that are incredibly slim. Chun Zheng's fists tightened again. The government tried to change the sacrificer's base restriction before, ran a whole project on it. In the end, it failed. Elder Zhang's tone grew heavy. My mentor was one of the people on that team. So I know better than anyone. The sacrificer is strong precisely because of the price they pay. The moment that price shrinks, they can't be that strong anymore. So what you're saying is, Elder Zhang patted Chun Zheng on the shoulder. It's probably just that SSS rank professions themselves get bigger boosts. Or, SSS rank professions have some innate way to recover vitality. But either way, based on this data, Lin Shu is in great shape. With a foundation like this, he can comfortably grow to at least level 60. He turned and looked at Chun Zheng, spelling it out word by word. A sacrificer who can live that long. Little Chun, Jiang City has produced someone remarkable. Chun Zheng listened, his heart pounding like a drum. He was the manager of this instance hall. The higher these professionals climbed, the more resources and higher positions he could reach himself. Just then, a staff member jogged over. Manager Chun, the Qinglan Continent branch wants Lin Shu's detailed data. Detailed data? Chun Zheng frowned. Isn't that a bit presumptuous? Every professional's personal data was their trump card. Once it leaked, what if someone targeted them? Especially since Qinglan Continent looked unified on the surface but was riddled with factions underneath. Some committee members' grandkids would eventually be competing on the same stage as me. If my data leaked, who knew what mess it could stir up? But Elder Zhang just waved it off with a smile. They want it, we pass along the message. Whether to give it or not is Lin Shu's call. And little Chun, don't be so paranoid. With a clear record like his, nobody would dare mess with him. Old man Zhang Haitian isn't blind, you know. When I came out of the examination chamber, Chun Zheng walked over with a cup of water, looking troubled. Lin Shu, Qinglan Continent's also stunned by your results. They want some of your personal data. He handed me a tablet. Your body's clean, no hidden injuries. You're in great shape. See for yourself. I glanced at the data. My brow furrowed involuntarily, just for a second. Chun Zheng had sharp eyes. He caught it instantly. His tone shifted. For a sacrificer, being this healthy is definitely rare. But our understanding of professions is still shallow. There's a lot that even Qinglan Continent, even the entire Great Xia government, can't figure out. In the end, it comes down to your own instincts. I got what he was hinting at right away. Translation, your data is absurd, and by all logic, it shouldn't be normal. But relax, nobody has the ability to uncover your secret. Even if you want to hide it, you can. He paused. So, is anything bothering you right now? Anything you still can't wrap your head around? I smiled. Nope. Chun Zheng let out a breath of relief. Good. He pushed the tablet toward me. Qinglan Continent wants some of your data. Clear records, skill panel, attribute values, equipment list. This stuff is personal. If you don't want to share, I'll turn them down for you. Everything was crystal clear in my mind. That line I dropped earlier, thanks to Manager Chen's guidance, was paying off now. If I hadn't given him credit first, he wouldn't be showing me the health report, leaking me inside info, and now offering to run interference with the higher-ups. But if I hid everything, it would look like I had something to hide. I shook my head. No problem. I took the tablet and scanned it. Skills, attributes. I filled everything in honestly. Except for one thing. I changed all the EX grade labels to max. When I got to the most critical section, talent, I kept my real ace in the hole, echo of breath, locked down tight. Not a single word about it. That was my lifeline. It could never be exposed. But I still needed a plausible reason for this absurdly healthy data. So I made up a talent on the spot. SSS rank talent, life absorption. Effect 1. Vitality gained per level up far exceeds other professions. Effect 2. When killing monsters with sacrifice-empowered skills, has a chance to restore vitality. Effect 1 explained how I could stack skills so high at just level 19. Effect 2 was a preemptive patch for when I'd empower other skills down the road. When Chun Zheng saw I actually wrote down a talent, he was about to warn me to think it over. But the next second, he got it. I was thinking further ahead than he was. Hiding things buys you temporary peace, but it plants long-term suspicion. Putting the talent out there does two things. 1. It makes people accept your talent as fact. 2. It lets the higher-ups use that talent to assess. Is this sacrificer worth pouring resources into? Because what they feared most was going all in on a sacrificer, only to have every penny and hour wasted because of the profession's built-in limits. Whether what I wrote was true or fake, my current condition lined up perfectly with the talent. So no red flags. More importantly, it was about attitude. You asked for everything. I gave you everything, no reservations. So with my flawless record, talent, and combat power, shouldn't the leadership show some sincerity in return? Some compensation? Some investment? Chun Zheng looked at me and smiled. He was probably thinking, this kid isn't just top tier in strength, his emotional intelligence is right up there too. Qinglong Continent Headquarters. The moment the file arrived, Zhang Haitian sat in the central seat, flipping through it page by page, slowly, meticulously. When he saw that nearly all my skills were at max rank, a flash of shock crossed his face. No wonder his skills hit so hard. Every one of them is capped out. He flipped to the talent page. His instinctive reaction was skepticism. Handing over your talent was the dumbest move you could make. When they asked, they hadn't actually expected me to give it. But I had. Whether the talent was real or fake was one thing. The fact that I gave it meant I trusted the association. That was the message. And besides, my vitality state matched the talent perfectly. Odds were it was real. His finger tapped lightly on the table. Tap, tap, tap. The sound echoed through the conference room. Nobody around him dared breathe too loud. So what exactly is Lin Shu's talent? I want to know too, but the chairman didn't share it. Zhang Haitian suddenly slammed the table. If I remember right, Lin Shu took first place on Qinglong Continent's rookie rankings? Yes, Chairman. Vice President Gao's grandson, Gao Yuan, also cleared the nightmare difficulty Blood Moon Cemetery, but he was 10 minutes slower. Even an SSS rank mage still can't match a sacrificer when it comes to skill amplification. The speaker made a point of dropping Gao Yuan's name. Everyone had assumed the #1 spot in Qinglong would go to the vice president's grandson. He was reminding Zhang Haitian, Lin Shu is a sacrificer, and he came from some backwater county-level city. But Zhang Haitian just sneered. If even Gao Yuan is 10 minutes behind, then nobody in all of Qinglong can break Lin Shu's record. Send out his ranking rewards early. And those passive skills the association's been holding on to. Let Lin Shu pick from those two. The moment he said it, everyone in the room's eyes bulged. S-rank active skills and S-rank passive skills were two very different things. Not only was the chairman handing out the reward ahead of schedule, he was pulling out the association's most treasured S-rank passives and letting some county-level city sacrificer pick first? What the hell was in that file? Chairman, isn't this against protocol? What protocol? Zhang Haitian waved him off. The individual tournament is right around the corner. Every point we boost Qinglong's combat strength is another point of glory for us. It's decided. Also, once the team trials are done, lift the level cap. Places like the astral battlefield have been keeping people locked at level 19 for too long. The casualties are too high. Anyone who can level up, level them up. Yes, sir. Back home, I finished washing up, collapsed onto my bed, and stared at the glittering items on my system panel. 3 purgatory treasure chests. I tapped the first one. It creaked open, and a dark purple cloak fell into my hands. A-rank special equipment. Wraith Cloak does not occupy an equipment slot. Can be worn directly. No stat bonuses, only special effects. Special effect, Wraith Step. Upon activation, becomes semi-transparent. Movement speed plus 50%, lasts 5 seconds. During this time, ignore all collisions, cannot be targeted. Cooldown, 60 seconds. My eyes lit up. There was gear that didn't take up an equipment slot. Sure, it didn't add any stats, but this Wraith Step was gold. 5 seconds of being untargetable could dodge almost any homing skill or AoE damage. I usually tanked hits head-on, but this was a free lifesaver. On the astral battlefield, that was worth more than any stat. I draped it on right away. It felt light as air over my robes, didn't clash at all. The second chest flashed with golden light. A ring dropped into my palm, a silver band set with a deep blue gemstone. Tiny points of light drifted inside it, like a fragment of the night sky was trapped within. S-rank accessory. Astral Ring mana plus 100. All skill cooldowns minus 10%. Special effect, Astral Resonance. On the astral battlefield, all attributes plus 10%, stackable. I slipped it onto my left index finger right there. My skill rotations were fast. Shaving 0.1 seconds off each skill saved a full second across 10 casts. This was the kind of thing every mage dreamed of. The third chest was the biggest. When it opened, a dark golden light flooded the entire room. A-rank weapon, Necromancer Greatsword Strength, plus 100. Damage to undead/wraith enemies, plus 30%. Damage taken from them, minus 20%. Attacks against other monsters apply a necromantic effect that deals damage over time. Pure stats. Simple and brutal. Too bad I was a caster. Just as I was thinking of selling it, on a whim, my equipment panel, snap, shifted. The Necromancer Greatsword actually equipped. A surge of overwhelming strength flooded my body. I froze for a second, then it clicked. A sacrificer is an all-skill profession. Holy shit. Only in that moment did I truly grasp the value of being a sacrificer. I stared at the sword in my hand, and the fantasy every mage has secretly entertained flashed through my head. Sure, I could one-shot you with a skill, but sometimes melee just looks cooler. I checked myself in the mirror. The wraith cloak draped over me lent my scholarly robes a mysterious edge. Add the Necromancer Greatsword in hand. Did I even look like a mage anymore? I looked more like a boss stepping out of an instance. Once I'd had my fun, I turned to today's biggest prize. SSS rank skill book. Upon opening, randomly obtain 1 SSS rank skilled. I rubbed my hands together and took a deep breath. Right now, I was more grateful than ever that I was a sacrificer. Whatever came out, I could use it. I tapped it open. A pitch-black book with no cover art fell into my hands. Only 2 golden characters embossed on the front. Undying. I flipped it open. White light sank into my palm. Ding. You have learned the SSS rank passive skill, Undying. Permanently increases constitution, strength, agility, and spirit by 20% each. Maximum vitality plus 30%. When receiving fatal damage, automatically triggers Undying Body. Immune to all damage for 3 seconds. Activates once every 24 hours. Active effect. Burn vitality to boost attributes, up to plus 100%. I was blown away. All 4 base stats up, 30% more max HP, and a free Get Out of Death card thrown in. I opened my panel. My vitality shot from 100,000 straight to nearly 140,000. Strength, agility, spirit, all climbing. So this is what an SSS rank skill looks like. This is insane. But I quickly ran into a problem. How much blood does it take to upgrade this thing even once? I tried tossing in 1,000 first. Nothing. Not even a single level. Mind you, 1,000 HP was enough to max out a B rank skill. I kept feeding it 1,000 at a time. It took 5 tries before the ding came and it hit level 1, which meant maxing it out would cost at least 50,000 HP. I gritted my teeth and sacrificed 45,000 in one go. Ding. SSS rank skill Undying has reached max rank. All 4 attributes plus 100%, max HP plus 50%, Get Out of Death cooldown reduced to 12 hours, and the active effect could now burn for up to a 500% attribute boost. For my HP pool, that burning effect was basically free real estate. With this skill active, even without a sword, I could pick up a brick and beat someone to death with it. No finesse, just raw numbers. From now on, anyone who tries to get close to me, one punch, straight through them. I closed the panel and flopped onto the bed, deliberately quickening my breathing, trying to suck back the vitality I'd just burned. Just then, a red notification popped up on my profession panel. It was Chunjong. Level cap for the individual tournament has been lifted. Take the next 2 days to break through to level 20. It'll be safer. Qinglong Continent's ranking rewards are being handed out early. Come pick tomorrow. This time there's an S-rank passive skill too, one of Qinglong's private stash. I read it, my expression complicated. My SSS rank skill wasn't even fully fed yet, and now there was an S rank coming. Too many skills was its own kind of sweet burden. That same night, in the top floor office of Jiang City Chemical, the ashtray was piled high with cigarette butts. Li Jianya sat on the couch. His son, Li Hao, kept his head down, unable to meet his father's eyes. 24,700. Li Jianya tried to maintain his composure, but his trembling voice betrayed him. 10 times more than second place. 87% of the team's damage. First to clear purgatory. I really underestimated this Lin Shu. Li Hao asked tentatively, Dad, what do we do? Li Jianya smiled bitterly. What can we do? If we hadn't gone after his parents back then, there might have been room to negotiate. But now, we either go all the way, or we roll the dice and hope for a miracle. A guy who can turn around a hopeless situation like that, you think he'll let us off? Better to go for broke and finish him now, before he rises high enough to come back for us. Cut the roots. Dad, maybe. Li Hao's voice trembled. Maybe we should back off. We didn't actually hurt him, right? Li Jianya turned to look at his son's face, etched with fear. Not fear of Lin Shu, but fear of consequences. He walked over and gently stroked his son's hair. Xiao Hao, remember when our family was poor? I finally cracked open a C-rank piece of gear in an instance, and I took you to the market to sell it. I was going to use the money to treat your mom. But the stall got flipped, the gear got stolen. Their excuse? We hadn't paid the management fee. Then we got lucky. I hit an even bigger jackpot in another instance, and your mom got a few more years because of it. Ended well, right? But do you remember that manager? Li Hao's pupils slowly dilated. That night, that man had knelt before them, begging for mercy. In the end, he died. Chopped up. Fed to dogs. Li Jianya patted his son's shoulder. Some things, once you start, you can't just walk away from. Some people, once you've offended them, they don't just let it go because you say so. No way. He's just a student. Li Jianya didn't argue. He just stared at the photo of me on his desk and said quietly, but he's the same kind of man I am. I could tell just from the photo. Then he turned away, gazing out the window, unnervingly calm. You can keep hiding under my wing. Drift through life. Bully classmates who can't fight back. Listen to those hangers-on kiss your ass. Until one day, we end up like that manager. Easy. Li Hao's heart lurched, and his body jerked uncontrollably. The image of that manager flashed through his head again. The man on his knees, begging, then chopped up and fed to dogs. He thought about all the people he'd bullied over the years. What if one of them rose to the top? What if one day, it was his turn to kneel before someone else? What could he do then? Get stronger. The only way was to become strong like his father, and then crush everyone under his heel. Lin Shu or whoever, kill them, and the threat was gone. He slowly rose to his feet, a hard glint in his eyes. I won't go back to how I was. I'm going to get stronger too. I don't want to end up like that manager. Li Jianya's hand, folded behind his back, twitched slightly. He watched his son's reflection in the window, and a faint smile finally curled his lips. Good. The kid wasn't a lost cause after all. But he didn't praise him. He just said flatly, go. After Li Hao left, Li Jianya sat in silence for a long time. He picked up his phone, scrolled to a number he hadn't dialed in ages, hesitated for 3 seconds, then pressed call. It rang 3 times. Someone picked up. Old Mo. He kept his voice low. It's me. Silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Then a voice like sandpaper on glass. Boss Lee. Long time no see. I've got a job. Talk. One person. SSS rank sacrificer. Around level 20. Individual tournament. Astral battlefield. He paused. Make it clean. 2 more seconds of silence. Then a laugh. Harsh, grating. Boss Lee, you know my rates. Money's not an issue. It's not about the money. Old Mo's voice suddenly turned serious. SSS rank sacrificer. First to clear purgatory. Kill someone like that, and Qinglan continent will be all over me. Li Jianya's fingers tightened. Worrying about the authorities? That's not like you. You're right, it's not. What I mean is, the price is going up. Li Jianya exhaled. How much? 5 times. And you pay whether I succeed or not. Li Jianya closed his eyes, took a deep breath. Deal. He hung up and leaned back against the couch, staring at the ceiling, motionless. Early the next morning, I arrived at the instance hall. Chen Zheng was already waiting in his office. When he saw me push the door open, the smile on his face couldn't be hidden. Perfect timing. He stood up and pulled me over to his desk. You really did think ahead, kid. Qinglan continent showed real sincerity this time. They pulled out 3 S-rank passive skills at once and are letting you pick. That's never been done before. He carried a black and gold metal box out of the safe. On the lid was the Qinglan Continent Association's emblem, an eagle with outstretched wings, its talons clutching a sword. 3 skills, each with a different focus. Take a look. The first, gray-green cover, S-rank passive, Spirit Wind Stride, passively grants plus 20% movement speed. When taking AoE damage, gain an additional plus 30% for 3 seconds. This one's good for kiting. Rangers and mages love it, Chen Zheng said. I shook my head. With my HP pool and my playstyle, movement speed was optional at best. The second, blue cover, S-rank passive, Arcane Resonance, mana cap plus 20%, cooldowns minus 5%, and casting skills has a 3% chance to cost no mana. Chen Zhang's eyes lit up. This one pairs great with your skill rotation. Even more oppressive. I nodded. For any other mage, this was fantastic. But for me, I had life diversion, so mana was never an issue. And a 5% cooldown reduction was neither here nor there. Delicious enough to eat, not worth remembering. I looked at the third one. Dark gold cover, no text, just a battle axe wreathed in blood-red flame. S-rank passive, Overlord's Rend. Chen Jing's expression grew complicated. This one's special. When attacking, it triggers an Overlord check. If your HP is higher than the target's, you deal an additional 100% damage. If your strength is higher than theirs, your attacks pierce armor, ignoring 30% of the target's defense. I read the description, and my heart thumped. The first two skills didn't fit me. But this one, despite being a pure warrior skill, was like it had been custom-made for me. Take that Overlord check alone. Except for a few rare bosses, with my HP pool, I'd get that free 100% bonus damage on virtually any monster or professional at my level. As for strength, a day ago, I wouldn't have been sure. But since learning Undying, my strength had shot up to 138, far above my level. Not to mention I could actively burn HP to stack up to 5x attribute boosts. At that point, my strength was pushing 700. Even some bosses might not survive a single punch. I didn't hesitate. I'll take this one. Chen Zheng was stunned. This one? You sure? Something wrong? Yes, and a big something. His expression turned serious. Mages are a late-game profession. You know what? I recited the textbook answer. Because awakening is a process. Spirit power can only be sustained once the body is strong enough, so it awakens gradually. Mages awaken spirit at level 20, soul nature at level 40, and can only fully sustain all attributes at level 60. Correct. Chen Zheng nodded. Solid foundation. Then I'll be straight with you. After level 20 is when mages really come online. Skills scale with spirit, damage, cooldowns, mana costs, all of it benefits. Between levels 20 and 40, mages absolutely dominate other professions in damage. From 40 to 60, everyone awakens soul nature, and the gap narrows. For instance, he reached out and placed his hand on my shoulder. In that instant, I felt like my soul had left my body. I hazily saw energy flowing all around me, and the teleportation array in the instance hall. It was like a black hole, sucking power in from every direction. The next second, I felt my own soul about to get pulled in. Chen Zheng withdrew his hand, and the surreal sensation vanished. What did you feel? I felt like my soul left my body. Right? Soul nature, it's basically the soul itself. Once awakened, mages can sense more elements, and their skills get stronger. Warriors get major boosts to constitution and resistance. The gap closes, but overall, mages still come out on top. He sat back in his chair, looking a little tired. This stuff isn't in the textbooks. Teaching a kid still on 1+1 how to solve equations is pointless. Plus, with everything that happened to you at school, without a veteran to plan your path, you really did get shortchanged. But things are different now. You're the first in Jiang City, hell, in all of Qinglan continent, to clear purgatory, and your talent fits your profession perfectly. My personal advice, even though the sacrificer is an all-purpose profession, you should commit to one path. Because after level 20, attributes aren't fixed per level anymore. Every level gives you a batch of free stat points to allocate. Of course, he tapped the table. If you're strong enough to do both physical and magical builds well, you'll be stronger than anyone in your level bracket who specialized. But something will always suffer. That said, with your talent, if you specialize, you'll only be that much more terrifying. I listened, brow furrowed. A lot of what Chen Zheng said was completely new to me, and I could feel it. He was genuinely looking out for me. But there were things I couldn't tell him. I couldn't exactly say, my stats climb ridiculously without me even trying. And I definitely couldn't say, my life force literally grows with every breath I take. I took a deep breath and smiled at his serious face. Thanks for the heads up, Manager Chen. But I'm still going with Overlord's Rend. Chen Zheng stopped trying to talk me out of it. He'd already seen through my play yesterday. I wasn't short-sighted. I knew exactly what I wanted. If I still insisted on this one knowing all that, I must have my reasons. He slid the box forward. All right, I won't get in your way. My finger touched the skill book. White light sank into my palm. Ding. You have learned the S-rank passive skill, Overlord's Rend. I clenched my fists. Didn't feel any different. I glanced at my panel. HP 112,000, Strength 138, Agility 140. To make room for Undying, I'd temporarily taken off my life shield. I was about to level up anyway. I'd put it back on afterward. This individual tournament is being held in the abandoned Spirit Realm battlefield, so the entire Great Xia government has lifted the level 20 cap, Chunjung said. Tons of people have been coming in to level up these past 2 days. But I saved an instance for you. He pushed a qualification pass across the desk. Special instance, Nightmare difficulty, Rotwood Forest. To promote to level 20, you have to clear a Nightmare difficulty instance and rack up enough kills. Rotwood Forest is a bit easier than Blood Moon Cemetery, but there are way more monsters, perfect for hitting the promotion requirements. With your strength, one solo run will do it. That was when I really understood what people meant when they said, having connections makes everything easier. When I arrived, there was a huge line snaking out of the hall, but I walked straight past everyone with my qualification pass, headed for the teleportation array. Staff who'd been keeping order took one look at me and cleared a path. Hey, why doesn't he have to wait in line? The instance hall plays favorites now. Wang Xiaoli scoffed. You clear a purgatory difficulty instance, and we'll give you special treatment too. The guy turned bright red, but couldn't get a single word out. In this world, the strong genuinely did have privileges. The teleportation array flared. I stepped into the instance. The sky was a grayish green. The air reeked of pungent rot. Black vines crept across the ground like blood vessels. Every few seconds, a pale green mist rose up, clinging to my skin, sizzling faintly. But this kind of damage healed slower than my Regan. The first wave of monsters arrived. Corrupted Treants, 2 meters tall, their bark covered in pus-filled blisters. I'd been thinking about testing melee, but I raised my hand and threw out an ice spike anyway. One hit, and the Treant was frozen solid, its blisters never getting the chance to burst. Not bad, I muttered. Seeing how disgusting the monsters ahead looked, I gave up on melee and cranked up my frost domain, heading straight for the depths. 3 minutes later, I stood before the corrupted Overlord, a 5-meter-tall giant Treant with rotten fruit hanging from its crown. I threw an ice spike. 7,000 damage. Its HP bar dropped only a fifth. Oh, this one's actually tanky. A thought, and my staff, swish, switched into the Necromancer Greatsword. At the same time, I activated Undying's active effect. A faint red glow rippled across my skin. I pushed off, and the soft earth exploded beneath my feet. In the blink of an eye, I was on top of it. Honestly, with my stats, if I bothered to move, I could dodge almost anything. But my shields were thick and my HP was thicker. I usually couldn't be bothered with positioning. But this time was different. Once I actually charged in, I finally got a taste of how satisfying melee could be. I burned 500 HP, my stats climbed another notch, and a surge of raw power flooded my body. I brought the sword down against its trunk. The air tore open with a shrill wail. Swish. The blade sliced in without any resistance at all. 2 lines of text popped up. Overlord check. Vitality higher than target. Damage plus 50%. Overlord check. Strength higher than target. Armor pierced 30%. A crimson number burst above its head. Critical. Minus 3,845. Nearly 4,000 from a single swing. Damage-wise, still less than an ice spike, but ice spike took 3 seconds and cost mana. This was just a basic attack. Even better, with my monstrous agility and strength, that Necromancer Greatsword felt light as a toy in my hand, swinging in ways that defied physics. 3 strikes per second, 10,000 damage in the blink of an eye. 3 seconds later, the majestic, corrupted Overlord was cut into several pieces. Damn, compared to tanking, this is what I call satisfying combat. It felt like holding a straight stick and walking into a field of rapeseed flowers. Unstoppable sweeping in every direction. Ding. Congratulations on clearing Rotwood Forest, Nightmare difficulty. Rating, SSS, solo, no damage, full clear. Clear time, 1 minute 24 seconds. Level up, 1920. Level 20 promotion trial completed. Non-certification promotion. Bonus reward, 10 points to all attributes. Promotion to level 20. Spirit Attribute awakened. Profession rank detected as SSS. Gain 15 free attribute points per level. Assessment complete. Spirit Attribute, 50 points. 2 non-certification trials detected. Bonus, plus 20 points. Current Spirit, 70. The panel appeared, and my heart jumped. The whole world seemed a little clearer. With Spirit newly online, my ice spike damage did climb. But since I'd already maxed it out to EX rank, the increase was proportionally smaller than the base value, which was normal. I also noticed each skill scaled with Spirit at a different ratio. Healing got 2.5x, but Frost Domain only got 1x. Probably had something to do with the nature of each skill. I couldn't be bothered to dig deeper. I closed the panel and stepped out of the teleportation array. The guy who'd been complaining about privileges earlier had eyes bugging out of his head. Damn, that fast. But when he looked up and saw the giant, clear SSS on the screen, he swallowed his words. After saying goodbye to Chunjong, I went home. 3 days slipped by quietly, spent breathing and preparing. Before the individual tournament began, I ran through my gear piece by piece. Wraith Cloak, Astral Ring, Necromancer Greatsword, Staff, Robes, Boots of Swiftness, Sage's Cap 7 items. For A rank, 1 S rank, 2 B rank. For someone who'd only awakened his profession less than half a month ago, this loadout was obscenely lavish. On the 4th morning, the plaza in front of the Association Tower was packed. Media outlets had cameras and mics set up everywhere, streaming live to all major platforms across Qinglong continent. Sun Chengyue stood on my left, with a new shield strapped to his arm and his silver-white plate armor polished to a mirror shine. Sunya stood on my right, spear slung across her back, her expression blank as ever. Zhang Hao and Li Yusin came too, but just to watch. Priest damage was too low, so they hadn't registered. Bro Shu nervous? Sun Qingwei asked. Nope. I'm nervous. He rubbed his hands. The astral battlefield. That's a real battlefield. I heard the monsters there aren't nerfed like the ones in instances. They're actual alien creatures. Sunya spoke up. Individual tournament rules are different from the team event. 3 days. Killing monsters gives base points. Higher tier monsters give bonus multipliers. You can also rob other players, defeat someone, take 30% of their current score. Sun Qingyue's face changed. PvP counts. Counts, Sunya said flatly. I've heard some people build their skills specifically to counter others. But the venue is an abandoned spirit realm battlefield, and to prevent mass casualties, every continent is sending high-ranking professionals to patrol. If things go south, you can voluntarily forfeit and call for rescue. Sun Chengyue relaxed and grinned sheepishly. Oh, good, good. The broadcast crackled to life. All participants, please gather at your designated teleportation arrays. Individual tournament begins in 15 minutes. Location, Astral Battlefield. Time limit, 72 hours. Teleport scrolls may be used to withdraw. Warning, the Astral Battlefield has no rule protections. Please prioritize your own safety while completing the trial. I gripped my staff. The individual tournament was solo combat. Every player would be randomly teleported to a different corner of the battlefield. Sun Qingyue, Sunya, and I had to head to different arrays. Just then, Li Hao walked up to me, patted my back lightly, that same smirk still on his face. Long time no see, Lin Shu. You've been the talk of the town lately. All bought with your own blood, huh? Wonder if that little bit of vitality of yours will be enough to last through the individual tournament. With that, he turned and walked off. Sun Chengyue cursed and moved to drag him back. You piece of... I stopped him. Let him go. It's your turn at the array. I pointed at the staff member who'd been calling his name. Sun Chengyue reluctantly let Li Hao go and warned me. Bro Shu, don't let a guy like that mess with your head. Make sure you come out alive. I smiled and nodded. Once he stepped into the array, I calmly, casually, glanced at the spot on my back where Li Hao had just patted me. Then they called my name. I stepped into the array. In the crowd, Li Jianya finally let out a breath and sent old Mo a message. Trackers planted. Meanwhile, in the depths of the private instance he kept hidden, before a great rift, old Mo saw the message. A bloodthirsty smile spread across his face. The light faded, and I stepped onto the soil of the astral battlefield. The sky was deep purple. No sun, no moon, just an endless aurora sprawling overhead. By its light, I could make out everything around me. The ground was covered in broken stone and bones. Not one or two skeletons, entire mountains of them, stretching in every direction. Some were human, others clearly weren't. Massive rib cages, twisted skulls, limb bones with barbed spines jutting from the joints. Ding! You have entered Astral Battlefield, Individual Trial. Current score, 0. Time limit, 72 hours. Killing monsters grants experience, which automatically converts to attribute gains. Warning, this is a real battlefield. Death is permanent, no revival possible. Certain zones contain spatial rifts. Proceed with caution. I walked toward one of the massive ribs and rapped my knuckles against it. Thump, 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 like knocking on a hollow drum. I swung my staff, and crack. With my strength, all I did was leave a few hairline fractures. The bone didn't break. The hell kind of monster was this? This thing had been weathering in this place for who knows how many years, and it still tanked one of my hits. Then I noticed a piece of black metal stuck in a rib slightly behind me. I walked closer. It was a broken sword. A light tap with my staff knocked the caked mud loose, revealing a blade that still glimmered faintly silver. The hilt had long since rotted away, but at the base of the blade, a few characters were faintly etched. 3rd Legion, Zhaozhou. Memories from school surfaced. After humanity awakened and became professionals, we expanded across the world until we finally clashed with the alien race. That race was bloodthirsty and fed on humans. Humanity rose to fight back, and after a century of brutal war and staggering losses, we finally drove them out. So this sword's owner must have been one of those warriors who stood against the alien race. I brushed the last of the dirt from the broken blade. Its owner was probably nothing but dust by now. I stomped down, blasting a deep pit into the ground, and laid the broken sword inside. Then, a red glow surged over me. I spun and drove my heel back, boom. The empowered kick shattered the massive rib clean through. With all my strength, I carved a few characters onto the broken bone. 3rd Legion, Grave of Zhaozhou. I've inherited the legacy of those who came before. It's the least I can do. I turned and cupped my hands to the wilderness. Forgive me, seniors. I'm only here to compete in the individual trial. I can't lay each of you to rest properly, so I ask your pardon. But I swear I'll honor your legacy, fight the alien race, cut down every monster in my path. I activated Soul Perception EX. A radius of 1,000 meters unfolded in my mind. Broken stones, white bones, black ridges, dried riverbeds, fallen stone pillars. At the same time, I sensed dozens of powerful energy signatures scattered across this wasteland, some wandering, some crouched low, as if in slumber. I headed toward the nearest one, a wandering suit of armor. Before coming, both the Instance Hall and Sun Changyue had dug up plenty of intel for me. Monsters on abandoned battlefields fell into two main categories. One was the remnants of the alien race, trapped here for so long that their bloodlines had degraded. By now they were basically on par with instance monsters, maybe with a special talent or two. The other was something more dangerous, the death aura and lingering wills that had congealed over the battlefield itself, given form. The one in front of me belonged to the second category. A suit of armor 2 meters tall, hollow inside, with only 2 dim red flames flickering in the eye sockets. It gripped a rusted sword full of nicks, the plating covered in the marks of blades and axes. A fist-sized hole gaped in its chest, like something had punched clean through. Whatever battle it died in must have been brutal. It sensed my presence and rushed at me. Well, rushed is generous. It staggered. Without a body, only lingering resentment remained, and it could barely muster a fraction of its old strength. It swung its sword clumsily, like a rusted machine. I sidestepped and flicked out an ice spike. Minus 4,231. I paused. That low? Only 4,000. I'd just hit level 20 and awakened my spirit stat. How was my damage going down instead of up? I checked the details and got it. A wraith isn't a real body. As long as the obsession holds, its HP pool is massive. And whether you hit them with magic or physical damage, incorporeal spirits take a huge damage penalty. That's why it was only 4,000. These wraiths still carried the intent to attack from when they were alive, but that was about all they had left. Most professionals just walked around them. Only someone like me, someone who wanted to give them peace, actually engaged. I fired another ice spike. This one punched clean through. The armor shattered like a machine with the power cut, the dim red flames snuffing out, iron fragments scattering across the ground. At that moment, a warm current of power poured out of the wreckage and flowed into me. Compared to the cold experience points from a dungeon, this power felt real. I could feel it clearly, like someone had injected a small vial of warm energy into my veins, coursing through every meridian, reaching every limb. My HP jumped up more than a dozen points. Not from breathing, from this power. And the instant that power flooded in, an image flashed through my mind. Not my memory, someone else's. A battlefield even more brutal than the one I stood on. The sky was blood red. Humans and monsters were locked in slaughter, war cries, screams, and the crack of shattering bones blending into one sound, like a mill grinding flesh. A man wearing this exact armor charged at a monster covered in bone spikes, sword raised. The blade came down, splitting the monster's skull, but it didn't die. A bone spike whipped back and punched straight through the man's chest. The image cut off. I stood there, blinking. The vision lasted less than a second, but every detail was as vivid as if I'd seen it myself. I looked down at the pile of iron scraps. Those were this warrior's remains. His soul had scattered long ago, but his final obsession stayed with the armor. My soul perception just happened to catch that lingering memory, like flipping open the last page of a dead man's diary. This was the astral battlefield. Every skeleton, every rusted blade, every hollow suit of armor had once been a living, breathing person. With their final resolve, they left behind their last gift for those who would come after, passing the torch. I crouched down, pulled the broken sword out of the dirt, and drove it into the pile of iron scraps, building a tiny grave. I bowed silently, then kept walking. The second one was a bone warrior. A complete skeleton, 2 meters tall, thick-boned, gripping a stone axe. 3 of its ribs were broken, and there was an obvious sword wound on its left arm bone, a clean cut through the sinew. Before it died, that arm couldn't lift anymore. I stopped again. After taking it down cleanly, another scene exploded in my head. A young soldier in tattered leather armor, gripping a stone axe, standing in front of a rift. Behind him were a dozen other soldiers, just as young. In front, a swarm of alien creatures. He glanced back once, shouted something to his comrades, then turned and charged into the horde. The image vanished. I stood in front of that pile of bones for a long time in silence. When that soldier died, he was probably not even 20, younger than I am now. I picked up the stone axe, planted it beside the bones, and kept moving. The third, the fourth, the fifth, a ghost fragment, a skeletal archer, a broken golem. Every one that fell sent another current of power into me. Every death sparked another fractured memory in my mind. Warriors, mages, archers, shield bearers. Some charging in, some retreating, some throwing their own bodies into the rift to seal it shut. I stood on the wasteland, looking out at the black ridge in the distance. That wasn't a mountain, it was piled bones. That war 100+ years ago had claimed so many lives that the bones themselves had grown into mountains. I took a deep breath and kept walking. Enemy cultists, and a level 30 assassin. Maybe not everyone can perceive souls like I can. But even without that ability, any professional standing on this land soaked with human blood, looking at what stretched before them, would automatically picture that brutal slaughter from long ago. This was why Qinglan Province, no, the entire Great Xia government, spared no cost reopening this abandoned battlefield. They wanted every professional to remember how humanity clawed its way to where it is today, and who paid the price with their lives for the peace they now enjoyed. Qinglan Province. Monitoring Center. Zhang Haitian stood before the wall of screens. Each one displayed land carpeted with white bones. Plenty of professionals had made the same choice I did and received the gifts of those who came before. Plenty more had skirted around the bones and headed straight for the deeper battlefield. At that moment, a staff member stood up, reporting, 13 heretics have infiltrated the astral battlefield so far. 5 have been eliminated by patrol teams. 8 are still on the move. But 4 contestants have been killed. 2 more critically wounded and withdrawn. Zhang Haitian's brow furrowed. Casualties this fast? What the hell are the patrol teams doing? The hall went quiet. The staffer lowered his head. We prepared for every contingency. But those 4 contestants happened to teleport in right next to where the cultists entered. By the time the patrols arrived, he didn't finish. Zhang Haitian's hands, clasped behind his back, tightened slightly. Names of the dead. The staffer read off 4. Zhang Haitian listened without a change in expression, but the light in his eyes dimmed a shade. He knew what kinds of faces went with those names. Young faces, awakened less than a month. Kids who'd stepped into the teleportation array full of hope and never came back out. Notify all patrol teams. Expand the search. Save whoever you can. For anyone you can't save, bring me the heretics' heads. Yes, sir. He turned back to the screens. This was the real reason the Great Xia government held the individual tournament on this abandoned battlefield. The alien races were showing signs of returning, and the cultists who worshipped them were stirring in the shadows. Rather than let them lurk in the gutter, waiting to strike, better to use this opportunity. Pile the entire younger generation of Great Xia's prodigies onto this old battlefield as bait, and force the cultists out into the open. Using professionals as bait meant people would die. But compared to the damage these cultists could do if left to plot in the dark, this cost was 1 Qinglan, and all of Great Xia could swallow. As for how many would die, that depended on how much manpower each province committed and how they played their cards. Just then, Zhang Haitian's eyes locked onto a red dot moving fast across the screen. His brow furrowed. Who is this? The analysis flashed up quickly. Based on energy signature, build, and facial features, preliminary ID is Old MO, level 30 special class hunter. Multiple border crossing records. Suspected professional assassin. Professional assassin? There was doubt in Zhang Haitian's voice. Heretics showing up, that was expected. That was the plan. But a professional assassin? Where the hell did that come from? What's he after? Unclear, but his path is almost a straight line. And it's aimed directly at contestant Lin Shu. Lin Shu, Zhang Haitian's head snapped around. Yes, his trajectory is a straight shot. He's going for Lin Shu. Zhang Haitian narrowed his eyes. Lin Shu, that SSS rank sacrificer who'd cleared the Inferno dungeon. Qinglan Province's flagged individual. He'd made a point of reviewing the file himself. 18 years old. Parents were regular factory workers. Suppressed after awakening. Soloed dungeons. Soloed the Blood Moon Cemetery. Led 4 teammates through the Inferno Ghost Fortress. What sector is he in? Northwest quadrant, edge of the dense forest. Clearing mobs. Zhang Haitian was silent for 3 seconds. Dispatch a patrol team. Don't approach. Remote monitoring only. If Lin Shu can't hold, intervene immediately. Given what he showed in the Inferno dungeon, even if he can't beat a level 30, there's no way he gets 1 shot. Send a team as insurance. And let's see if he handles real humans as ruthlessly as he handles dungeon mobs. Understood. The view switched. There I was on the screen. Deep blue robe, dark purple cloak, staff in hand. My stride was steady, not rushed, not slow. Zhang Haitian watched. He didn't say a word. At that moment, in the dense forest, I'd already killed more than 20 monsters. I walked into a clearing, stopped, turned around, planted my staff in the ground, and leaned back against a tree. I was waiting. Soul perception told me 5 people were closing in fast. I knew there was a tracker on me. The second Li Hao patted my shoulder, I'd felt it. I didn't call him out on the spot because I wanted to see what he was actually planning. Now I knew. Monitoring center. Lin Shu has stopped. The staff member's voice was puzzled. He looks like he's waiting for something. Zhang Haitian stared at me on the screen, and suddenly something clicked. A slow, knowing smile pulled at the corner of his mouth. He knows someone's coming. He knows there's a tracker on him. The staffer paused. Then why didn't he take it off? He wants to see who shows up. Zhang Haitian chuckled. This kid's got some guts. Not 10 minutes later, Li Hao emerged from the trees with 4 other people. The signal says he's around here. Where the hell is Lin Shu? Did the tracker fall off? He scanned the empty forest, frowning. Right then, a voice drifted down from the trees. Looking for me? I dropped from a branch and landed cleanly on my feet. Seeing the calm in my eyes, something dropped in Li Hao's stomach. In his plan, I was supposed to be head-down farming mobs or ambushed somewhere along the way, not standing here, cool as anything, waiting for him. He figured it out in an instant. His voice dropped. Lin Shu, you knew I was coming? I smiled. reached into the inside of my cloak, ripped out the little disc, and tossed it on the ground. The tracker. Not bad thinking. Doing this on the astral battlefield costs a lot less than outside. Shame your execution is garbage. Li Hao's face went white. He whipped his head up and screamed, "Kill him!" 4 of them charged me at once. 2 berserkers went straight in. 1 assassin circled behind. 1 elementalist stayed back and started chanting. I moved. Frost domain activated. The temperature within 800 meters plummeted. The ground iced over. The berserker's speed lurched to a stop, feet slipping. The assassin was forced out of the shadows, cloak coated in frost. The elementalist's chant broke. She felt her mana bleeding out fast inside this domain. Before she could down a potion, out of the corner of her eye she caught the glint of a brilliant gem, streaking through the light between the trees like a shooting star, heading straight for her. Squelch. Blood sprayed. The elementalist looked down at her chest in disbelief, then looked up at me, strolling casually not far off. She tried to say something. Then she just toppled forward, stiff as a plank. Meanwhile, one of the berserkers let out a roar. Red light exploded off his body, his speed suddenly spiking, and he lunged at me. My ice spike was still on cooldown, but I wasn't worried. I tapped the frost on the ground with my staff. Next second, the berserker's feet were locked solid under a layer of ice. Before he could break loose, an ice spike cracked through the air, punched through his armor, and blew a hole straight through his chest. Kill notifications flooded the screen. I didn't have time to read them. Because the other assassin had already appeared behind me, a poisoned dagger aimed at my neck. Right as he thought he had it, I sidestepped, at a speed he couldn't accept was even possible. It was like I'd hit fast forward. His eyes went wide with shock. This is the agility of a mage. Before he could process it, a staff was already whistling in from the side. Crack. A crushing blow to the temple sent him flying. Skull caved in, HP hitting the floor. Overlord's armor break, triggered on the strength check, adding an extra 50% damage and armor penetration. The assassin died on the spot. The last one dropped to his knees, begging, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm just hired help. My boss." I didn't wait for him to finish. One ice spike, straight through the chest. Just seconds, and every hitman Li Hao had spent big money on was dead. I glanced at the interface. Killed professionals, no experience reward. Received soul fragments, records of the deceased's class and cause of death. Kill count +1. Name color shifted from white to a faint red. Li Hao collapsed to the ground, lips trembling. Watching me walk toward him step by step, terror flooded his face. In that moment, he probably remembered that night. The manager who'd been chopped up and fed to the dogs. Monitoring center. Zhang Haitian stared at the screen, a spark of interest flashing in his eyes. 7 seconds, he said. 4 professional hitters, all level 20, wiped out solo. Beside him, a staffer added quietly, "His melee is insane. That staff hit for as much as a berserker's swing. And his frost domain was up the whole time, covering an absurd radius." Zhang Haitian kept watching me walk toward Li Hao, rubbing his fingers together. He knew. These guys weren't the real threat. I stopped in front of Li Hao and spoke, my voice carrying. "I don't know who you are, but if I don't move now, you're going to die too." Li Hao's face was a picture of confusion. Next second, like a suppressor turned all the way down, a dark arrow whispered out of the forest shadows without a sound. I wasn't cocky. I flipped an ice spike behind me. The instant the spike hit the arrow, boom. A cloud of green poison mist exploded, and every plant it touched withered on the spot. Kid's got some skill. A rough voice drifted out of the jungle. The direction was clear, but I didn't look toward the voice. I turned the other way instead. Not tired yet. Running around like that. Old Emo, who'd used a skill to leave an afterimage, saw me staring right at where his real body was. The mockery in his eyes gave way to a flicker of shock. He didn't play around anymore. His figure flickered, and he vanished deeper into the forest. In my life perception, that ball of energy was no longer blazing hot. It faded and flickered like it was wrapped in mist. But no matter how faint it got, in my perception it was still crystal clear. I didn't move. Through my perception, I picked up something sharp. He was a higher level than me. Much higher. In that case, better to let him come to me than chase him down. Deep in the forest, dark arrows kept coming, one after another. But once I intercepted every last one of them, Old Mo understood. If he wanted the job done, he'd have to take a risk. Next second, that thin mist snapped into motion and appeared right in front of me. Whoosh. The air rippled. Like I'd seen it coming, I stepped back twice. The faintly glowing dagger just grazed the edge of my life shield. Old Mo couldn't figure out how I sensed him. Couldn't figure out how I was moving so fast. But he knew one thing. In close combat, hesitation is death. He drove his feet into the ground. Say what you want. This sacrificer was only level 20. With a level 30's stat suppression and years of combat experience, he was confident he could take me in melee. Confidence that got shattered in short order, dodge after dodge. When I once again controlled that yawning chasm of distance between us, letting his blade come up empty, this assassin, known as Madman in the underworld, felt an unexplainable chill crawl through his gut. Because from his very first strike to this last one, I'd kept it locked, the distance between me and his blade. Not an inch more. Not an inch less. Impossible. Isn't he a fucking sacrificer? Did that son of a bitch Li Jianya lie to me? Next second, my voice rang out crisp and clear. So that's all you've got. Through soul perception, I could see his name was almost dark red. I'd assumed he was a real killer, which is why I hadn't moved recklessly. After a few probes, though, turns out this was it. Old Mo's pupils shrank. Because the voice hadn't come from in front of him. It came from behind. Whoosh! A blunt weapon tore through the air. Countless brushes with death made him hit his death substitute skill on reflex. The instant the staff struck home, his body turned to stone. Crack! The boulder shattered. On the other side of the forest, Old Mo hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief when a stab of pain hit him from behind. An ice spike, already coming at him from who knows when. He twisted his body to the limit and barely dodged. But right then, under the starlight, a shadow appeared beside him from nowhere. He looked up and saw my calm eyes. Eyes like the eternal stars in this sky, indifferent to everything and devouring everything. A big hand clamped around his throat from the side, and a force he couldn't resist pressed down. He'd barely started to struggle when a prompt popped up in his vision. Overlord's armor break. When enemy HP is lower than the wielder's, deals an additional 50% damage. When enemy strength is lower than the wielder's, applies 30% armor break. Slam. Old Mo was hammered into the ground, rocks flying. That scar-covered face got pressed into a bed of gravel, blood streaming everywhere. One hit, and he was on the edge of unconsciousness. A blood-red number popped up above his head, minus 3,441. I didn't stop. I straightened up and drove my heel into his skull. Under that force, whatever counterattack he'd been piecing together in his head got reset to 0. Right before he blacked out, all he saw was a flash of silver and felt agony surge through his whole body. Then everything went dark. When he came to, a bone-deep terror seized him. His arms and legs were all gone. I'd cut them off. A gleaming two-handed greatsword rested on his neck. I was holding it one-handed. My eyes were still calm, but this time my voice wasn't crisp. It was cold and steady, leaving no room for argument. Who sent you? Old Mo didn't answer. He looked at his ruined body, then mentally replayed the fight from start to finish. Not a single mistake. Not a single opening. He bared bloody teeth and laughed. You're a real freak, kid. I frowned. I'd left him alive, but not for his commentary. Who sent you? The cold touch on his neck sharpened. Old Mo's mind raced. He understood perfectly. The moment he gave me the name I wanted, he was as good as dead. He looked at me. So I die? Big deal. In our line of work, we're all ready to die. That wasn't going to cut it. I could feel it. Within 300 meters, dozens of professionals were watching this. Most likely patrol officers on security duty. I wanted Old Mo to say what I wanted them to hear, right in front of them. So I smiled. You're definitely dying. Only question is how. But, right now, you've got a chance. What chance? His eyes flickered. I slowly crouched down and lowered my voice. The chance to make sure someone else doesn't die easy either. Haven't you wondered? Why did I know you were coming? Why did I know your attack pattern? Why did I even know about your death substitute skill? Doesn't any of that give you a second thought? Old Mo's pupils tightened. Li Jianya told you. I smiled. So, Li Jianya is the one who sent you? His eyes went wide. Wait, no. He didn't finish. A silver flash crossed the space. His head rolled a few times on the ground. At the same time, through soul perception, I dug more information straight out of his soul. I turned toward Li Hao. Watching old Mo die in my hands too, Li Hao's last hope guttered out. Lin Shu, we were classmates. Don't kill me. I'll pay you back. Money. I'll give you money. I've got a lot of money. Whatever you want. Houses, cars, women. I can get you anything. He scrambled backward until his hand slid into something warm and sticky on the ground. He looked back. It was the corpse of the elementalist, chest blown open, blood pooling around her. The soft crunch of footsteps stopped in front of him. Stiffly, Li Hao turned his head. Against the light, all he saw were my calm, cold eyes. I spoke. You once told me, the strong eat the weak. That's reality. I actually agree. Unfortunately, right now, you're the weak one. The silver flash fell. Li Hao's wide-eyed head bounced through the air a few times and slammed into the ground. Monitoring center. Zhang Haitian stared at the screen, silent for a long time. This kid, Melee's this strong too? A level 30 hunter, and he got pushed around the entire time? The staffer beside him added carefully. That's not all. Every one of old Mo's moves seemed like Lin Shu had already read them. He didn't get a single chance to counter. And remember, after level 20, you assign free stat points. Lin Shu is SSS rank, so he gets more free points per level than an A rank like old Mo. But he just hit level 20, and old Mo is level 30. Even if an A rank only gets 8 free points per level, that's an 80-point gap over 10 levels. Old Mo definitely dumped everything into strength and agility. Still couldn't touch Lin Shu, and got run over on strength too. It's absurd. Can't be helped. That's the sacrificer's specialty. Another staffer shook his head, expression complicated. In terms of pure ceiling, a sacrificer willing to go all in is in a class of their own. And Lin Shu isn't just any sacrificer. He's the highest tier life sacrificer, and he's SSS rank. Trading life for power, though, hard to say if it's a blessing or a curse. We don't know what price he's actually paying. Zhang Haitian's head whipped around, sweeping his gaze across the room. His voice dropped. All right, you know the rules. Seal this footage. Understood. Then he pulled his gaze back. Better than any of his subordinates, he knew about my talent. According to the story I'd sold, the cost I paid was much lower than a typical sacrificer's. That's what made me this strong. He rubbed his fingers together. Also, pull the patrol team back. No need to babysit him. Redirect their attention to other sectors. Yes, sir. With his focus off me, Zhang Haitian scanned the other screens. When he saw the red dots still blinking, his face darkened. We're exposing an opening on purpose to draw these cultists out. But that doesn't mean these professionals are expendable. The hall went quiet for a few seconds. So aside from those first 4 students, wipe these heretics clean. I don't want to see one more of our people die out there. Nods all around. Meanwhile, in a dim church on the other side. Word from Tianshan province. Every one of our cultists who infiltrated the spirit realm battlefield was slaughtered. Those damned heretics used their own professionals as bait to trap us. The other cultists in the church wore faces of shock and rage. But the high priest, seated on the throne, just kept muttering something under his breath. No one dared shout anymore. After a while, he raised his head. I have received the Lord God's blessing and command. The Lord God will open more battlefield channels for us. If they dare use professionals as bait, then we will swallow every last piece of that bait whole. Madness spread across every cultist's face. Next second, the high priest at the head of the room slashed open his own carotid artery. Blood sprayed out, but the moment it hit the ground, it turned pitch black. The other cultists followed suit. In an instant, a raw, pure power flooded the entire chamber. Just as Qing Lan was steadily clearing the battlefield, a staffer shot to his feet. Chairman, anomalous readings from multiple spatial rifts. The heretics are performing sacrifices. They're widening the rifts. Zhang Haitian's eyes turned ice cold. How many? At least 30 rifts are expanding. Estimated influx of over 200. They're using the alien race's power to force open larger channels. Levels. Highest is level 30. The astral battlefield has been maintained, but structurally it's damaged and unstable. Anyone too high level can't get through. The channel breaks before they finish coming across. Instead of anger, Zhang Haitian looked pleased. As long as no high-level professionals came through, The situation was still within plan. He just hadn't expected these cultists to have such iron heads. Well, an unexpected gift, he said coldly. Activate Plan B. All standby professionals. Prepare to enter the astral battlefield. Notify every patrol team to enter combat readiness. Hold the first wave, no matter what. Notify all contestants. Issue emergency mission. Killing heretics grants major point rewards. Top 10 kill counts qualify for admission to this special unit. Special unit? The staffer paused. Put simply, a team pulled together from the massive pool of professionals, made up of the elite, each with a code name. Some of those units, even he didn't know the full details of. They only took the elite. Level 30 was the minimum recruitment threshold. And now, thanks to this one incident, these rookies were going to catch a break like this. Zhang Haitian turned to face everyone in the hall. Send this notice to every single contestant. Those willing to fight, stay. Those who aren't, use a teleport scroll to leave. We're not forcing anyone. Don't try to be a hero. Your own safety comes first. The message swept through the astral battlefield in minutes. I was checking Old Mo's body when the system tone rang out. Ding. Emergency mission issued. Large-scale heretic invasion of the astral battlefield. Killing heretics grants bonus points. Top 10 kill counts qualify for admission to this special unit. Special unit. Internal oversight and investigation. External expansion and suppression. Further details classified. Killing cultists rewards soul fragments, which can be exchanged at the Qinglan Province Professionals Association for equipment, supplies, and skills. I stared at the notice for 2 seconds. Special unit. Internal oversight, external expansion. Sounded like the innermost muscle of the government. And they were letting you trade for equipment. I'd heard for a while now that Qinglan's best gear was all locked away at association headquarters. I glanced at Li Hao's body on the ground, then at Old Mo. In the distance, the auroras above began to twist. Rift after rift tore open across the sky, like slashes in cloth. Black figures poured out of them, endless. Without a second's hesitation, I broke into a run straight for the nearest rift. Soul perception extended to full range. Everything within 1,000 meters mapped in my head. Monsters, bones, rubble, and a few dark red pinpricks, alien race cultists. They were scattered across the battlefield. Some chasing contestants. Some moving in the same direction, like they were rallying up. I picked up the pace. 500 meters ahead, 3 cultists were closing in on a contestant. Early 20s. Broken leather armor. A short sword in his hand. His left arm hung limp at his side, clearly broken, blood dripping down. His back was against a boulder, sword pointed at the 3 cultists. His hand was shaking, but he hadn't taken a single step back. Fuck, my luck is trash today. Anyone still standing on this battlefield right now had some faith in their own ability. This kid's name was Guofan. Not local to Jiangcheng. He was from out of town. His plan had been to team up with a few people first, then hunt cultists. He hadn't counted on a rift opening up right at his feet. Kid, you can run pretty well. The 3 cultists wore black robes, faces painted with dark red runes. The lead one bared his teeth in a grin. As they closed in, despair welled up in Guofan's gut. He looked at the surrounding bones, and that grief and rage slowly gave way to a kind of peace. Countless heroes were buried here. Dying in this place wasn't the worst end. Thinking that, a fierce light flared back in his eyes. He sneered. Instead of being a decent person, you go be the alien race's dogs? Come on then. If you've got the guts, kill Grandpa Gua. Then, instead of holding his ground, he shoved off the boulder behind him and launched at the nearest cultist. If he was dying today, he was taking someone with him. The other 2 cultists moved to flank him. At that exact moment, Guofan felt the temperature around him plunge several degrees. Next second, squelch. An ice spike streaked past him at an angle and punched clean through the heart of the cultist coming at his flank. At the same time, a soft green glow wrapped around Guofan. His broken arm was mending fast, a stream of life force flowing through him. Patrol teams here? Before he could get a clear look at who'd shown up, a figure flashed at the edge of his vision, silver light slashing down. Squelch. Crimson blood splattered across yellow sand. In one cut, the cultist who'd just had Guofan on the ropes was split in half at the waist. Then, casually, I finished with another ice spike through the head. In the space of a blink, 2 of the 3 cultists were dead. The last one looked at me, staff in the left hand, an enormous two-handed sword slung over the right shoulder, and a raw, powerful sense of danger crushed down on him. Not a moment's hesitation. He spun and bolted for the main force. He hadn't expected to run into a patroller. But in the next instant, he saw that flowing light shimmering with stars. In his final view, heaven and earth flipped. Body still carrying the momentum of his turn, he stumbled forward a few steps and pitched face first onto the ground. The blood, under high pressure, sprayed out several meters. Am I dead? As his head fell, he saw the contestant's badge on my chest. Killed by a contestant. Thud, the head slammed into the dirt. The light in his eyes slowly dimmed and went out. Guafan looked at me with a delighted grin. Thank God. If you hadn't gotten here in time, sir, I'd have. He cut off mid-sentence. He'd just made out the contestant's badge on my chest. His eyes slowly went wide. You're a contestant? I didn't answer. I just gave his injuries a look, sifted through the soul fragments I'd just picked up, and said absently, You okay? Guafan, who back in his own city had walked around with plenty of arrogance, found himself answering meekly, I'm all right. Thanks to your healing spell. Could I ask? Head south. There are 3 contestants over there. Link up with them. Wait, you're not coming with me? Before he could finish, my back had already disappeared into the dense trees. Guafan stood there stunned for a good while before muttering. Damn, he was actually a contestant? Same batch as me. How the hell does something like that exist? He'd just gotten pushed to the absolute limit by those 3 cultists. He knew exactly what they were worth. And in a matter of seconds, someone had wiped them out clean. He remembered what his old man had told him before he entered. Xiao Fan, with your ability, you can steamroll most professionals in your generation. The family's honor rides on you. Then he looked down at the 3 cultist corpses on the ground, eyes still bulging in death. He twisted his mouth. Steamroll my ass. He didn't waste another second. He took off south at full sprint. Screw solo. I need a team. Qinglan Province Monitoring Center. Zhang Haitian stood in front of the screens, watching green and red dots on the map. Green were contestants. Red were heretics. The red count was still climbing, already past 200. But most of the red dots were clustered in specific zones, and beside those zones, patrol officer coordinates were marked one after another. The instant the cultists invaded en masse, Zhang Haitian and the patrols had already been braced. Even so, some cultists slipped through the smaller rifts and out of the containment ring. Those were the ones Guafan ran into. Chairman, 60% of professionals have withdrawn. The remaining ones are mostly level 20. Good. Take down their names, Zhang Haitian nodded. The ones who hadn't left yet, setting aside their strength for a moment, had the guts to fight. And once they were actually in it, going through their first real bloody battle outside a dungeon, they'd adapt faster to the reality of the world beyond a game screen. He didn't say it out loud, but these people were exactly the recruits the association, the military, the corps, and even the special forces would be racing to pick up. Just then, a staffer sprang up. The 3 cultists that just came through in the northwest quadrant, already dead. Which patrol team was that fast? Add the points, Zhang Haitian said absently. The staffer shook his head. Chairman, it wasn't a patrol team. It was Lin Shu. He just changed direction, got there fast, killed all 3 cultists, and saved Guafan. Oh, Lin Shu. Zhang Haitian's interest picked up. Sure, he'd just decapitated old Mo, but that was a single level 30 professional. This time, it was 3 cultists. Their base strength wasn't much, sure, but with the power they'd borrowed from the alien race, they could steamroll any regular professional. And Lin Shu had cleared them that fast. He tapped his finger against the desk. What's he doing now? The staffer paused. Lin Shu looked like he was strolling through the woods, but every time he reached the edge of his perception, it was like he'd caught the scent of prey ahead, and he'd immediately charge in that direction. Strolling didn't feel right either. A word suddenly flashed in his mind, and he snapped his head up. Hunting. He's hunting. He was just wandering in the woods and dropped another cultist. Zhang Haitian didn't hesitate. In that case, sync the current battlefield situation to Lin Shu. He wants to hunt? Let him take charge of clearing the outer perimeter. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, having just killed another cultist, I was still working my way through the forest. Even with a 1,000-meter perception, The map was just too big. The rifts had been open long enough that cultists weren't stupid enough to sit still. My kill rate was already dropping fast. Just then, ding, contestant Lin Shu, this is Land's House City Monitoring Central. In recognition of your outstanding combat performance, we will now sync cultist locations from Central Monitoring to you. You will jointly manage outer perimeter clearing with patrol officers. This assignment awards bonus special points. Do you accept? My eyes lit up. Without hesitation, accept. Syncing cultist locations now. Next second, my badge projected a virtual map. Centered on me, red and green dots spread out in every direction. Some red dots had patroller ETAs beside them. Some didn't. I locked onto a target fast. 2 kilometers out, a green dot surrounded by 6 or 7 red ones, an exclamation mark hovering over it, calling for a patrol. The nearest patroller to it, though, was almost 4 kilometers away. I tapped the dot. A shortest route path immediately popped up in front of me. Damn, this thing's actually smart. Back at the monitoring center, the staffer who heard my remark gave a helpless shake of the head. The badge wasn't really that smart. Its main functions were projection, monitoring, audio recording, and distress signal. As he worked the back end, information on those green dots popped up on my virtual screen. I glanced at it and paused. Zhao Tianlong, Fang Qing, both Jiangqing contestants. Sun Chenghua had shown me their profiles before. The third was from out of town, talent rated at S rank or higher. That explained it. No wonder these 3 had lasted this long against 6 or 7 cultists. I moved fast. In no time, my life perception picked up their presence. Compared to the virtual screen, my perception gave me the full picture. Right now, even though the 3 of them were still hanging on, being torn at by cultists on all sides, they were running on fumes. How much longer? Zhao Tianlong, the berserker, took hits from multiple cultists as he roared. Behind him, Yi Shuang, face tight with panic, shouted, 3 more seconds. Right as she said it. Squelch. On the front line, Zhao Tianlong got slammed by a massive claw, sharp talons carving deep grooves in his chest plate. Blood surged out, but he ignored his own wound and rolled backward toward the back of the team. There was no way he'd let Yi Shuang's cast get interrupted. Just as the cultist was about to break into the back line, a whistling sound tore through the air. Whoosh. Sharp and heavy. Next second, boom. A massive 2-handed sword impaled the cultist that had just broken through, pinning him to the ground. The wind whipped Zhao Tianlong's hair around, dust stinging his eyes. He didn't care. He stared at the cultist's state, and the corner of his eye twitched. Calling it impaled was generous. It was more like the thing had been pulverized. The force was so massive that the greatsword had gouged a huge crater in the ground, then buried itself in the crater, only the hilt sticking out. The sudden event left every cultist frozen. Understandable. Watching your teammate get turned into a bloody mist right in front of you tended to shake you up. In that split second, Yi Shuang's cast completed. Next moment, a huge barrier materialized in midair, wrapping Zhao Tianlong and the others inside. Meanwhile, having just burst out of the forest, I let out a long breath. Honestly, that attack range was way too far. My ice spike couldn't have reached. But things on Zhao Tianlong's end were dire, so in a pinch, I'd cracked open Undying, gripped the necromantic greatsword, and just chucked it. It wasn't a cool entrance. Wasn't some flying sword from 1,000 miles takes a head. But hey, big weight plus flying weight equals dead thing. That works. Don't ask about accuracy. Just ask if the swing had enough juice. And whether the monster died or not. Seeing Yi Shuang's barrier lock in, rage flared across the cultists' faces. Damn it, who did that? If that flying sword hadn't disrupted their rhythm, Zhao Tianlong and the others would already be dead. But as they turned to look for the source, they spotted a black dot closing in at an absurd speed. On Zhao Tianlong's side, having just chugged a potion, he sprinted to the crater, trying to yank the greatsword out and return it to the patrol officer who came to save them. A warrior without a weapon was a whole lot weaker. He gripped the hilt and pulled. The sword didn't budge. Stuck too deep? A faint red aura wreathed his body as he popped berserker mode, his strength surging. Even so, the sword only wiggled a bit. Zhao Tianlong's pupils shrank. He suddenly realized something ridiculous. If it moved, it wasn't stuck. So there was only one reason he couldn't lift it. This sword was just that heavy. But when that patroller threw it, he'd been at least 1,000 meters away. 1,000 meters? A sword this heavy? Zhao Tianlong whipped his head around and saw a scene that defied belief. I'd raised my hand and fired an ice spike at the cultist with the lowest HP. In the same motion, I switched to a staff in my hand. Leveraging my charge speed and swinging with everything I had, that staff, which should have represented elegance, looked more like a baseball bat, and it just slammed into a watermelon. Crunch. Bone shards and pulped flesh burst apart under the shockwave. The point of impact even blew out a mist of blood. Killing with a bladed weapon is bloody. But bludgeoning something to death with a blunt weapon, that's a different kind of bloody. Son. One cultist stared at his teammate, now missing his upper half, and couldn't stop the name from slipping out. But the second the sound left his mouth, another ice spike came screaming in and punched from under his jaw up through his skull. I don't usually go in for last-second saves, but this feels alright, I have to say. The moment I spoke, everyone's gaze pulled away from the pulverized corpse and locked onto me. Tall, refined, kind of good-looking, actually. That was their first impression. But not one of those words matched what I'd just done. In the monitoring room, one of the staff members shot up from his seat. Huh? Wait, this? What? His rapid-fire questions instantly drew every pair of eyes in the room. Seeing that it was the guy assigned to track me, Zhang Haitian's expression flickered with concern. What happened? No. I mean, how the hell did he just beat someone to death with a staff? Isn't he a mage? Everyone's face filled with genuine confusion. A mage killing someone with a skill, isn't that pretty normal? Even Zhang Haitian frowned. Don't make a fuss. The staffer got flustered. It wasn't a skill, just the staff. He straight up. Recalling the bloody scene, he gritted his teeth. He smashed that follower into pieces, like taking a baseball bat to a watermelon. For a moment, everyone in the room had the same giant question mark hovering over their heads. Explain to me, right now, how a mage uses a staff to pulverize someone like it's a watermelon under a baseball bat. The next second, several people leaned in around his screen, their faces blank with bewilderment. On the screen, having thrown out the necromancer greatsword, I had picked up my staff to use as a weapon. Compared to those mutated followers, that staff looked like a toothpick. But that toothpick was breaking mutated arms on contact, killing mutated bodies with a grace. Anyone unlucky enough to catch a hit to the head was instantly sent off to a permanent state of confusion. With the Overlord's armor-breaking judgment stacked on top of Undying's massive all-stat boost, I could pretty much one-shot these professionals. Even when I couldn't, a follow-up ice spike sealed the deal. A mere 30 seconds later, the entire area was nothing but a bloody mess. Plus one person dry heaving in the middle of it all. Yi Shuang held on to Fong Qing next to her, retching over and over. She was a professional too, and she'd seen life and death in dungeons before. But I'd fought so ferociously just now that blood had splattered all over her face. Fong Qing and Zhao Tianlong were also covered in blood, their faces frozen in numb shock, because they'd finally recognized me. Lin Shu? They were all from Jiang City. They'd crossed paths during the team tournament. Back then, Zhao Tianlong and Fong Qing had been secretly competing with me, trying to prove themselves by beating me. But now, all that was left in their heads was confusion. Wasn't Lin Shu supposed to be a sacrificer? Wasn't he supposed to be walking the mage path? Then what the hell was this? A human T-Rex possession scene? He wasn't going to come over and beat them to death next, was he? Meanwhile, I let out a long breath, staring at the cracked staff in my hand and shaking my head. TSK. What a shame. Next time I'll have to get a sturdier staff. This one just isn't solid enough. The corner of Zhao Tianlong's eye twitched violently. Not solid enough. It was way too damn solid. Others might not know, but Zhao Tianlong knew perfectly well. The mutated parts of these followers had absurdly boosted defense and attack. Sometimes he couldn't even crack their defense with a full swing of his axe. Yet here I was, using a staff to bludgeon them all to death. And the staff hadn't even broken. The manufacturer of that thing deserved a damn medal. I caught my breath, then suddenly remembered something and turned to look at the group. Hey, you guys. We didn't see anything. Zhao Tianlong cut me off sharply. Hey, that's not. I raised my hand to say something, then saw the blood on it and swallowed my words. I cast a quick heal on myself to wash off the worst of the blood then tried again. Are you guys okay? Seeing me now blood-free, Zhao Tianlong and the others looked like a row of well-trained quails, shaking their heads frantically. We're fine, we're fine. Good. Head west, and you'll find a patrol team. Link up with them, or just log out of the instance. I've got things to do. See you. With that, I jogged to the edge of the pit, and, under Zhao Tianlong's stunned gaze, yanked the necromancer greatsword out, as smoothly as pulling a toothpick out of a sandwich. Later, I gave him a wave and took off running toward the next battlefield. Staring at my retreating figure, Yishuang finally turned to Zhao Tianlong and Feng Qing after a long silence. Their faces were strange. You guys know him? Yeah, that's the one I told you about before. Lin Shu. Yishuang's pupils shrank. Didn't you say Lin Shu was a mage? Is this what Jiang City calls a mage? Is that how you're supposed to use a staff? Feng Qing gave a bitter laugh. Honestly, I have no idea what just happened either. Maybe he multi-classed into warrior? You'd have to ask Zhao Tianlong about that. As for Zhao Tianlong, he was already spiraling into deep self-doubt. 3 top-tier prodigies from 2 different cities, and I traumatized all 3 of them in one go. 2 of them now had a whole new understanding of mages, and 1 of them had a whole new understanding of warriors. Astral battlefield, rift zone. I stood in front of a rift. It was about 10 meters long, its edges jagged and irregular, like fabric that had been forcibly torn open. 3 corpses lay in front of the rift. 2 were followers, 1 was a contestant. The contestant had a massive hole in his chest, punched clean through by some kind of sharp weapon. His eyes were still open, his face frozen in a moment of terror. I reached out and closed his eyes. Standing back up, I glanced into the rift. Inside was a chaotic red haze. Nothing was clearly visible. But my soul perception told me that on the other side, there were massive energy fluctuations. I didn't go in. Instead, I turned and walked along the edge of the rift. There were more people out there. Less than 500 meters later, I heard the sounds of a fight. 3 contestants were tangled up with 5 followers. One of the followers was twice the size of the others, and his right arm was no longer human. It had become a massive, dark red, scale-covered claw. The 5 fingers were as long as daggers, the nails gleaming with a metallic sheen. Compared to the crew that had jumped Zhao Tianlong earlier, these followers were far more mutated and far stronger. The giant follower swung a claw, sending a shield-bearing contestant flying, shield and all. He slammed into a boulder, the shield splitting in 2. Another contestant charged in, driving a short blade into the follower's stomach, but the follower didn't fall. He backhanded the guy with a claw, tearing his shoulder open to the bone. The third was a female mage, her staff trembling as she pointed it at the follower, lips shaking uncontrollably. Her mana was bone dry. She couldn't even summon a fireball anymore. The giant follower advanced on her. She closed her eyes. A flash of blue light. An ice spike punched clean through the follower's chest, 7,000 damage. He looked down at the hole in his chest, a savage grin still on his face, and then collapsed. I walked out of the woods. Frost Domain had already been activated, and the remaining 4 followers were struggling through the frost, slow as snails. 1 ice spike per follower. For seconds. All down. The female mage opened her eyes and saw me standing in front of her, blood still dripping from my staff. You? I ignored her and walked over to the contestant whose shoulder had been shattered. I crouched down, my palm glowing white heel. The white light sank into his shoulder. The wound began to close. The exposed bone was wrapped in new flesh, and skin slowly regrew over it. Sweat poured down his forehead from the pain, but he clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. He glanced at his shoulder, then at me, and rasped, "Thanks." I stood up. "You came from over by the rift?" The female mage nodded, her voice still shaking. The 3 of us were clearing mobs near the rift when it suddenly blew open. A dozen or so followers came rushing out. We killed a few, but we couldn't hold them off, so we ran this way. What's the situation at the rift right now? There are a lot of people. A patrol team is fighting the followers. The monsters are strong, and the patrol's already taken heavy casualties. That's where we ran from. She paused and pointed north. That direction. About 2 kilometers. I looked north. My assignment was to clear the outer edges, but that didn't mean I couldn't check out the core of the battlefield. Head south, I told them. I've already cleared out all the followers over there. With that, I started walking north. The female mage listened to my last words, and her eyes slowly widened. Monitoring center. Zhang Haitian stared at the moving dot on the map, his fingers tapping softly on the armrest. Chairman, Lin Shu is heading toward the rift zone, reported the staffer assigned to track me, standing up. Zhang Haitian's gaze fell on the dense cluster of red dots. The rift zone had at least 50 followers gathered there, currently engaged with a patrol team. Lin Shu was strong, but at the end of the day, he was just a contestant. Handling scattered followers was one thing, but this kind of large-scale engagement, between the level of mutation and the sheer impact on the battlefield, was not something a single contestant should be able to handle. Still, thinking about the terrifying trail of carnage he'd left behind, the blood-soaked path, Zhang Haitian rubbed his fingers together and spoke. Keep eyes on him. Put him on a separate screen. On the monitor, my feed was enlarged. I was moving fast, staff in hand, cloaks snapping in the wind. My expression was as calm as ever. But only the staffers who had watched me kill my way here from the start knew what kind of monster was hidden behind that young, placid face. Zhang Haitian's fingers stopped moving. Who's in command of the patrol team over there? Chun Rue, level 30 Berserker. Tell him a contestant is on the way. Have him link up with him. The staffer paused for a second. Have him link up with a contestant. Zhang Haitian didn't explain. He stared at me on the screen and said quietly, if he wants to see what a real battlefield looks like, let him. But he is not to die there. Tell Chen Rue those are my orders. The staffer executed the command without hesitation. Everyone in the room understood this was privilege. On the battlefield, no one's life was ever guaranteed absolute protection. And no one could pull rank and force soldiers bleeding on the front lines to abandon their own lives to guard them. But no one in the room objected, and no one questioned it. Because they had all seen what I was capable of. That trail of follower corpses hadn't just paved a path of blood for my own growth. It had paved a path straight into these people's hearts. This monitoring room had seen plenty of prodigies come and go, but a monster like me? First time. On the other end, Chun Rue was directing his subordinates in the middle of a fierce fight when he received the order from command. He took a deep breath and forced down the flare of anger in his chest. His deputy, Lu Chuang, sidled over. Captain, what's the word from HQ? Chun Rue's face was thunderous. Looks like some rich young lord wants to drop by our battlefield for a photo op. Once Lu Chuang heard the whole story, he cursed openly. Are you kidding me? We're fighting for our lives, and they're sending some contestant over to get in the way. And the order came from the chairman himself. God knows which fancy family this kid's from, and which noble lady his mother is. Chun Rue sighed helplessly. But an order's an order. Take over command for now. I'll go pick him up. Tell the boys I'll try to cover for him as much as I can during the fight. If he dies here, the merit we've bled for is going up in smoke. Lu Chuang was still fuming, but he nodded. Chun Rue stood on a pile of rubble in front of the rift, watching the shadows still shifting in the distance. The followers had pulled back and were regrouping. The next wave was about to hit. This was the worst possible moment to be distracted with babysitting duty. He might end up dragging the whole team down. But an order was an order. He's here, Lu Chuang said, pointing south. A young man in dark blue robes was sprinting toward them, moving at a terrifying speed. A dark purple cloak billowed behind him. A black greatsword hung in one hand, and his head was bare, revealing a young face. Chun Rue frowned. The gear was decent, but the whole look was jarring. Was he a warrior? He was wearing mage robes. Was he a mage? He was carrying a two-handed greatsword. You're Lin Shu. Chun Rue walked over and blocked my path. Yeah, I'm Chun Rue. I'm in charge here. He looked me up and down. Stay behind us. Don't rush forward. If something goes wrong, hit the ground. When we tell you not to move, don't move. I glanced at him and blinked. I'd assumed the situation was worse here and that I'd need to follow orders. After all, solo combat and group combat weren't the same thing. So I nodded silently. Seeing that, Chun Rue assumed I was scared. His opinion of me dropped even lower, but he still pulled me behind him and shot Lu Chuang a look. Lu Chuang caught the signal and stepped up on my other side. The two of them sandwiched me between them. When the fight starts, stick with me, Chun Rue said, taking a deep breath. Don't run off. Don't try to be a hero. Those are alien followers out there, a pack of lunatics. They don't care whose kid you are. The words were blunt, with an edge of resentment underneath. I caught it, but didn't bother explaining. Over at the rift, the followers moved. This time it wasn't a probe. It was everything they had. Over 30 dark shapes surged out from both sides of the rift, black cloaks whipping in the wind. The followers at the front were beginning to warp. They were performing a sacrifice. They weren't sacrificers themselves, but as followers of the alien race, they could offer up their own bodies in exchange for alien power. Purple-black light erupted from them. The next second, their skin split open, and dark red scales pushed up through the cracks. Their arms thickened. Their fingernails fell off, replaced by dagger-like bone spikes. Some had their backs bulging outward, ripping through their cloaks to reveal two skinless flesh wings. They were mutating. Shinrue's face changed. He could tell. These followers were undergoing full mutation. When they did, their physical stats and every attribute would spike. He roared, "Fall back. Everyone, retreat to the second defensive line." But the followers were too fast. Their mutated bodies gave them explosive speed far beyond a normal person's, and in a few breaths, they'd already closed most of the distance. Shinrue drew his blade and stood at the front, cutting one down in a single stroke, but more were flanking around him from both sides. Very quickly, he sensed something was wrong. His pupils tightened. No, they're going after him. He turned to look at me. In an instant, he understood. The followers had seen him protecting me and had concluded that this young man must be someone important. Kill him, and it would crush human morale, maybe even shatter the patrol team. He grit his teeth. "Lu Chuang, take him and run." Lu Chuang grabbed my arm to pull me back, but I didn't move. Lu Chuang was livid. "What the fuck are you?" He didn't finish. I had already slipped out of his grip. The gravel beneath my feet shattered as I launched forward, my figure disappearing in an instant. At the front line, a fully mutated follower was charging in the lead. Over 2 meters tall, covered in scales, curved horns on its head, a massive claw for a right hand, its nails gleaming metallic. It no longer looked remotely human. It brought its claw down with a wind-tearing whistle, aiming to shred a patrolman apart. That single strike ripped through the armor on the man's chest, blood spraying under the starlight. The patrolman flew backward, but the mutated follower wasn't done. It charged straight after him. Shinrue couldn't get there in time. His pupils shrank. In the next second, he was going to watch his own brother die on the battlefield. In that moment, all he felt was rage. Damn it. If it weren't for that noble brat, I wouldn't have had to pull manpower to guard him, and my brother wouldn't be about to die. But the next second, a figure appeared right in front of the wounded patrolman. Clang. The clash of metal on metal echoed across the entire battlefield. The fully mutated follower stared at its own claw, feeling the shockwave travel up its arm. Its face was full of disbelief. If it hadn't seen it with its own eyes, it would have sworn it had just clawed solid rock. But the situation was worse than that. Because the necromancer greatsword in front of it wasn't just intact, the blade hadn't even dipped a millimeter under the impact, which meant that the figure holding it, the one that looked like a toothpick to it, was probably stronger than it was. The difference was like swinging a massive glaive down in a full-force, thunderous half-moon strike, only to have the other guy catch it dead still. No stagger, no chipped weapon. That's impossible. The hoarse voice was filled with pure disbelief. On my end, for the first time since maxing out every attribute, I felt a hint of pressure. But only a hint. Some strength. Not much. As the words left my mouth, I actually let go of the sword with one hand and flung a heel back at the wounded patrolman behind me. Then I twisted my wrist, spinning the blade. The sharp claw tip scraped against the necromancer greatsword, throwing off a violent shower of sparks. In the next instant, that seemingly heavy, unwieldy greatsword moved like a precision scalpel. It deflected the force of the claw and then swept upward from below. The blade sliced across the follower's arm. Scales shattered, blood sprayed, and the entire forearm went flying. That strike was clean, effortless, like cutting tofu. Watching this, it wasn't just Shinrue. Every single patrolman on the front line froze. They'd been tangling with these followers for a long time. They knew better than anyone how tough these mutated creatures were. Those scale-covered bodies were harder than the finest armor they could forge. But now, an entire arm had just been sliced clean off. Just like that, the mutated follower howled in pain and staggered back. I closed in, raised my left hand, and shot out an ice spike. Seeing the cold flash coming again, the follower moved to dodge, only to realize the spike was flying past it. Just as it thought I'd missed, a shrill scream erupted behind it. In the middle of the follower pack, another follower had been chanting a spell. The light on its staff was beginning to dim. From the energy trail, its spell was about to complete. In a battlefield this dense and chaotic, if a long chant spell like that went off, the consequences would be catastrophic. But right then, the ice spike punched through its chest. The chant cut off. The spell detonated in its hands, blowing it apart into a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist enraged the surrounding followers. They were about to charge in a final frenzy, only to realize they couldn't run fast anymore. Why was there a layer of white frost crawling over their bodies? Frost domain had unfolded. Within an 800-meter radius, the temperature plunged and the ground froze over. Every mutated follower slowed dramatically, and the frost stiffened their joints and hampered their entire physiology. The more mutated the body part, the greater the effect. These were unnatural constructs to begin with, and they were never going to function smoothly under this kind of assault. The lead alien felt a chill of alarm. But before it could react, a holy white light erupted from within me. No skill prompt. No damage reduction. In a single instant, its health bar dropped by nearly 3,000, and it kept dropping every second. The massive health pool it had just gained from mutation was halved in a heartbeat. What kind of attack is this? Its body was shuddering violently in the white light. Scales cracked apart, flesh sprayed everywhere. It screamed and tried to flee, but the frost had frozen its feet in place. I pulled the greatsword free, gripped the hilt in both hands, and brought it down at its neck. Critical hit. The instant the blade bit in, Overlord's armor breaking triggered. 50% bonus damage plus armor penetration. That single strike sent its head flying clean off. The headless body swayed twice, then crashed to the ground. This fully mutated follower, the one that had put an entire patrol team under crushing pressure, was dead at my feet in under 5 seconds. I didn't pause for even a moment. Like casually kicking a stray dog to death on the side of the road, I charged straight at the rest of the followers. In that instant, a battle that had been on the verge of collapse was flipped completely. Like a god of war, I plowed into the follower pack and activated Unrivaled. Not only did it break their attack rhythm, it completely shattered their formation. Chun-Rui, sharp as any commander, seized the opening and charged in himself, leading from the front. The other patrolman followed, launching a counterattack. Chun-Rui stuck close behind me. He knew the rule. High offense meant low defense. Killing power this ridiculous had to come with a paper-thin health bar and no armor. It was an iron law among professionals. That iron law shattered in his head within minutes. Low defense. I had no defense. He watched with his own eyes as I tore through the follower pack, taking skill after skill, catching blades and swords, even breathing in a poison cloud, and I was completely fine. He could see there was a shield tanking damage for me, but that shield was insanely thick. He remembered the order he'd just received. He absolutely cannot die on this battlefield. At the time, he'd assumed it was some pampered noble's kid coming to pad his resume. Now he realized how laughable that thought had been. With combat power like mine, they could all die and I'd still be standing. Is this seriously a contestant? Under my sweep, when the last follower struggled to make a break for the rift, a single ice spike punched through its chest. It crashed to the ground 3 meters from the rift, its claws gouging trenches into the dirt as it tried to crawl back. But a shadow fell over it, and the tip of the necromancer greatsword drove into its neck, cleaving it in two. From the followers' charge to their total annihilation, less than 3 minutes. The battlefield went silent. Chun-Rui gripped his blade, which was still dripping blood. His arm was frozen in midair. He'd forgotten to lower it. He'd been the fastest one after me, and he'd only managed to snatch 2 kills. Everyone else had it worse, 3 or 4 of them fighting over 1 follower. The rest, all mine. Lu Chuang's mouth hung open wide enough to fit a fist. The other members had stopped moving entirely, staring at me like I was some kind of monster. I shook the blood off the greatsword and glanced at Chun-Rui. My expression was the same as before, calm, like I'd just done something trivial. But this time, seeing the looks on their faces, I fully understood how insane my combat power was. So I was faking it. I was holding back. The whole point was to look casual, to make it seem effortless. Even though it was effortless, I still had to put on the act. All because Chun Rue had treated me like a snot-nosed kid from the start. I gotta say, the face-slapping feeling was pretty damn nice. No wonder novels love this trope. I spoke calmly. Any more nearby? Chun Rue opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. Probably not many left. The other patrol teams have handled the scattered ones. I sighed, a little disappointed. All right then. All right then. Chun Rue blinked. Did this guy sound like he wasn't done yet? 20 plus wasn't enough for him? But looking down at the corpses scattered across the ground, he suddenly remembered the words he'd said earlier. Stay behind us. Don't rush forward. They don't care whose kid you are. Yeah, they didn't care. They didn't even have heads to care with. Damn it, where the hell did this monster come from? Seeing I was about to leave, Chun Rue hastily added, but over by the other rifts, there should still be patrol teams engaged with followers. I whipped around instantly. Lead the way. The battle in the rift zone lasted less than 2 hours. When the last of the followers was cleaned up, Chun Rue plopped down on the ground, his blade stuck in the dirt in front of him, chest heaving. He glanced at me. That young man was standing at the edge of the rift, greatsword planted, both hands resting on the hilt, staring into the dim red glow of the rift, lost in thought. Chun Rue opened his mouth, wanted to say something, and in the end said nothing. I turned around and walked toward him. How does this rift get handled? Will more followers come out? Maybe, but the main force on our side has been cleared, and the other side won't send more to die pointlessly. As for the rift itself, other professionals will handle it. It's fine, we can manage from here. You head back. By now, you're probably the last contestant still in the battlefield anyway. There was a complicated look on Chun Rue's face as he said this. Without me, both the casualties and the time it took to clear this area would have been far worse. I didn't get sentimental. I nodded, pulled out a teleport scroll, and tore it open. White light swallowed me whole. Qinglong Continent, Monitoring Center. When I stepped out of the teleport circle, everyone in the hall was staring at me. The reason was simple. My name, once white, had turned dark red, like it had been soaked in blood. People were whispering, some pulled out phones to take pictures, others stood at a distance and followed me with their eyes. I ignored all of it and looked around. Word was that these teleport scrolls didn't send you back to where you originally entered. They sent you straight to the Qinglong Continent Professionals headquarters. I headed for the service desk. I had a big stash of follower soul fragments, and according to the announced rules, they could be exchanged for skills and gear. Just then, a deep, weighty voice came from behind me. Lin Shu. I turned around and saw a man in his mid-50s walking toward me. He was heavily built, the lines on his face carved like knife strokes, an SSS rank badge pinned to his chest. His stride was steady, every step carrying the aura of someone who'd spent decades at the top. Zhang Haitian, chairman of the Qinglong Continent Professionals Association. There was no way I wouldn't recognize him. His portrait and profile hung dead center in the association's main hall. He walked up to me, looked me up and down, and smiled. Heroes really do emerge young. When I was your age, I was still getting into schoolyard fights. You've already cut down dozens of followers on your own. I bowed my head slightly. Chairman Zhang, you flatter me. I don't flatter. Zhang Haitian waved it off. I watched your combat footage. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe you're just a contestant? I didn't respond. Zhang Haitian gestured toward a nearby lounge. Come sit for a bit. The door shut, cutting off the noise from outside. Zhang Haitian sat down on the couch and motioned for me to sit too. I obediently sat. He poured me a cup of tea. A flicker of calculation crossed my eyes. Chairman Zhang, this follower invasion, I think there's something off about it. Zhang Haitian's fingers paused. What's off? They got in too easily. This is a trial that spans the entire Qinglong Continent, and they were able to infiltrate this smoothly? That doesn't add up. So my guess is, they had an inside man, or outside help. Oh. Zhang Haitian was a little surprised. He'd assumed I'd seen through and realized this was a setup they'd deliberately arranged. But my next words shifted directions. While dealing with the followers, I noticed that some of them were specifically targeting me. There was even a dedicated assassin who came straight for me. Zhang Haitian's face broke into a meaningful smile. Go on. Level 30, Special Class Hunter. He wasn't a follower. He was hired to kill me. The person behind him has a grudge against me. His name is Li Jianya. He's a businessman in Jiang City. The moment he heard the name, the corner of Zhang Haitian's mouth curled up. That smile said everything. So that's how it is. I know, he said. My eyebrow twitched. Actually, the moment I saw that smile, I already knew he'd probably known all along. But I still put on a properly surprised expression. The monitoring caught it all, Zhang Haitian said, leaning back on the couch. When you killed old Mo in the forest, a patrol team was right nearby. The footage is clear. The audio was recorded perfectly. Then he looked at me and stopped talking. I stayed silent for 2 seconds, then smiled too. Since Chairman Zhang already knows, I'll cut to the chase. No need to circle around it in the first place. Zhang Haitian shook his head with a smile. After you cleared the Infernal Wraith Fortress, I read your entire file. Li Jiangguo blocking you from getting your class certification, Li Jianya framing your parents, Li Hao planting a tracker on you during the individual tournament. I know about every single one of them. He paused, then delivered his verdict on everything that had happened. Li Hao acted with malicious intent first. Killing him was self-defense. As for old Mo and Li Jianya, he looked at me. How do you want to handle them? I didn't rush to answer. I picked up my tea, took a sip, and set it back down steadily. My eyes were cold and firm. Li Hao is dead. Li Jianya isn't going to let that go. He's a level 50 professional who's been operating in Jiang City for over 20 years. I'm only level 20. No matter how strong my skills are, I can't just jump a 30-level gap to kill him. And I have my parents to worry about. Li Jianya's roots run deep. Even if I'm not afraid of him, I can't guarantee my parents won't fall victim to him one day. Zhang Haitian nodded, not interrupting. So, Chairman Zhang, I'd like to ask 2 favors. I held up one finger. First, lock down what happened in the astral battlefield. How Li Hao died, how old Mo died. Don't let any of it reach Li Jianya's ears. And the second? Zhang Haitian asked. Second, help me pin Li Jianya down, along with anyone else who might try to retaliate on his behalf. My voice wasn't loud, but every word was crystal clear. I don't need him dead right now. I need him unable to move. Freeze his assets. Restrict his movements. Cut off his connections. When the day comes that I can kill him myself, I will. I paused. Of course, if you want to handle it yourselves, that works too. I don't like drawing things out. Ideally, it'd be settled on the spot. The lounge went silent for a few seconds. Zhang Haitian looked at me, his eyes carrying scrutiny, appreciation, and something else I couldn't quite name. You're not afraid I'll refuse? If Chairman Zhang wanted to refuse, you wouldn't have asked me at all, I answered directly. Know yourself, that was worth something. Clearing the infernal dungeon, fighting like hell to kill followers in the astral battlefield, protecting professionals, even saving several patrolmen. What was I aiming for? I wanted to be seen. I didn't believe that with results like these, with abilities like these, I would be overlooked. Zhang Haitian laughed. This time it was a real laugh. He realized my combat power wasn't the only thing that was terrifying. My head worked just as well. All right. He stood up and extended his hand. Li Jianya is my problem now. Li Jianya, colluding with followers, plotting to harm trial participants, sabotaging the trial battlefield, betraying his faith, forfeiting his loyalty. Effective immediately, all his movements and assets are frozen. As for what happens to him personally, he mulled it over. As I'd said, keeping Li Jianya alive could push me to grow. But if something went wrong, a level 50 professional going off the rails could cause serious trouble. With that thought, he tapped his fingers on the desk, and a smile crept onto his face. I've got an idea that works for everyone. He walked to his desk, picked up the red phone, and dialed a number. Hello, Jiang City Government? This is Zhang Haitian from Qinglan Continent. Sun Lingtian's phone rang. He was reviewing documents, and his phone sat at the corner of his desk. The vibration was piercingly clear in the quiet office. He glanced at the caller ID, an unfamiliar string of digits, but he recognized the area code. Qinglan Continent. He put down his pen and answered. When the caller identified himself, Sun Lingtian's back went straight as a rod. Zhang Haitian, chairman of the Qinglan Continent Professionals Association. SSS rank. Level 78. One of the most powerful people in the entire Qinglan Continent. Sun Lingtian had seen him 3 times, all at provincial meetings, and each time only from a distance. He'd never once had the chance to say a word to him. Chairman Zhang, hello. Sun Lingtian kept his voice steady. I'll keep it short. Zhang Haitian spoke without haste. but every word carried unquestionable weight. Jiang City businessman Li Jianya is suspected of hiring assassins to kill a contestant in the astral battlefield. The evidence is airtight. Qinglong Continent's monitoring center has complete footage. Organize an arrest immediately. Detain Li Jianya and all involved parties. My secretary will forward you the materials. Sun Lingtian's grip on the phone tightened. Li Jianya, owner of Jianya Group, shareholder in Jiang City Chemical, vice chairman of the Chamber of Commerce. 20-plus years operating in Jiang City. More importantly, Sun Lingtian had recently given the man a warning. Li Jianya had been throwing his weight around, harassing an SSS-rank sacrificer in his city. Sun Lingtian hadn't been able to move on him because of his position and the lack of hard evidence. He hadn't expected someone would move on Li Jianya this fast, and that Qinglong Continent itself would step in. And Lin Shu had visited Qinglong Continent not long ago. Understood, Sun Lingtian said, sitting ramrod straight. I'll handle it immediately. One more thing. Zhang Haitian paused. The contestant who was targeted is named Lin Shu. From Jiang City. Have you looked at his file? Sun Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Lin Shu. Of course he knew who that was. That kid's son Cheng Yuan never stopped talking about. Brother Shu. The sacrificer who soloed Blood Moon Cemetery. The captain who led the first team ever to clear the team tournament on infernal difficulty. I know of him. Good. Zhang Haitian's tone hadn't changed, but Sun Lingtian caught a note of approval. Lin Shu is now a person of interest for Qinglong Continent. His personal safety is your responsibility. Meanwhile, sitting across from Zhang Haitian, my eyes had gone wide. Holy shit, is this some kind of VIP power fantasy? Am I some provincial party secretary? Was this how power was supposed to work? Guess I really was a small-town kid. Even though I'd watched a few dramas in my past life, at the end of the day, I was just a regular Joe. Zhang Haitian was watching me with a strange smile on his face. Barring anything unexpected, by the time you get home today, a lot of your problems will already be solved. In this world, most problems can be solved by power. But to get power, you first need strength. He looked at me. You did very well in this individual tournament. You saved a lot of professionals, took a lot of pressure off the patrol teams, and fully demonstrated your strength and potential. That's why I came to see you today. He reached into his jacket and pulled out an envelope, sliding it across the table. Given your strength and combat style, I think this particular unit would suit you best. I looked at the envelope on the table. It was sealed with a stamp of a ghoul-faced demon head, and a few dark gold characters were embossed on the front. Prison Warden Invitation. Great Xia has quite a few special units. The prison wardens aren't the strongest one, but a lot of top-tier professionals came out of the wardens. Here, you'll have access to the best resources, the best skills, the best weapons. In exchange, you'll face the most dangerous environments. But your growth here will also be the fastest. The prison wardens are often tasked with unexplored dungeons, direct confrontations with aliens, and dealing with corrupted followers. He looked up at me. In short, the risks and the rewards go hand in hand. One more thing. This unit has a very important trait. They're overbearing. Since they often break new dungeons, fight aliens, and hunt followers, they hold enormous authority, not just externally, but internally too. Take someone like Li Jianya. Using my authority, I can arrest him. But investigating him personally, or vetting everyone else involved, still requires a lot of red tape. Based on his crimes, he might get the death penalty. If he behaves, maybe death with suspended execution. As for his brother, that gets even harder. But for the prison wardens, they don't have to deal with all that red tape. Their authority can override the paperwork whenever necessary. He leaned back slightly, watching me with a warm smile. Well, this invitation, do you accept? I took a deep breath, and without a moment of hesitation, nodded. I accept. Just as Zhang Haitian had said, even after he made that phone call personally, there were still limits to what he could openly do within Great Xia. Look at Li Jianya. He was a level 50 professional, but when he tried to snatch my class certification, he hadn't dared to do it openly, hadn't dared to act personally. He had to resort to petty, sneaky tricks. Because if the strong could do whatever they wanted, how would the weak ever survive? So while Great Xia's law did contain elements of power politics, on the whole, it existed to restrain the strong and protect the weak. Before, I was the weak one, so Li Jianya couldn't openly mess with me. Now that I'd become strong, Punishing him still had to be done within the rules. Maybe I could go beyond them. But that wouldn't be my strength. That would be Zhang Haitian seeing my potential and using his authority to clear obstacles for me, with the cleanup left to me. And I was still just a level 20 professional. I'd broken into these top-tier players' field of vision, sure, but their power was still their power, not mine. So this prison warden invitation, I couldn't refuse it. After hearing my answer, Zhang Haitian smiled. Let's go. I'm not one for empty promises. If you want the horse to run, you've got to feed it grass. You killed a lot of followers in the individual tournament and collected a lot of soul fragments. That's a currency money can't buy. He stood up and led me deeper into the association building. Soon, we arrived at the archive room. Zhang Haitian handed me a tablet. Take a look. These are Qinglong Continent's private collection, plus the skills and equipment that Great Xia has made publicly exchangeable. See if anything catches your eye. I swiped up with my finger, and the screen lit up. The next second, I froze at what I saw. I swiped several more times just to make sure it wasn't a screensaver, and my shock only deepened. SSS rank special skill, Death Curse, exchange requirement. Perfect resolution of one SSS rank incident, plus soul fragments from 3 level 60 followers or aliens. SSS rank skill, Shadow Strike, exchange requirement. Perfect resolution of one SSS rank incident or 3 SS rank incidents. SSS rank skill, Flying Kick. The entire screen, top to bottom, was nothing but SSS rank skills. And not just skills, equipment, consumables, dungeon access rights, and even pets. What's this? I pointed at a limited-time pet. The thing was fluffy and white, like a snow-white fox, with a little flame icon flickering around its display frame. In the top right corner, for bold characters, currently bidding. Oh, that. Zhang Haitian glanced at it. Some unexplored dungeons contain creatures with unique abilities. Once tamed by a beastmaster, these pets have very high intelligence. They keep you company, help you relax, and some can even be useful in combat. Pets like these are especially popular with powerful female professionals. Combined with how hard they are to catch and tame, they don't come cheap. See that stat panel on the side? I looked at the Snow Fox's stats. Snow Fox Aura. Increases base mana regeneration within 10 meters of the Snow Fox. Oh, a mana regen pet. That one's not going to be cheap. I tapped into the listing, took one look, and immediately backed out. What the hell kind of starting bid is 3 level 30 follower soul fragments plus 3 million Great Xia coins? But very quickly, something else caught my eye. Wait, you can sell stats? My eyes went wide. Yes, but these attributes are stripped from special equipment or special creatures, and they're expensive. You're level 20 now, so your special attributes are probably just luck and spirit. Luck is usually something you're born with. You can improve it later or dump attribute points into it, but there's no fixed rate. Say you want to go from F rank to E rank. Nobody can tell you exactly how many points it'll take. But you can take these stripped-out special attributes and add them directly to yourself for targeted upgrades. Level 40 spirituality is for sale too. Of course, the price is steep. Zhang Haitian explained patiently. I looked at the prices of those special attributes. 1 point of luck attribute. Exchange. 1 level, 30 believers soul fragment, plus 5 pieces of special equipment with the luck attribute. I felt like a country bumpkin wandering through a mansion, gawking for a good while before finally picking out a skill that suited me. S-rank skill, Frost Dominator. Effect 1. Once activated, all S-rank and below Frost skills have their cooldown cut in half. Effect 2. Once activated, all S-rank and below Frost skills gain a 50% boost to damage and negative effects. The effects were simple and brutal. For a Frost Mage, this was practically a god-tier skill. I chose it because it paired perfectly with Frost Nova. Of course, with my current skill slots, I couldn't fit Frost Dominator in, so I planned to sacrifice Frost Nova to it and merge the two into one. Looking at my choice, Zhang Haitian seemed a bit surprised. I thought you'd go for a warrior class skill. After all, in the individual matches, my hand-to-hand combat had been more eye-catching and terrifying than my spells. I shook my head with a smile. Warrior is just a hobby. Mage is my real profession. Zhang Haitian's smile turned meaningful. Someone with such terrifying melee ability calling it just a hobby. He didn't buy it for a second. Clearly, I was setting up an information trap. waiting until someone finally fought their way past my spell barrage, then suddenly whipping out a great sword and saying, "Mage is just a hobby. Melee is my real job." Actually, every gifted prodigy had entertained this idea at some point, but most eventually gave in to reality. Trying to grab both means you can't hold either. But I was the exception. The class characteristics of a sacrificer were laid out right there, and he knew my talent well. Thinking of this, Zhang Haitian found it a bit amusing, because he'd already sealed away all my combat footage. Without sufficient clearance, no one could pull it up. He could only imagine the looks on the faces of those poor fools when they finally broke through to me. He used his own authority to vouch for me, letting me complete the exchange smoothly. 20 level, 20 plus believer fragments submitted. Skill exchange complete. Someone will bring you a copy of the skill later, Zhang Haitian said. I'll have a room prepared. You can rest here for a few days. Or, I can have a car ready for you now, and you can head back to Jiangsheng to see Li Jianya. I didn't hesitate. Back to Jiangsheng. Meanwhile, after hanging up with Zhang Haitian, Sun Lingtian sat in his chair holding the phone for 3 seconds. Then he stood up and pressed the intercom on his desk. Secretary Zhou, get the director of the Professional Inspection Bureau to my office. Now, 20 minutes later, dozens of police cars were parked outside the Jianya Group office building. Sun Lingtian led them personally. He wasn't in a suit, still wearing that dark gray jacket, but his back was ramrod straight, his face expressionless. The Inspection Bureau director followed behind, arrest warrant in hand. 8 fully armed professional officers spread out on either side, weapons drawn. The receptionist saw the display and shot up from her chair in shock. Which floor is Li Jianya on? Sun Lingtian asked. He's on the top floor, in the chairman's office. Sun Lingtian stepped into the elevator, and the director pressed the top floor button. The doors closed, and the metal walls reflected his stern face. Top floor, chairman's office. Li Jianya was sitting on the sofa, a freshly brewed pot of Longjing tea on the coffee table, its aroma drifting up. His phone lay beside him, my file open on the screen. The door was pushed open. Sun Lingtian walked in, followed by the director and 4 officers. Li Jianya looked up. The moment he saw Sun Lingtian, his face changed. But he quickly recovered and forced a smile. Mayor's son? What brings you here? Please sit. Have some tea. Li Jianya. Sun Lingtian ignored the greeting. He took the arrest warrant from the director and unfolded it. You are suspected of hiring assassins to kill a competitor in the astral battlefield, in violation of Article 17 of the Professional Safety Act. With the approval of the Qinglan Continent Professional Association, you are hereby placed under arrest according to law. Li Jianya's smile froze. He glanced at the warrant, then at the officers behind Sun Lingtian, and finally fixed his gaze on Sun Lingtian's face. Mayor's son, is there some misunderstanding? I'm an honest businessman. How could I? The evidence is solid. Sun Lingtian cut him off. Take him. 2 officers stepped forward. A flash of viciousness crossed Li Jianya's eyes. He was a level 50 professional. Though he hadn't fought in years, the level was still there. Instinctively, he channeled the energy within him. A crushing pressure spread out, and the air in the office seemed to sink. One officer was forced back a step by the sheer aura. Sun Lingtian didn't budge. He looked at Li Jianya, his voice quiet, but each word like a nail. Li Jianya, you're resisting arrest right now. Violent resistance from a professional, you know what that means. Think it through. The fist Li Jianya had clenched slowly relaxed. His mind raced. If the old Mo incident got exposed, he'd get a few years at most. But violent resistance? They could gun him down on the spot, no questions asked. If it were anyone else, he might have resisted anyway. But this Sun Lingtian standing in front of him was in his prime, and word was he'd fought his way up through the field army with real blades and real blood. In a straight fight, Li Jianya didn't have a snowball's chance. He forced a bitter smile onto his face. Fine. He held out both hands. I'll go with you. Not only was he cuffed with specialized restraints, they also fitted him with a special chain, one that suppresses a professional's abilities. Sun Lingtian wasted no time and marched his men out. That evening at 7, Jiangxing City Television News aired a report. On screen, Sun Lingtian stood at the podium of the Municipal Press Conference Hall, the flag of the Great Xia government and the Professional Association banner behind him. His expression was grave, his pace steady. every word polished like it had been hammered 1,000 times. Following investigation, Jiangxing businessman Li Jianya has betrayed the professional faith, colluded with alien race believers, and attempted to assassinate an outstanding professional of our city, disrupting the Qinglong Continent Professional Trial Tournament. The evidence is conclusive and the impact severe. Li Jianya has been legally arrested, all assets under his name have been frozen, and associated parties are under further investigation. The screen switched. Li Jianya was being led out of the office building, his handcuffs flashing briefly in front of the camera. His head was down, expression unclear. Two uniformed officers followed behind him, faces cold and hard. Across Jiangxing streets and alleys, countless people saw the news. At a barbecue stall, the owner turned up the TV volume. Several shirtless men craned their necks to watch. One of them was holding a lamb skewer, mouth hanging open, forgetting to chew. Li Jianya, CEO of Jianya Group? That guy's a heavyweight. Holy shit, killing a professional? A tournament professional at that. Colluding with aliens? Is he even human? The owner turned the volume up another notch, muttering, "Guys like that should be shot." The internet exploded too. Weibo, forums, professional community boards. News of Li Jianya's arrest was everywhere. Someone posted, "Anyone know who the professional was that Li Jianya tried to have killed?" Someone replied below, "I think it's that sacrificer from Jiangcheng, the freak who cleared Blood Moon Cemetery in 3-something minutes." Another chimed in, "Damn, of all people to piss off, he picks that guy? Must be tired of living." But some people caught another detail. The news had said colluded with alien race believers. It wasn't just a simple hit job, it was collusion with aliens. That charge was 10 times heavier than hiring assassins. Aliens were the common enemy of all humanity, and colluding with them was treason. The tone of the comments shifted. Some raged, some were afraid, some speculated about deeper secrets. An account verified as Observer, Qinglong Continent Professional Association, posted a brief comment. A mere businessman dares to assassinate a high-potential professional and even sends people onto the trial battlefield, truly lawless. I doubt this stops with Li Jianya. All of Qinglong Continent may be in for a purge. The words were blunt, but many thought he was being alarmist. At 9 p.m., a black government car rolled slowly into the courtyard of the municipal building. The car had no markings, but its plates were from the Qinglong Continent series. It stopped, and the driver killed the engine. The door opened, and a young man stepped out. A deep blue robe, a dark violet cloak, his face half lit by the street lamps. Expression unreadable. The guard at the gate recognized him, not the face, but the attire. To Zhang Haitian, all my worries were unnecessary. Because no matter how much I calculated, in the end I was just a student. I didn't understand how this country actually operated. Once I'd proven my worth, the only thing I needed to worry about was whether I could live up to the expectations placed on me. Everything else was smoke. So that day, Zhang Haitian didn't just give me the skills and rewards I deserved. He also arranged all the honors that were due to me. Lin Shu, Qinglong Continent Instance Leaderboard Number 1, Team Tournament Champion, Individual Tournament Champion, Outstanding Professional, SSS Rank Professional Certificate Holder. 5 titles, any one of which most people could never earn in a lifetime. In his words, "You're at the prime of your life. Don't hide in the shadows. If you're somebody, don't play at being nobody." So, when he saw my face, the guard stood even straighter than usual. I walked into the building and went nowhere else, heading straight to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor housed the mayor's office. The door was open. Sun Lingtian sat inside, a thick file spread out in front of him. He heard footsteps, looked up, and paused briefly when he saw me walk in. "You're here." "I'm here." I walked up to the desk, but didn't sit. "Chairman Zhang told me to report to you. He said you'd handle the follow-up, and I was to cooperate with you." Sun Lingtian looked at the young man before him and fell silent for 2 seconds. 18 years old, the same age as his own son, but standing there, his presence didn't fade one bit. Li Jianya is in the detention center. His deputies and everyone else involved. We caught 13 in total. Assets frozen, bank accounts locked. I've had a word with the court. Fast-tracked, harsh sentencing. Sun Lingtian pushed the file over. "Take a look. See if there's anything you want to add." I didn't look at the file. I just met Sun Lingtian's eyes. "Mayor's son, I don't know about these things." Chairman Zhang said you're the expert. I'll follow your lead. Sun Lingtian's brow twitched. He studied me. From this young face, he couldn't read a single emotion. This kid, how could someone so young come across like an old fox? He stood up and extended a hand. All right, whatever you need, just come to me. Got it. I'd like to see Li Jianya now. No problem. After I left, Sun Lingtian glanced at the clock on the wall. 9:15. From Zhang Haitian's phone call to Li Jianya being locked up. Less than 4 hours. The machinery of power moved faster than most people imagined. Fast enough that Li Jianya had no time to react. The entire massive Jianya group, just like that, about to be dismantled. Sun Lingtian sank back into his chair, picked up the tea that had long since gone cold, and took a sip. When I walked out of the municipal building, the night wind was cool. The black Qinglong Continent sedan was still parked in the courtyard, engine running, headlights cutting 2 straight beams through the darkness. I pulled open the door and got in. To the detention center. The driver didn't ask questions. The car pulled out of the courtyard. Soon, the black sedan stopped in front of the detention center. I pushed open the door. The gates of the detention center were already open. The warden stood at the entrance. Clearly, he'd been notified. His demeanor was even more deferential than earlier that day. He bowed slightly and gestured me in. Mr. Lin, this way please. Li Jianya is in the visitation room. The corridor was long, the lighting harsh and pale, footsteps echoing through the empty hall. I walked in front, the warden 2 steps behind. Neither of us spoke. The door to the visitation room was open. Inside stood the same thick glass, and on the other side, Li Jianya was already seated. He wore an orange prison uniform, fitted with even more restrictive shackles. Compared to his previously polished appearance, his hair was more disheveled now, the stubble on his chin thicker. His handcuffs were locked to an iron ring on the table. He sat upright, eyes fixed on the empty chair across the glass. I walked in and sat down. Seeing my familiar face, Li Jianya's pupils sharpened instantly. We stared at each other through the glass. 5 seconds of silence. You came. Li Jianya spoke first, his voice hoarser than in the afternoon, tinged with defeat and resentment. I thought you'd come tomorrow. Sooner or later, it's all the same, I said calmly. The corner of Li Jianya's mouth twitched. Hard to say if it was a smile or something else. The same. He repeated the word, shaking his head. It's not the same. Today, you're the victor. Tomorrow, you're still the victor. To me, it makes no difference. But to you it does. You couldn't wait to see this face of mine. I said nothing. I looked into his eyes, then smiled. Of course. I made no effort to hide it. Wasn't this exactly what I'd been working toward all along? I just wanted to see whether the high and mighty Bosley still had that same swagger, now that he's locked up. Li Jianya's breath quickened. The next moment, red light surged from his shackles, instantly crushing the power rising within him. Fine beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead as sharp, needle-like pain shot through his body. I just watched the whole scene coldly. After a moment, Li Jianya spoke slowly. You know what I regret most? Tell me. Not hiring old Mo, regretting not acting sooner. His voice dropped, like a vengeful ghost's. Right when you awakened, one phone call from me could have made you disappear. You were level 1 back then, couldn't even enter an instance. But I hesitated. I figured I'd apply some pressure first, teach you a lesson, wait for you to bow your head. Instead, you never bowed. You fought your way up. His tone suddenly grew urgent. I let out a sneer. Stop fooling yourself. You only think you should have been harsher because you know how it turned out. But even at my weakest, I was one of only 2 SSS rank sacrificers in all of Jiangxing. If I died, you were afraid it would trace back to you. So you didn't dare touch me. You could only use my parents as leverage. Except you didn't count on Sun Lingtian stepping in. Once Mayor Sun got involved, you dared even less. So you had no choice but to watch me clear instances, watch me enter the tournament, and finally decide to make your move on the trial battlefield. Every word I spoke was like a dagger, puncturing his self-consolation. You thought no one would know, that the cost would be minimal. But that was your fatal mistake. You think I didn't know Li Hao planted a monitor on me? I knew. I just didn't say anything. Because only that way would you all feel like you had it in the bag. Mayor Sun had investigated you before. There were plenty of dirty deals, but nothing that could stick. But when you actively invaded the trial battlefield, that gave us the reason we needed. Li Jianya's eyes sank lower and lower. You knew all along I'd move against you on the trial battlefield? No. I shook my head calmly. But I knew a wolf had been watching me the whole time, and he would strike. I just didn't know when. So all I could do was get stronger, fast. The faster I got stronger, the less you could hold yourself back. I was already making a name in Jiangcheng, and after the team tournament, even Qinglong Continent had noticed me. You had to be afraid that if I rose any further, you'd never get another chance. So your window to act was narrow. Li Jianya's pupils contracted. You know the rest, I said. You really didn't have much of a shot. If you'd been willing to throw your life away and come kill me yourself at level 50, then, yeah, I couldn't have stopped you. But you and I both know you'd never do that. The visitation room was silent for a long time. Li Jianya leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. The fluorescent light bathed his face in cold white, highlighting his wrinkles and exhaustion. He looked 10 years older than his actual age. Where's Li Hao? He asked suddenly. Where's he buried? I don't know, I said. His body was handled by the association. Li Jianya's eyes reddened. Not tears, more like something stuck in his throat. He clenched his jaw. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down several times before he could push the emotion back down. He was your age. He was your classmate. And he brought 5 people to the astral battlefield to kill me. My voice was low, but each word was like an icicle. You think he didn't know the consequences? Li Jianya stopped speaking. He lowered his head, staring at his hands cuffed to the iron ring. His shoulders trembled slightly. Then, suddenly, he laughed. Aren't you afraid I might break out and come after you? No. My gaze remained calm. Because you're not getting out. Jiangxing City Jianya Group, CEO Li Jianya, having colluded with aliens, committed suicide in custody out of guilt. His younger brother Li Jiangguo, overcome with shame at the news, died shortly after from grief. I looked at him. Boss Li, what do you think of that ending? Li Jianya shot to his feet, eyes bulging, nearly pressing himself against the glass. You wouldn't dare? I've only been arrested. The higher-ups haven't even sentenced me to death. Watching him lose his composure, I leaned back against the chair and pulled out that envelope stamped with the black gold seal, placing it on the table. You should know what this is. On the black gold seal was the faint image of a blue-faced, fanged demon. The moment he saw it, Li Jianya froze, then collapsed weakly back into his chair. Vengeful demon. Prison warden. The corner of my mouth curved into a smile. Boss Li really is well informed, though I'm still not entirely clear on what powers this special unit actually has. I leaned forward slightly, fixing my eyes on him, my voice steady. But Chairman Zhang of Qinglong Continent told me, this unit has tremendous power. Externally, pioneering instances, suppressing alien races. Internally, purging traitors. So with this invitation letter, some things become possible. At this moment, Li Jianya seemed drained of all strength. He slumped there in defeat. He knew better than anyone. The powers of the prison warden were far greater than I described. Years ago, when he'd smuggled himself onto the astral battlefield, he'd encountered prison wardens. Of the group that snuck in with him, only he survived. And their families and businesses back home had been ripped up by the roots. I slowly stood, looking down at his broken form, and said calmly, what you should regret most isn't failing to move against me sooner. It's failing to raise Li Hao properly. If he hadn't gotten greedy, Li Jiangguo wouldn't have gotten involved. Without Li Jiangguo, none of what followed would have happened. You killed your own brother, your own son, and everyone else caught up in it. Li Jianya's eyes went wide, bloodshot. He glared at me, using the last of his strength to roar. A man takes responsibility for what he does. You have a problem, you come at me. I looked at him and suddenly smiled. Boss Li, you're not supposed to be this naive. I stood up, my eyes cold and calm. I won't leave any loose ends, even if it means dirtying my conscience a little. Only Li Jianya remained in the visitation room. He stared, numb and powerless, at the empty chair across from him. He was a level 50 professional, CEO of Jianya Group, with countless loyal underlings and connections. But right now, he was locked in here, and every faction outside was about to be systematically dismantled. Soon, he'd have nothing. In the corridor, I walked slowly. The warden followed behind, not daring to hurry me. He stole a glance at my profile. There was no expression on my young face. Not the satisfaction of revenge, Not the ease of eliminating an enemy. Nothing at all. Calm as still water. He'd seen plenty of young men. The confident ones, the ones who lost their heads when they got a taste of power, the ones who blustered but were hollow inside. But he'd never seen anyone like me. So young, and yet already carrying an aura that made people afraid. I walked out through the detention center gates. The night wind was cool on my face. I looked up at the sky. No stars, thick clouds pressing down heavy over the city. Suddenly, I remembered something. A week ago, I'd been worrying about that million-yuan compensation my parents were slapped with. A week later, Li Jianya was behind bars. Li Hao was in the morgue. Zhang Haitian had personally called. Sun Lingtian had personally made the arrest, and Qinglong Continent's black sedan was waiting for me outside the municipal building. Things had changed too fast for me to feel joy or grief. I pulled the car door open and got in. "Where to?" the driver asked. "Home." The car started and pulled into the night. I leaned back in the seat and closed my eyes. With one deep breath, my HP cap ticked up again. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. It was a message from Sun Changyue. "Bro Shu, Auntie's asking if you're coming back for dinner. She's reheated the ribs. Let them cool. Reheated them again, 3 times now." The corner of my mouth curved up. I replied with one word. "Coming." Sun Changyue replied instantly. "Sweet, I'll tell Auntie." I tucked the phone back into my pocket and watched the street scenes reverse past the window. I felt a bit wistful, a bit lost. Everything had happened too fast, so fast it didn't feel real. A level 50 professional who had loomed over me like a mountain. And with a single phone call from Zhang Haitian, that mountain of a problem was casually swept aside. Power. Strength. That was the foundation that made all of this possible. Thinking of this, I touched my chest and recalled what Zhang Haitian had told me before I left. If your goal is just to rule a single city or continent, you've already achieved it. With your strength, level 20 is nothing. Level 30, 40, even 50, you could crush them all. But if you want to become truly strong, you can't keep your eyes fixed on this one city, this one continent. Think of the undiscovered instances, the battlefields hidden at the world's frontiers, and this seemingly peaceful but deeply dangerous Great Xia government. Thinking of this, I looked at the blue-faced, fanged demon on the envelope and murmured softly, "Prison warden." When Lin Shu got home, Wang Xiaomei was just carrying the reheated ribs out of the kitchen. Lin Ziyuan sat across the table, having opened a bottle of beer and poured out 2 glasses. He pushed one toward him. "Have a drink." There was a hint of careful hesitation in his father's tone. I didn't think much of it. I just picked up the glass and took a sip. The beer had long since lost its chill. Must have been sitting out too long, waiting for me. The doorbell rang. Wang Xiaomei went to answer. Sun Changyue stood at the door, carrying 2 bags of cold appetizers and 2 cans of fresh beer, grinning as he called out, "Hi, Annie." Behind him was Sunya, wearing a soft smile, greeting them politely. "Oh, little Sun's back. Come in, come in." Sun Changyue didn't stand on ceremony. "Bro Shu, I'm here to freeload." He plunked the appetizers on the table, popped open a few cold beers, dragged over a chair, and sat down. Wang Xiaomei went to fetch 2 more sets of bowls and chopsticks. My mom had gotten used to the Sun siblings a long time ago. Sun Qingyue's personality was pure social bulldozer. While I was still in Qinglong Continent, those 2 had headed home first. And the first thing Sun Qingyue did wasn't to report back to his own family. It was to run to my place, bustling around and reporting the good news to my parents. At the dinner table, Sun Changyue chewed on ribs while talking, mouth stuffed full. "Uncle, Auntie, you have no idea. Bro Shu is a big deal now. Zhang Haitian and Mayor's son, people you can barely see once a year, they came to meet him personally." His expression was theatrical as he recounted the events of the past weeks with flair, and my parents listened, thoroughly engrossed. After dinner, Sun Qingyue hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Bro Shu, did Chairman Zhang talk to you about the special forces?" I didn't hide it from him. I pulled the black envelope out from inside my jacket and set it on the table. Seeing the seal on it, Sun Qingyue smiled a knowing, I knew it smile. I knew it. He'd definitely send you to the Prison Warden Bureau. You know about the Prison Warden Bureau? A bit. I used to hang around my dad's office to help with business stuff, snuck a peek at a few documents. He didn't try to hide it. What exactly do prison wardens do? I asked. Sun Chungyue wiped his mouth and, uncharacteristically, got serious. I asked my dad. He mentioned it once. Simply put, externally, they pioneer instances and suppress rifts in the astral battlefield. Internally, they investigate heretics and clear out traitors. Massive authority, wide-reaching. There's more than one special unit, but the prison wardens are one of the most important. What are the others? Well, he counted on his fingers. The Sin Reaper Bureau handles internal traitors. Methods are way more brutal. The gatekeepers, stationed on the edge of the astral battlefield year-round, rotate every 3 years. The Celestial Machine Pavilion, research types, don't fight, but they have the highest status. The Shadow Guards protect the top brass. You never even see them normally. Sunya added from the side. Everyone in these units is strong. Geniuses crammed together. Nobody yields to anyone. I put the envelope away. How do you two know so much? Sun Qinghua laughed and shook his head. Sure, having a mayor for a dad has its restrictions, but you also get access to things others can't touch. This time my sister killed 2 believers, and I helped kill one. My sister's an SSS rank Frost Empress. She also got an invitation from the Prison Warden Bureau. Sunya pulled out an envelope identical to mine. Sun Chungyue said helplessly, I'm not like you two. My talent isn't as good. I'm just S rank. Fine in Jiancheng. But once you throw me in with all these geniuses, I don't quite stack up. I was about to comfort him when his dejected face suddenly changed. But every profession has its specialty. And thanks to Bro Shu, your first clear of the Inferno-level instance brought glory to all of Qinglan continent. The association has over a dozen recommendation slots, and my dad snagged me one. He gleefully pulled out an invitation letter identical to mine. Sunya watched her brother's antics and sighed. Before he grabbed that recommendation slot, he specifically asked whether you'd chosen the Prison Warden Bureau too. Actually, he was supposed to go to. Cough, cough, cough. Sun Qinghua cut her off before she could finish. I ain't going to the Sin Reaper Bureau. Every day, just catching traitors, tons of restrictions. I've wanted to join the prison wardens forever. Sunya pursed her lips. Yeah, right. Before this, you were saying you wanted to join the Sin Reaper Bureau. Said you wanted to be the 9,000-year-old. Said you wanted to. Wrong. Don't say it. Seeing his sister about to spill his old dirt, Sun Chunghua lost it. Back when he thought his talent wasn't good enough, he'd wanted to take a different path, even loudly declaring he'd join the Sin Reaper Bureau, that he'd help others, that he'd use other people's money to do other people's business. His old man had been furious at the time. Wasn't that just corruption? Sun Chunghua coughed a couple of times and quickly changed the subject. Bro Shu, I heard you killed a lot of believers this time. Didn't you exchange them for any skills? I hear the Qinglan Continent Professional Association has good stuff. I pulled a dark blue skill book from my pocket. The cover had no title, just a hexagonal ice crystal design. Frost Dominator, S-rank skill. Sun Qinghua leaned in and looked. His eyes slowly widened. Holy shit, this skill? Isn't this the one that hugely boosts your frost abilities? I was a bit surprised. Sun Qinghua really was in the equipment trade. He'd spotted the key value of the skill at a glance. Yeah. In my previous battles, I'd already clearly felt that my B-rank Frost Nova's damage was starting to fall behind. That was why I traded a soul fragment for this. Frost Dominator's ability was direct, reduce cooldowns, boost damage, and diversify skills. Originally, it was an amplification buff. Once activated, frost damage was doubled, cooldowns halved. The sustained damage in the frost domain rose by 50%, with stronger slowing. Enemies who stayed in the domain for more than 3 seconds would automatically freeze for 2 seconds, though the same target could only be triggered once every 10 seconds. Best of all, you could manipulate the frost within the domain freely. But I didn't show Sun Chungyue and his sister that I could merge skills. Sun Chungyue was smart enough not to push it. Sunya picked up her tea and steered the conversation. Lin Shu, how much do you actually know about the Great Xia government? And about the world outside of it? I frowned slightly. What do you mean? We came over for 2 reasons. First, to congratulate you on your individual tournament results. Second, we're worried you're moving up too fast, and you haven't quite figured out certain things. I nodded silently. Ever since I'd awakened, I'd been threatened by Li Hao's crew. All I could do was frantically level up. Then, to deal with Li Jianya, I'd pushed hard in the team and individual tournaments. As for other things, I really did know very little. Seeing my expression, Sunya didn't press. She continued, outside the Great Xia government, there are still plenty of humans, like the Star Federation. They don't mostly live in the real world like we do. Many of them actually live inside instances or on the astral battlefield. We call them fragment worlds. I'm telling you this because prison warden missions often involve dealing with outsiders, Star Federation people, races within instances, nations on the astral battlefield. Compared to instance monsters, these people are much harder to handle. Sun Chungyue pulled out his phone and scrolled. But you don't need to worry too much about this. The Star Federation and most races and nations within instances are on decent terms with the Great Xia government. The main enemies right now are still the alien races. Aliens come in two types, native aliens and corrupted ones. Native aliens are mostly beasts, demons, and alien humans. Corrupted ones. Most of them are transformed from the believers you killed in the individual tournament. Corrupted ones are humans who've been contaminated by alien energy and turned into monsters. They keep their previous class skills and gain some alien abilities, much stronger than normal professionals. I listened without speaking. I'd already gotten some sense of this from the astral battlefield, but this was the first time someone had laid it out systematically. It made the outline of this world much clearer to me. After chatting about a few other things, Sun Chungyue and Sunya said their goodbyes together. I walked them to the ground floor. Before Sun Chungyue got into the car, he turned back and called out, "Bro Shu, morning after tomorrow I'll come pick you up. We'll head to Qinglan Continent together." All right. The headlights came on, and the car pulled out of the neighborhood. I stood there, watching until the taillights disappeared around the corner, then turned back inside. In the living room, Wang Xiaomei was tidying the coffee table, and Lin Ziyuan was turning off the TV. Both were keeping busy, their eyes occasionally meeting and then quickly darting away. Clearly, they had something they wanted to say to me. I spoke first. "Dad, Mom, there's some things I want to tell you." They exchanged a glance and stopped what they were doing. I paused for a moment. Li Jianya has been arrested and sentenced. Li Hao is dead, and Li Jiangguo has also been convicted. No one's going to give you trouble anymore. The factory situation, the municipal government has taken it over. Your seniority and social security have been reinstated. If you want to go back to work, you can. If you don't, just rest well. With what I can do now, I can support the both of you for the rest of your lives. Wang Xiaomei's hand froze in midair. She opened her mouth as if to say something, then swallowed it back. Finally, tears fell silently down her cheeks. They'd never brought it up during those days, but the Li Jianya family had been a mountain pressing down on them the entire time. Now I was suddenly telling them the mountain was gone. But they both knew. That mountain hadn't just vanished into thin air. Their son had risked his life to take it down. Her silent tears carried maybe a little relief, but far more than that. Heartache for her son. Lin Ziyuan sat beside her, unmoving, but the hand gripping the remote was trembling slightly. After a long silence, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "You've grown up. Your dad wasn't capable enough. Made you fight on your own." I shook my head with a smile. "Dad, what you've given me has already been more than enough." "Enough of what?" He didn't respond to my words, just shaking his head. "Growing up, you were always more mature than other kids. Never asked for the things other kids had. Your dad knew. It wasn't that you didn't want them, you just didn't want to say it and make it hard on us. When you awakened, other kids had families to back them up. All we could do was watch, unable to help. You were out there fighting for your life, and all we could do at home was wait. Couldn't help you at all." His voice was trembling, but each word was clear. We don't want to be a burden on you. But. I looked at my father. That face bore wrinkles, exhaustion, guilt. I suddenly remembered when I was little, Lin Ziyuan coming home from a night shift at the factory before dawn, sitting at the edge of the bed watching me sleep, that look in his eyes. I really was a transmigrator. That was true. But over a dozen years, my life had become inseparable from this family. I was this family's son. I had genuinely felt the weight of my parents' labor and love. They couldn't give me a life of wealth, but as I'd always felt, I had food, I had clothes, I never had to worry about the household. That was already more than enough. A smile rose to my face as I gently patted the back of my father's hand. "Dad, you're not a burden." My voice was quiet, but firm. "You're the reason I want to get stronger." Wang Xiaomei broke into audible sobs, covering her mouth, her shoulders shaking. Lin Ziyuan turned his face away toward the window, his Adam's apple bobbing. I said nothing more. I just sat between my parents, one hand on my mother's shoulder, the other holding my father's wrist. After a long while, Wang Xiaomei stopped crying, wiped her tears, and stood up. I'll go pack your things. Mom, just a few changes of clothes will do. It's cold over in Qinglan continent. About the same temperature as Jiangxing. A few extra pairs of socks won't weigh anything. I didn't argue further. 2 days later, Sun Qingyue's car pulled up outside, a black SUV. He was driving, Sunya in the passenger seat. The window rolled down and he shouted, "Bro Shu, let's go." I brought my suitcase down. Wang Xiaomei and Lin Ziyuan saw me off at the door. My mother started to say something, opened her mouth, then swallowed the words. Lin Ziyuan patted her on the shoulder. "Call when you get there." He faked a casual tone. I got into the car. The car started up and pulled out of the neighborhood. In the rearview mirror, my parents' figures grew smaller and smaller and finally disappeared around a turn. Sun Chungyue glanced in the rearview mirror, didn't say anything, and turned on the speakers, playing an old song. "That's nice." "What's nice?" I asked, puzzled. "Uncle and auntie. Good family vibes." He listened to the music, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. "Not like me. My dad and I fight every day." "Hey, he's the mayor. He's busy." He didn't dwell on the subject, and I didn't press. I leaned back in my seat, watching the streetscape rewind outside the window. 3 hours later, the car crossed into Qinglan Continent's territory. Far off on the horizon, a massive city skyline emerged, towering high-rises, and a few transparent tubes suspended in the air connecting different buildings. Express transit tunnels for professionals. "Qinglan Continent, we're here." Sun Qinghua whistled. I looked at the city and said nothing. The Qinglan Continent Prison Warden Branch was in the Northern District, a standalone black building. Not tall, only 6 stories, but sprawling. No sign at the entrance, only a code number, Z07. Standing guard were 2 men in black uniforms, no insignia on their chests, but the aura coming off them was strong. Level 20 professionals at minimum. Sun Chunghua parked in the underground garage, and the 3 of us carried our luggage upstairs. There were already about a dozen people in the lobby. They were scattered around, some standing, some sitting, some leaning against the wall on their phones. All wore the youthful softness of adolescence, dressed in their respective cities' uniforms, with different emblems embroidered on their collars. As we walked in, several gazes swept over us, carrying curiosity and appraisal. A young man in a white uniform leaned against the service desk, twirling a dagger. His eyes lingered on me briefly before moving on. "Jiangxing City?" "Yeah," Sun Qinghua answered. "Sign in here." A form was handed over. One glance and wow, what a stacked roster. All SSS rank. Then again, they were each city's top prodigies. I scanned down. The lowest was SS rank. After filling out the form, Sun Qinghua tugged on my sleeve, lowered his voice, and started introducing people. "That guy's from Yuqing City. Zhao Wuji, SSS rank swordsman. We've been rivals with them forever, competing for rankings every year. This year, because of you, we crushed them in the team tournament and beat them in the individual tournament too." I nodded. "And that one?" Sun Chungyuan nodded toward a corner. A young man in a black windbreaker stood there, long hair covering half his face, hands in his pockets, head lowered like he was dozing. "Xiaohan, SSS rank shadow assassin from Yongqing City. They've been producing high-talent professionals this year, and there's a lot of family inheritance. Don't be fooled that everyone's around the same level. These guys are probably hiding their family's top-tier skills." "Oh, and that one, Gao Yuan, local to Qinglan Continent. He's Vice Chairman Gao's grandson, SSS rank mage. And those guys over there, they're all official Prison Warden Bureau invitees." I scanned the room. There were about 20 official invitees from all of Qinglan Continent. The rest had been recommended in. The official invitees are the ones who made a name in the individual tournament. The rest have to pass evaluations and challenges if they want to stay. "We don't need to," Sunya explained. "But there are more recommendees than invitees. After all, even a special unit needs logistics, and given the danger level of the prison warden work, logistics staff needed some skill too, plus other capabilities, like Sun Qingyue's powerful social skills and his equipment trade connections. Still, Compared to the friendly rapport between us, the divide between the invitees and the recommendees was clearly visible. At that moment, a young man in a green uniform walked over. He wasn't tall, but his shoulders were broad. "You're the sacrificer from Jiangxing City?" I looked at him. "Yes." He extended a hand, a smile on his face. "Yuqing City, SSS rank. Yi Chu, Lin Shu." I extended my hand. The instant we shook, I sensed something was off. Yi Chu's smile deepened. Jiangxing really pulled out all the stops to clear Inferno. Even brought out a sacrificer. "Heard you were the top scorer in the individual tournament too." My hands get itchy. I like making friends with strong opponents. His grip tightened, and his smile grew brighter. "But I need to see whether this sacrificer's the real deal, or if you just traded away half your future for a few skills to swagger around." Several pairs of eyes turned toward the sound. Zhao Wuji, the SSS rank swordsman, wore a mocking smirk. He'd heard the sacrificer who cleared Inferno mainly played as a mage. Yi Chu was a warrior, and having recently jumped 3 levels, most of his attribute points had gone into strength. If this sacrificer dared shake his hand, he'd be crushed on the spot. Sun Qingyue's face darkened, and he stepped forward. He didn't know the terrifying stats I now had, and he opened with a greeting. "Fuck off. None of your goddamn business." Yi Chu's eyes went cold, but seeing the emblem on Sun Qingyue's chest, he sneered. "A recommendee trash. Know your place and get out of the way. You don't get a say in." He didn't finish. A tremendous force suddenly transmitted from his palm. In an instant, bone ground against bone with a muffled crunch. Not far off, Zhao Wuji's expression changed. My face remained calm. I stared at the distorted face across from me, and at the hand that was now deforming. "Let go," Yi Chu gritted out through clenched teeth. "Let go." My tone stayed calm, but this time the calm was felt by everyone present. It was a kind of contempt. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Yi Chu refused to yield. A shield materialized on his left arm, and he suddenly lunged at me, red light enveloping the shield. Clearly, he'd activated a skill. Next moment, my one hand pressed down on the shield. Bam! The shield, still gathering momentum, was slammed straight into the ground. Floor tiles shattered, and the shield jammed into the cracks. Yi Chu's eyes went wide. The other guy had just suppressed his knight's charge with one hand? Before he could react, my right hand released his. He'd barely had time to feel grateful when a black shadow flew toward his stomach. Next moment, as if hit head-on by a dump truck, Yi Chu flew backward. Bam! His body slammed into the service desk, cracks spidering across the surface. Everyone's gaze on me was filled with shock. They were all top talents from their respective continents, each one a famous prodigy. But right now, an SSS rank professional had just been crushed like this? Wasn't Lin Shu supposed to be a mage? How had he just kicked a warrior flying? Consider, everyone had just hit level 20. The attribute advantages of higher-tier classes hadn't fully manifested yet. But even so, those standing here were all people who'd crushed their peers back in their own regions. "This is all you've got, and you want to swagger around?" I tossed the shield to Sun Qingyue beside me. "Call this shield your tuition. If you're still attached to it, work fast and pay up. My friend here might sell it back to you." Sun Qingyue caught the shield and blinked, then broke into his signature crooked merchant smile. S-rank shield. Good stuff. This baby'll move quick. On the other side, Yi Chu, having caught his breath, stood up with clenched teeth. He was just about to argue back. A man in the black uniform of the prison wardens walked out from deep in the corridor. He hadn't buttoned his jacket, leaving it open to show the white shirt beneath. His hair was a bit long, his eyes half closed, like he'd just woken up, or maybe just couldn't be bothered to open them. On his chest, a dark gold badge, the identifier of the prison warden. "Oh, you started fighting before I even got here? Feisty bunch." His tone was lazy, his gaze lingering on me for a moment before turning to Yi Chu. "Warrior can't beat a mage. Go home, wash up, go to bed." Yi Chu's expression was ugly, but seeing the other man's status, he didn't dare say more. The young man smiled. He'd figured the other side would run his mouth without knowing his place, giving him an opportunity to make an example and put these prodigies in their place. Turned out, this one could hold his temper. He looked lazily at the crowd. "Name's Song Yan, official member of the prison wardens. I'm in charge of your internal assessment this time." His voice was low, I know you're all prodigies from your respective regions. But unfortunately, the Prison Warden Bureau is full of prodigies. So this internal trial has 3 elimination slots. Whoever doesn't meet the bar, doesn't matter if you were handpicked by your city, the Bureau doesn't want you. Yi Chu's expression shifted. Song Yin continued lazily. No need to freak out. The test starts tomorrow. Your quarters are ready. There's someone at the door to take you over. Tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, training grounds, everyone assembles. Anyone late is disqualified on the spot. All right, dismissed. With that, he walked off first. People gathered in small groups, murmuring, and dispersed. Yi Chu stood up, glanced at Sun Changyue still holding his shield, gave a cold snort, and turned to leave. First, my strength had far exceeded his expectations. Second, prodigies had pride. Being publicly disarmed by a mage, he no longer had the face to ask for that shield back. At that moment, someone walked straight toward me. Not tall, wearing black-framed glasses, gentle-looking. Seeing him, Sun Qingyue's face registered an unusual expression. He whispered in my ear, "Zhang Ming, SS rank sacrificer from Liangqing City. Besides you, the only other sacrificer here. Word is he's very strong." Zhang Ming came over, looked at me, extended a hand. Then, seeming to realize something, quickly said, "I'm not here to show off, and I'm not here to pick a fight. I just want to make a friend." Only then did he offer his hand and introduce himself. "Zhang Ming, Liangqing City. Sacrificer." I shook his hand briefly. "Lin Shu." The moment I said my name, he let go almost immediately, as if afraid of ending up like Yi Chu, then smiled. "I know who you are. First clear of the Inferno Wraith Fortress, 24,700 points. Honestly, when I first heard those numbers were from a sacrificer, I thought you'd already burned yourself into a relic." His tone was teasing. "But watching what you just did, I figured you've got your own talent. I'm curious what kind of talent an SSS rank sacrificer has. Of course, that touches on personal secrets. But to show my sincerity, let me tell you part of my own talent first. What I sacrifice isn't life force, it's equipment durability. That gives me a pretty big boost too. Just the cost for me personally isn't much, so," a wry smile crossed his face. "Even if I sacrificed all my gear, I still couldn't clear Inferno level, and even Nightmare level is dicey." He didn't hide anything. Being a sacrificer was a rough gig, and if there was another strong sacrificer to talk with, that was better than being alone. He was about to say more when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the message and made a helpless face. "I gotta go. My sister's calling. We'll chat later." He waved and walked off toward his room. Watching his back, I was a bit stunned. This guy was totally the friendly, self-starting type. Came right up to me, introduced half his talent, and then left when he got a call. The absurdity of it felt like I'd just run into an NPC. Yi Chu was dumb, but at least his behavior had logic. Our cities were rivals, and testing me was somewhat understandable. But this Zhang Ming had me genuinely confused. Sensing my confusion, Sun Changyue shook his head with a laugh. "Don't overthink it." He pointed at his own head and drew circles with his finger. "Geniuses. Their heads work differently. Besides, sacrificers are rare, and ones at this level are even rarer. He's probably just thrilled to see someone from the same trade. You know, countryman meets countryman, eyes fill with tears." I thought about it and nodded. The crowd dispersed, and the few of us went to our respective rooms. In my room, I looked over the gains from this stretch of time and opened my status panel. Professional Lin Shu, EX rank sacrificer, level 21, 2 class trials completed. HP, 220,000. MP, 300 plus 140. Strength, 174. Agility, 176. Spirit, 150. These were the base values plus Immortality's 100% amplification. Luck E rank. HP Regen, 120 per second. Toughness still amplifying. Skill slots, 7 filled. EX rank Sacrifice, SSS rank Immortality, Max. EX rank Healing, S rank Frost Dominator, EX rank Soul Sense, EX rank Life Shield, EX rank Life Diversion. Passives, EX rank Toughness, S rank Overlord's Disarm. After level 20, I'd been receiving free allocation attribute points. As an SSS rank class, I got 15 per level, and I split them evenly across all stats. Before Immortality, dumping points into a single stat might have been optimal. But with immortality, balanced all-around development was the best choice. As for HP, I tracked this carefully. As my level rose and my constitution strengthened, my breathing rhythm was slowing. At first, if I focused on breathing, I could add about 30,000 HP a day. Now, without focusing, it was around 20,000. In combat, my breathing sped up, like breathing hard while running. Slower now, sure, but a 20,000 per day HP cap increase would make anyone jealous. Except in my eyes, HP wasn't just HP anymore. It had, in a sense, become a currency. The stronger I got, the stronger the skills I could reach and obtain. My eyes fell on the S-rank Frost Dominator line. I hadn't strengthened this skill yet after acquiring it. In the individual tournament, Frost Spike damage was still solid, but the cooldown meant it was only usable as a secondary attack when I was in melee. As a main damage output, it was already falling behind, starting to feel weak. That was why I'd chosen it. I opened the Sacrifice panel. Sacrifice target selected. S-rank skill Frost Dominator current tier. Base target tier. EX HP required. 40,000. Base max needs 10,000. Max EX needs 30,000. Compatible skill detected for fusion. Frost Nova EX post-fusion will inherit all advanced effects of the original skill and gain additional enhancement confirmed Sacrifice fusion. I was a bit surprised. After the last fusion, this panel had clearly gotten smarter. Looked like as my level rose, my talent was evolving alongside it. That was fine, saved me from having to feel my way step by step. Confirm. The panel shifted immediately. My HP cap, which had been slowly rising, dropped rapidly. 220,000, 219,000, 218,000. 40,000 HP burned in an instant, the number finally settling at 180,000. At the same time, the Frost Nova icon shattered into countless icy blue points of light, which sank into the Frost Dominator icon. Next moment, a new icon appeared, the hexagonal ice crystal, its edges now etched with dark gold patterns, the crack at its center deeper, as if something wanted to burst out from within. Ding! S-rank skill Frost Dominator has been upgraded to EX. B-rank skill Frost Nova has been successfully fused. The new Frost Dominator, EX rank. Skill 1, Frost Spike. Damage increased to 20,000 plus Spirit times 20. Cooldown reduced to 1.5 seconds. On hit, applies Frost Mark, reducing target's movement speed by 40% for 1 second. Skill 2, Frost Domain. Range expanded to 1,000 meters. Sustained damage increased to 1,200 per second. Slowing strengthened to 60%. And links with Skill 1. Enemies who remain in the domain for over 2 seconds are automatically frozen. And if they carry a Frost Mark, damage taken while frozen is doubled. Skill 3, Frost Dominion. When the domain is active, self-movement speed increases by 30%. All Frost skills have their mana cost and cooldown halved, and I can shape Frost freely within the domain to reconstruct terrain, shaping speed scales with Spirit. Looking at these new skill effects, my heart lurched. Both single target and AoE damage had been massively boosted, and Skill 1 could combo with Skill 2. One gave 40% slow, the other 60%. Even if the target had resistance, taking one Frost Spike would leave them moving like a grandma crossing the street. As for Skill 3, it perfectly inherited the original Frost Dominator's effect, letting me maximize my spell machine gun mode. And the new terrain reconstruction, that had me really excited. The ability seemed unassuming, but for a professional like me, who also had incredibly strong physical stats, it made all the difference. A battlefield I could reshape at will meant I could leverage angles anywhere, anytime, raising ice walls, forming ice spikes, laying frost spike traps, even remaking the entire battlefield into terrain that favored me completely. This wasn't just damage and crowd control anymore. This was true dominion. I closed the Frost Dominator panel and opened Overlord's Disarm. S-rank passive, Overlord's Disarm. On dealing damage, dual check. If HP is higher than target, deal additional 50% damage. If strength is higher than target, ignore 30% of target's defense. This skill had been the reward for taking first place on the Qinglan Continent Instance rankings. At the time, I'd just upgraded Immortality, and to keep my HP safe, I hadn't rushed to strengthen it. But after those past battles, I'd come to deeply appreciate how useful this skill was. For other professionals, having either higher strength or higher HP than an opponent was usually the best they could manage, and against real elites, this skill was basically dead weight. But I was different. Even against high-level professionals, my HP and strength usually far exceeded theirs. So nearly every attack I made would proc that 50% damage boost, plus 30% defense ignore. No question, for me, this was a god-tier skill. And it was a passive on top of that. Didn't even take up a skill slot.